future, there are fates that transcend death itself. Among the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines who serve as humanity's finest warriors, death in battle is considered an honor. To fall protecting the Imperium of man is to achieve glory that echoes through eternity. But for some warriors, even death is denied. Instead, they are granted what their brothers call a great honor, though those who experience it might whisper different truths in the darkness between battles. These are the dreadnoughts, living tombs where heroes too valuable to lose are imprisoned within shells of adamantium and ceramite, their broken bodies sustained by arcane technology, while their consciousness pilots war machines of terrible power. They are revered as walking relics, as bridges to a past that grows ever more distant with each passing millennium. But what happens when one of these ancient warriors, a being who walked beside the Emperor of mankind himself during the glory days of the Great Crusade, falls into the hands of the orcs? What fate awaits a consciousness that has endured for 10,000 years, that carries memories of an age when the Imperium was young and the Emperor still walked among his sons, when such a warrior becomes not a revered relic, but a trophy to be desecrated by Xenos hands? This is not a tale of simple death. Death would be a mercy. This is a story about something far worse, a nightmare that combines the deepest fears of the Adeptus Astartes with the crude, brutal ingenuity of the greenskin menace. It is a story about what happens when the sacred becomes profane, when millennia of service and sacrifice are reduced to spare parts in an orc mechboy's workshop. It is about a consciousness that remembers standing in the Emperor's presence, that fought at Olenor when the Great Crusade reached its zenith, trapped and aware while Xenos hands tear apart everything that made it whole. To understand the full horror of this fate, we must first understand what a dreadnought truly is, and what it means to be one of the ancient ones who remember when humanity's master still walked the stars in person. A Space Marine dreadnought is far more than simply a weapon of war, though it is certainly that. Standing between 3 and 5 meters tall, these walking battle tanks are armored in layers of ceramite and adamantium, thick enough to shrug off hits that would obliterate lesser vehicles. They bristle with weapons ranging from assault cannons and lascannons to missile launchers and power fists capable of crushing battle tanks. On the battlefield, they are engines of destruction, walking fortresses that inspire awe in allies and terror in enemies. But the true nature of a dreadnought lies not in its weapons or armor, but in what rests at its heart. Within the armored sarcophagus at the center of each dreadnought is a Space Marine, or what remains of one. The process of becoming a dreadnought is not chosen. It is a fate that befalls only those warriors who have been so catastrophically wounded that even the legendary resilience of a Space Marine cannot save them. When a battle brother suffers injuries that would kill any other being 10 times over, when his body is shattered beyond what even the chapter's apothecaries can repair, a terrible choice must be made. The warrior could be granted the Emperor's peace, allowed to die with honor and have his gene seed harvested for the next generation. Or, if his deeds have been great enough, if his tactical wisdom is deemed too valuable to lose, he may be offered another path. He may be interred within a dreadnought's sarcophagus, his ruined body reduced to little more than a brain and a handful of vital organs suspended in amniotic fluid, permanently fused with the life support systems of the war machine that will become his eternal prison. The transformation is brutal. Everything that makes the warrior human in form is stripped away. Arms and legs are amputated. Unnecessary organs are removed. The flesh is pared down until only the absolute minimum needed to sustain consciousness remains. What is left is installed into the armored shell at the dreadnought's core, hardwired directly into the machine's systems through neural interface ports that pierce the brain itself. The Marine's mind becomes the machine's mind. His senses are replaced by the dreadnought's sensors, his voice by its vox speakers, his body by tons of armored ceramite and adamantium. He will never again feel the weight of a bolter in his hands. never again know the simple pleasure of walking on his own legs. He becomes something trapped between life and death, neither fully one nor the other, sustained in an existence that can stretch for thousands of years. This is presented to the wounded warrior as a great honor, and in a sense, it is. To be chosen for such preservation means that the chapter values his experience and wisdom above all else. Dreadnoughts serve as living links to their chapter's history, their memories stretching back across centuries or even millennia. Some dreadnoughts are so ancient that they remember events from their chapter's founding, can recite the names of heroes long since turned to dust, can speak with authority about battles fought before any living space marine was born. They are walking libraries of tactical knowledge and strategic wisdom, consulted by chapter masters and captains when difficult decisions must be made. They are symbols of continuity and tradition, proof that the chapter's greatest heroes never truly die but continue to serve the Emperor unto the very ending of the universe. But there is a cost to this immortality, a price that is rarely spoken of in the official doctrines of the Adeptus Astartes. The dreadnought pilots spend most of their existence in a state of suspended animation, sleeping dreamlessly in the darkness between deployments. When they are awakened for battle, the transition is jarring and disorienting. They emerge from the void of unconsciousness to find that years or even decades have passed in what seems like an instant. The brothers they fought alongside in their last deployment may be dead or retired. The chapter may have changed in ways both subtle and profound. The galaxy itself moves on while they sleep, and each awakening brings with it the realization that they are becoming ever more disconnected from the world around them. Worse still is what happens to the human mind, subjected to this existence over truly vast stretches of time. The organic brain, even one enhanced by the modifications that create a space marine, was never meant to endure for millennia. Slowly, inevitably, the dreadnought pilot begins to lose pieces of himself. Memories fade and blur together. The ability to feel emotions dulls and diminishes. The warrior, who was once a man of flesh and blood, who knew joy and sorrow and anger and love, gradually becomes something else. He becomes more machine than man, his consciousness reduced to tactical imperatives and combat protocols, his sense of self eroding like ancient stone, worn smooth by endless millennia of wind and rain. The truly ancient dreadnoughts, those who have endured for thousands of years, often retain little of their original personalities. They are shells animated by duty and purpose, their humanity having leaked away so slowly they never noticed it was gone. And yet, for all the horror inherent in such an existence, dreadnoughts are treated with reverence bordering on worship by their chapters. They are accorded tremendous respect, their counsel sought, their presence on the battlefield a source of inspiration for younger battle brothers. In the Baroque traditions of the Adeptus Astartes, to become a dreadnought is seen as a reward for exceptional service, a way to transcend the normal span of a space marine's life and continue fighting for the Emperor long after flesh would have failed. The dreadnoughts themselves often cling to this narrative, finding purpose in the belief that their sacrifice means something, that their extended existence serves a greater cause. They are heroes. They are honored. They are revered. They are everything a space marine should aspire to become, until something goes wrong, until the unthinkable happens, until the ancient warrior finds himself not in the honored halls of his chapter's fortress monastery, but in the crude and brutal hands of the enemy. To fully grasp the magnitude of what it means for a dreadnought to be captured by orcs, particularly one who walked during the days of the Great Crusade, we must understand who these ancient warriors are and what they carry within their armored shells. We must travel back 10,000 years to an age when the Emperor of mankind still lived and breathed and led his armies in person, when the galaxy was being forged into the Imperium that would come to dominate the stars, when hope still burned bright in the sound hearts of humanity's champions, the Emperor of mankind. Even speaking that title carries weight, invokes power beyond mortal comprehension. He was, and in a sense still is, the single most powerful human psyche to ever exist. An immortal being who had walked among humanity since before recorded history, guiding and protecting the species through dark ages and golden eras alike. He finally revealed himself during the collapse known as the Age of Strife. When warp storms isolated human worlds from one another, when Xenos predators descended upon defenseless colonies, when the very fabric of human civilization seemed ready to tear itself apart, he emerged from the shadows where he had worked for millennia and took direct control of humanity's destiny. First, he united Terra itself, the birthplace of humanity. The Emperor waged the unification wars, crushing the techno-barbarian warlords who had carved the cradle of mankind into petty kingdoms and brutal fiefdoms. He created the Thunder Warriors, the first of his gene-enhanced super soldiers, and with them he brought all of Earth under his rule. But that was only the beginning. The Emperor's vision extended far beyond a single planet. He looked to the stars and saw what humanity could become, what it must become if it was to survive in a galaxy filled with threats beyond imagining. The Emperor created the Space Marine Legions, gene-forged warriors built from his own genetic template. He crafted the Primarchs, 20 beings who were to be his generals and his sons, each one a masterwork of genetic engineering and psychic power. He forged alliances with the Mechanicum of Mars, securing the industrial might needed to build a war machine capable of conquering a galaxy. And then, when all was ready, he launched the Great Crusade. The Great Crusade was nothing less than the reconquest of the galaxy in humanity's name. For 200 years, the Emperor led his forces across the stars, bringing lost human worlds back into the fold, destroying Xenos empires that had preyed upon humanity during the Age of Strife, spreading the imperial truth that promised to enlighten mankind and free them from superstition and false gods. It was an age of glory unmatched before or since. The Emperor walked among his warriors. His Primarchs led armies numbering in the millions. The Space Marine Legions were invincible, unstoppable, righteous in their purpose, and terrible in their power. And then came Ullanor. The Ullanor Crusade represents the absolute apex of the Great Crusade, the moment when the Imperium of Man reached its greatest triumph. The Orc Empire of Ullanor Prime was vast beyond measure, a threat so large that it required the deployment of hundreds of thousands of Space Marines, millions upon millions of Imperial Army soldiers, and the direct intervention of the Emperor himself. The greenskin overlord Urlak Urg had built an empire that rivaled anything humanity had achieved since the Dark Age of technology. His orcs were larger, more numerous, and more dangerous than any seen before or since, save perhaps for the beast who would rise millennia later. The Emperor did not simply send his armies to deal with this threat. He went himself. He led the final assault on Ullanor Prime in person, his golden armor shining like a second sun on the battlefield, his power unmatched by any save perhaps his greatest sons. To fight in that battle, to stand in the Emperor's presence as he waged war against the greatest Orc empire the galaxy had ever seen, was to experience something that transcended ordinary glory. It was to witness divinity made manifest, to see power so vast that reality itself seemed to bend around it, to know with absolute certainty that humanity had a protector whose might could overcome any foe. For the Space Marines who fought at Ullanor, that day became the defining moment of their existence. They had fought alongside the master of mankind himself. They had seen him in all his glory and his terrible wrath. They had been part of the greatest victory of the age, the triumph that would be celebrated with parades and honors and declarations that would echo through history. Many of those warriors would later fall in the wars that followed. Many would die during the Horus Heresy, the terrible civil war that tore the Imperium apart and ended the Great Crusade in fire and betrayal. but some survived. Some endured through the dark millennium that followed. And some of those survivors, when their bodies finally failed them in battles yet to come, were deemed valuable enough to be interred within dreadnought sarcophagi, there to sleep and wake and sleep again, across the 10,000 years that separated the age of glory from the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. Imagine being such a warrior. Imagine carrying within your consciousness actual memories of the Emperor as he was before the Golden Throne, before the Horus Heresy, before everything went wrong. Imagine remembering his voice, not as a whisper in the warp or a faint psychic impression, but as actual words spoken to you directly. Imagine knowing what it felt like to stand in his presence, to feel the weight of his attention upon you, to receive orders from his own lips. Imagine holding those memories for 10,000 years, watching as the Imperium he built slowly decayed into a theocratic nightmare that would have disgusted him, seeing his vision of a rational, enlightened humanity twisted into a feudal empire that worships him as a god despite his hatred of all religion. For a dreadnought who fought at Olenor, who stood in the Emperor's presence during the greatest triumph of the Great Crusade, those memories are both a treasure and a torment. They are proof that the warrior once lived in an age of wonders, that he served something greater than the grim survival that characterizes the Imperium in its current state. They are a connection to a past when things were better, when humanity was on the rise rather than slowly falling into decay. But they are also a reminder of everything that has been lost, of how far the Imperium has fallen from the Emperor's original vision, of how the bright hope of the Great Crusade has curdled into the desperate darkness of endless war. These memories make such a dreadnought invaluable to his chapter. He is not simply an ancient warrior with millennia of tactical experience. He is a living link to the very founding of the Imperium, a consciousness that can speak with authority about the Emperor's intentions and methods, a relic more precious than any artifact or holy weapon. Such a dreadnought would be consulted on the most important decisions, his words carrying weight that no other voice could match. He would be revered not just as a hero, but as something approaching a saint, a bridge between the present age and the golden past, when the Emperor walked among his people, and then, impossibly, catastrophically, he falls into Orc hands. The ancient warrior, the one who met the Emperor, the precious repository of memories from an age of glory, becomes a prisoner of the most brutal and crude Xenos race in the galaxy. To understand what happens next, we must turn our attention to the Orcs themselves, to their culture of looting and scavenging, to their particular delight in taking what belongs to their enemies and making it Orcy. The Orcs are a plague upon the galaxy, a green tide of violence and destruction that spreads across the stars like a cancer. They are not a unified empire or a cohesive civilization in any normal sense. Instead, they are a collection of countless warbands and tribes, each led by the biggest and strongest Orc who can hold power through sheer physical dominance. They live only for war, existing in a state of perpetual conflict that sees them fighting everyone and anyone, including each other, when no better targets present themselves. They reproduce through spores, making them nearly impossible to fully eradicate from any world they infest. They possess a crude but effective form of psychic power that makes their ramshackle technology actually work, despite defying all rational engineering principles. But perhaps the most distinctive aspect of Orc culture, beyond their love of violence, is their obsession with looting. Orcs are compulsive scavengers, driven by an almost pathological need to acquire, modify, and repurpose anything they can get their hands on. This behavior is most pronounced in the Death Skulls clan, whose members are legendary even among other Orcs for their willingness to acquire anything that is not nailed down, and quite a few things that are. To a Death Skull, the entire galaxy is a treasure trove waiting to be looted, and the concept of ownership is merely a suggestion that applies to everyone except himself. Orcs loot for practical reasons. Their own technology, while effective thanks to their psychic gestalt field that makes things work if enough orcs believe they should, is still crude and prone to breaking down. A good Imperial lasgun or a sturdy Space Marine bolter can be worth a dozen orc weapons in terms of reliability and effectiveness. Imperial vehicles are prized because they are well made and can often be kept running with minimal maintenance, unlike orc vehicles which require constant repairs and modifications just to continue functioning. But orcs also loot for status. The biggest, flashiest, most impressive loot marks its owner as a successful warrior, someone who has fought in real battles and come away with proper trophies. Among orcs, a good collection of loot is as important as personal size and strength in determining one's place in the hierarchy. Orc mechboys, the technical specialists of orc society, are particularly obsessed with looting. They see every piece of captured technology as a new challenge, a puzzle to be solved and then improved upon. The idea of using something exactly as it was designed is foreign to orc thinking. Instead, mechboys immediately begin modifying and improving anything they capture, adding more guns, more armor, more speed, and copious amounts of dakka. The result is usually a Frankenstein monstrosity that barely resembles its original form, covered in riveted plates and festooned with oversized weapons, painted in garish colors and decorated with crude glyphs and kill markings. The orcs have a long and storied history of looting Imperial vehicles. Leman Russ battle tanks are particular favorites, solid and reliable machines that can take tremendous punishment and keep rolling. The orcs will capture these tanks, strip out anything they deem unnecessary, bolt on additional armor plates, replace the weapons with orc equivalents, and slap on a new paint job. The result is what the Imperium classifies as a looted wagon, a formerly Imperial vehicle that has been thoroughly orcified. These looted vehicles are common enough that Imperial forces expect to see them on any battlefield where orcs are present, a galling reminder that the Xenos are using humanity's own weapons against them. But Leman Russ tanks are mere trifles compared to the truly impressive loot that orcs sometimes acquire. There are legends of orc looters who have captured Imperial knights, the towering war machines piloted by noble houses and revered as symbols of Imperial might. There are confirmed reports of orcs looting titans, the god machines of the Collegia Titanica, and attempting to make them operational under greenskin control. The larger and more impressive the loot, the more status it brings to the orc who claims it. And in this hierarchy of desirability, in this ranking of the most prestigious trophies an orc can claim, a Space Marine dreadnought occupies a very special place. Dreadnoughts are rare. Unlike the millions of guardsmen who fight for the Imperium, unlike the thousands of tanks and aircraft that roll off Forge World assembly lines, dreadnoughts are precious relics that exist in very limited numbers. Most Space Marine chapters possess only a handful of these ancient war machines, and each one represents irreplaceable heritage and history. They are accorded enormous respect by their chapters, treated as sacred relics as much as weapons of war. And they are powerful. A single dreadnought can turn the tide of a battle, its heavy weapons and thick armor allowing it to operate as a one-machine wrecking crew that tears through enemy formations with impunity. For an orc mech boy, a dreadnought represents the ultimate challenge and the ultimate prize. Here is a war machine that combines the best of Imperial technology with the biological integration of a living pilot, creating something that is both vehicle and warrior, both machine and monster. The technical complexity involved in creating and maintaining a dreadnought is beyond anything the orcs could produce themselves, which makes it all the more valuable as loot. To capture a dreadnought would bring immense prestige. To successfully loot it, to pry open its secrets and potentially even make it operational under orc control, would elevate a mech boy to legendary status among his peers. But capturing a dreadnought is no easy task. These war machines are formidable combatants, designed to operate in the most intense battlefield conditions and survive threats that would destroy lesser units. Their armor is thick enough to turn aside anti-tank weapons. Their targeting systems are sophisticated enough to track and eliminate multiple threats simultaneously. Their pilots are veterans with centuries or even millennia of combat experience, tactical minds that have fought in more battles than most warriors will ever see. Taking down a dreadnought requires overwhelming firepower, clever tactics, or extraordinary luck. Even when a dreadnought falls, its chapter will fight with desperate ferocity to recover it, unwilling to let such a precious relic fall into enemy hands. And yet, in the vast and terrible galaxy of Warhammer 40,000, the unlikely and the impossible happen with disturbing regularity. Battles go wrong, tactical situations collapse, heroic last stands end in defeat rather than victory. And sometimes, despite every precaution and every prayer to the Emperor, a dreadnought falls. Not just falls in the sense of being destroyed, where the pilot can at least find peace in death and the chapter can recover the sarcophagus for respectful interment, but falls in the sense of being disabled and captured, its pilot still alive, still conscious, still aware of everything that is happening as Xenos' hands drag the sacred war machine away from the battlefield. Now imagine that this captured dreadnought is not some newly interred warrior with a mere century or two of service. Imagine instead that it is one of the ancient ones, a consciousness that has endured for 10,000 years, that fought in the Great Crusade itself, that stood in the Emperor's presence at Ullanor and heard the master of mankind speak. Imagine the horror of such a warrior finding himself in orc hands, helpless and aware as crude greenskin mechanics begin to examine the sarcophagus that has been his home for millennia. The battle that leads to such a catastrophic capture might happen in any number of ways. Perhaps the dreadnought is deployed to defend a critical location, and the tide of orcs proves too numerous to hold back. Perhaps he becomes separated from his battle brothers during a chaotic melee, surrounded and overwhelmed before support can arrive. Perhaps his war machine suffers a catastrophic malfunction at the worst possible moment, leaving him immobilized as the green tide washes over his position. However it happens, the result is the same. The ancient warrior, the venerable hero who has served for 10 millennia, finds himself defeated and in the hands of the enemy. The initial moments of capture are disorienting. The dreadnought's last memories are of combat, of fighting desperately against impossible odds, of systems failing and weapons running dry. Then darkness, either from damage to his sensors or from the orcs physically shutting down his systems. When awareness returns, the situation has changed completely. The sounds of battle have faded, replaced by the crude grunting and bellowing of orc voices. The dreadnought's sensors, if they are still functional, show not the familiar confines of his chapter's fortress monastery or the interior of a transport craft, but the ramshackle, filth-encrusted interior of an orc workshop or mech shop. The warrior trapped within the sarcophagus tries to access his weapon systems, tries to power up his locomotors and break free from whatever restraints the orcs have placed on him. Nothing responds. Either the systems have been damaged beyond his ability to activate them, or the orcs have had enough time to properly secure their prize, disconnecting power feeds and locking down actuators. The dreadnought is awake, aware, conscious of everything happening around him, but utterly unable to act. He is a prisoner in the most literal and horrible sense, trapped within a shell of adamantium that has become not a weapon, but a cage. The orcs, meanwhile, are ecstatic with their prize. Capturing a Space Marine dreadnought is the kind of feat that makes orcs legendary among their kind. The mech boys who claimed it immediately begin calling in their fellows, summoning every tech-obsessed greenskin in the vicinity to come and see what they have acquired. There is arguing and posturing as multiple mech boys try to claim ownership or at least partial credit for the capture. There may even be fights, orcs settling the question of who gets to work on this magnificent loot in the traditional way, through violence and the brutal application of superior strength. Eventually, some semblance of order is established. The biggest or most intimidating or most technically accomplished, Mechboy asserts his authority over the prize. though he will likely allow other mech boys to assist and consult, partly because the work ahead is too complex for one orc to handle alone, and partly because even orcs understand that exceptional loot should be shared, at least among those with the proper appreciation for fine dakka. The dreadnought is hauled to a work area, a space that would make any Mechanicus tech priest weep in horror. Oil and grease cover every surface. Half-finished projects litter the floor. Crude tools lie scattered about with no apparent organization. The whole place reeks of promethium fumes and ozone and the distinctive musk of orc physiology. The mech boys begin their examination. Their approach to understanding technology is radically different from the ritualized, methodical procedures of the Adeptus Mechanicus, where a tech priest would spend hours in prayer and preparation before even touching such a sacred machine, where they would carefully consult ancient schemas and blessed texts. Orcs simply start poking and prodding and hitting things to see what happens. They walk around the dreadnought, studying it from every angle, pointing out features to one another in their guttural language. They tap on the armor plates with crude wrenches, listening to the sound and nodding sagely as if this tells them something significant. They peer into the weapon housings, examining the assault cannons and power fists with the critical eye of mechanics who have seen a lot of dakka in their time. The workshop itself is a monument to orc engineering philosophy, which could be summarized as, if it works, keep hitting it until it works better. The walls are covered in tool racks, though covered might be too generous a word for the haphazard way wrenches and hammers and welding torches are scattered about. Some tools look like they might have once been Imperial equipment, looted from battlefields and repurposed for orc use. Others are clearly orc-made, crude but effective implements designed for the kind of rough work that mech boys specialize in. Grease and oil stain every surface, the residue of countless projects and repairs accumulating into a permanent coating that gives everything a slick, unwholesome sheen. Various projects in different stages of completion occupy floor space throughout the workshop. Over in one corner sits what might once have been a chimera transport, now so heavily modified that identifying its original form requires close examination. The orcs have added armor plates that make it look like a moving fortress, installed weapons that seem far too large for the chassis to support, and painted it in an eye-searing combination of blue and yellow that makes the ancient warrior's optical sensors momentarily glitch when they pass over it. In another area, a collection of engines and power plants sit in various states of disassembly, Gretchen crawling over them like insects as they strip out components on orders from their mech boy masters. The noise level in the workshop is incredible, a constant cacophony of hammering and welding and shouting. Orcs bellow orders to Gretchen, who squeal in protest or pain when cuffed for being too slow. Power tools whine and scream as they're applied to metal. Somewhere in the background, something is making a rhythmic clanking sound, a broken machine or poorly assembled device that nobody has bothered to fix because it still technically works. The ancient warrior can hear all of this through his audio sensors, and it grates on consciousness accustomed to the relative quiet and order of a space marine facility. The smells, transmitted through chemical sensors that analyze air composition, are equally offensive. Promethium fumes hang heavy in the air, the result of careless handling and inadequate ventilation. Ozone from welding operations creates sharp, acrid notes. And underlying everything is the distinctive musk of orcs themselves, a combination of fungal spores and aggressive pheromones and whatever passes for sweat among these xenos. It is an assault on every sense the ancient warrior possesses, a constant reminder that he is in an alien environment utterly unlike anything he has experienced in 10,000 years of service. The mech boys themselves are a varied lot, each one bearing the marks of their dangerous profession. The biggest among them, the one who claimed primary ownership of the dreadnought, is missing 2 fingers on his left hand, evidence of some past accident involving machinery and insufficient caution. His skin bears burn scars from welding mishaps and chemical splashes. He wears what might charitably be called protective gear, though it consists mainly of a leather apron so stained with oil and other substances that its original color is impossible to determine. Tools hang from his belt, clanking against each other as he moves, and his eyes gleam with the particular light of someone who sees the universe primarily as a collection of things to be taken apart and put back together in more interesting configurations. The other mech boys defer to this one, though not without occasional grumbling and argument. Orc society is fundamentally hierarchical, organized around the principle that the biggest and strongest gets to be in charge. But mech boys complicate this with their technical expertise. A smaller orc, who knows how to make really good dakka, might command respect that his size alone would not grant him. The group examining the dreadnought represents a temporary alliance of specialists, each bringing their own expertise to the examination of this exceptional prize, each jockeying for position and credit, while ostensibly cooperating on the task at hand. As they work their way around the dreadnought, the mech boys provide a running commentary on what they observe. Their language is crude but expressive, filled with technical jargon that has evolved over millennia of orc engineering. They discuss the thickness of the armor plating, comparing it favorably to the tin can protection of lesser Imperial vehicles. They examine the joints and actuators, noting with approval how smoothly the dreadnought's limbs articulate even in its current inactive state. They spend considerable time studying the weapons, the assault cannon in particular drawing admiring comments about its rate of fire and the satisfying chunky sound it presumably makes when shooting. But what really fascinates them is the power plant. Dreadnoughts are powered by compact fusion cores or other advanced energy sources, technology that is well beyond normal orc capabilities, even if they would never admit it. The mech boys can tell that whatever is generating power in this machine is something special, something far more sophisticated than the crude generators they normally work with. They debate among themselves about whether they could extract the power plant and use it for other purposes, perhaps installing it in a stomper or some other project worthy of such advanced technology. This discussion troubles the ancient warrior, who realizes that the orcs might decide his value lies not in operating him as a complete unit, but in harvesting him for parts. For the dreadnought pilot, this examination is a special kind of torment. He can hear the orcs discussing him, can feel the vibrations through his sarcophagus as they bang on his armor, can sense through whatever sensors are still functioning that these crude xenos are examining him like some kind of prize animal or captured trophy. He tries again to activate his weapons, to power up his systems, and show these greenskins what happens to those who dare defile a servant of the Emperor. Nothing happens. The power feeds remain disconnected. The weapons stay cold and inert. The mech boys eventually work up the courage to start opening access panels and examining the dreadnought's internal systems. This is done with far less care than any Imperial mechanic would ever show. Panels are pried open with crowbars when the locking mechanisms prove too complex to understand. Delicate sensors and servos are manhandled without any regard for the precision required to keep them functioning. The mech boys grunt in satisfaction when they successfully open a compartment, and curse in frustration when seals or locks prove too stubborn to break. Gretchen are ordered to fetch tools and supplies, the smaller greenskins scurrying around the workshop in response to shouted commands and occasional blows from their larger masters. The really disturbing moment comes when the mech boys find the sarcophagus itself. Unlike the external armor and weapons systems, which are clearly mechanical in nature, the sarcophagus presents a puzzle. It is sealed tight, a reinforced container at the heart of the dreadnought from which power cables and neural interface connections run to every other system. The mech boys can tell that something important is inside, something that makes the whole machine work. They debate among themselves about whether to open it, some arguing that cracking it open might damage whatever is inside, others insisting that they need to see what is in there if they are ever going to understand how this magnificent machine works. Inside the sarcophagus, the ancient warrior can only wait and wonder. He knows what comes next if the orcs decide to force open his armored shell. He knows that once they see what is inside, once they understand that the dreadnought is piloted by a living being rather than some kind of machine spirit, their crude curiosity will take new and more horrible directions. He considers whether it might be possible to will himself to death, to simply stop fighting, to maintain consciousness, and let the biological functions that keep him alive slowly fail. But Space Marines do not surrender. They do not give up. Even entombed in a dreadnought, even in the hands of the enemy, the warrior's conditioning and training keep him going. He endures because that is what a Space Marine does. The mech boys eventually make their decision. They are going to open the sarcophagus. The process takes time. The seals are designed to resist exactly this kind of tampering, incorporating both physical locks and consecrated wards that should, in theory, prevent unauthorized access. But Orc ingenuity, if it can be called that, has a way of overcoming obstacles that should be impossible. The mech boys try various tools and techniques. They attempt to drill through the seals, only to find that the metal is too hard for their crude bits. They try using pry bars to force the hatches, but the mechanisms resist even Orc's strength. They consider using explosives, though cooler heads prevail when someone points out that blowing up the sarcophagus might damage whatever is inside. Eventually, through a combination of brute force, persistence, and sheer dumb luck, the mech boys find a way in. There is a hiss of escaping gases as seals that have remained intact for millennia finally give way. Warning lights that have not illuminated in years suddenly begin to flash on the sarcophagus's limited external displays, alerting anyone who cares to notice that the containment vessel has been compromised. The mech boys lever the armored shell open, and for the first time in however many thousands of years it has been since his internment, the ancient warrior is exposed to unfiltered outside air. The Orcs crowd around to see what they have found. Their reactions are varied. Some are disappointed, having perhaps expected to find some kind of powerful engine or weapon inside, rather than the shriveled, pathetic remnant of what was once a mighty space marine. Others are fascinated, leaning in close to examine the tubes and wires that connect the biological remains to the machine, pointing out particular features and speculating about their function. A few seem to grasp the significance of what they are looking at, understanding in their crude way that this is not just a machine, but a hybrid of flesh and steel, a warrior who has become one with his weapon. For the warrior himself, this exposure is a violation beyond words. The last time he saw the outside world, without the filtered perception of the dreadnaught's senses, was before his internment, back when he still had eyes of flesh and blood. Now, those are long gone, replaced by the sensor pods and optical equipment that feed data directly into his brain. But he can still sense the change, can feel the difference in the air around his biological remnants, can detect through his remaining senses that the sanctity of his sarcophagus has been breached. He is exposed, vulnerable, helpless before the enemy in a way that no space marine should ever be. The mech boys do not understand what they have found, not really. They see a collection of meat and machinery, a biological component that somehow makes the whole dreadnought work. Their instinct is to poke and prod, to try to understand through direct experimentation. They touch things they should not touch, disconnect cables to see what happens, examine the amniotic fluids that sustain the warrior's remaining organs, with the critical eye of mechanics who have never seen anything quite like this before. Each touch, each casual manipulation of systems that have kept the warrior alive for millennia, sends new sensations of wrongness and violation through what remains of his nervous system. The psychological impact of this situation on the ancient warrior is almost impossible to overstate. He has existed for 10,000 years as a dreadnought. He has fought in countless battles, served through dozens or hundreds of campaigns, been consulted on matters of the utmost importance to his chapter. He carries within his mind actual memories of the Emperor, of the Great Crusade, of an age when humanity was ascendant and the Imperium was a gleaming beacon of hope, rather than a slowly decaying corpse empire. Those memories have sustained him through millennia of existence in the half-life of a dreadnought, They have given his endless service meaning and purpose. They are proof that he once served something greater, something worth the terrible sacrifice of his humanity. And now he is being taken apart by orcs. Crude Xenos who understand nothing of the Emperor's vision, nothing of the Great Crusade's glory, nothing of the sacrifice and service that the Dreadnought represents. They see only a piece of loot, a curious machine to be examined and possibly repurposed for their own brutal ends. The ancient warrior's memories of standing in the Emperor's presence, of hearing the master of mankind's voice, of fighting in the greatest triumph of the Great Crusade, feel like they belong to someone else, to a different person in a different age. How can such glorious memories coexist with the degradation of the present moment? How can a consciousness that holds such treasures be reduced to this, to meat, in a jar being poured over by greenskins in a filthy workshop? The mech boys continue their examination. They are slowly piecing together how the Dreadnought works, understanding in their crude way that the biological component is somehow controlling the mechanical systems. This gives them ideas. If a living thing can pilot this machine, then perhaps an orc could pilot it. Perhaps they could remove the Imperial pilot and install one of their own, creating an orc dreadnought far superior to the ramshackle death dreads they normally use. The idea excites them. They begin discussing the possibility, gesturing animatedly as they plan how they might achieve such a thing. For the ancient warrior, this represents a new level of horror. It is one thing to be captured, to be examined, even to be killed. But the idea that these Xenos might try to remove him from his sarcophagus and install an orc in his place, that his 10,000-year-old war machine might be perverted into a vehicle for greenskin violence, is almost unbearable. He would rather the orcs destroyed the Dreadnought entirely than see it so debased. He would rather they killed him and used his remains for target practice than allow his sacred machine to be operated by an orc. But the warrior has no say in what happens next. He is helpless, his consciousness imprisoned in a body that consists of little more than a brain and a few vital organs. He cannot move, cannot speak except through vox systems the orcs have disconnected, cannot act in any way to influence his fate. All he can do is endure and hope that somehow, impossibly, his chapter will find him. He clings to that hope, even as the mech boys close the sarcophagus back up, even as they begin discussing how to make the whole machine more orky, even as they start planning modifications that will turn the sacred dreadnought into just another piece of greenskin technology. The mech boys decide that before they try anything as complicated as swapping out the pilot, they should first make sure they can actually operate the dreadnought. This means figuring out how to power it up and how to control its movements and weapons. They begin tracing power lines and control cables, trying to understand the logic of the system. This is complicated by the fact that Imperial technology is designed to be resistant to tampering, incorporating security measures and fail-safes that prevent unauthorized activation. The machine spirit of the Dreadnought, that semi-sentient presence that emerges from the interaction of ancient programming and consecrated components, actively resists orc attempts to control it. But orcs are nothing if not persistent. When subtle approaches fail, they resort to brute force. They bypass security systems by ripping out entire control boards and replacing them with crude orc equivalents. They override fail-safes by simply disconnecting them. They solve the problem of incompatible power sources by connecting the Dreadnought to a massive generator that pumps energy into its systems with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer to the face. Sparks fly, warning lights flash, alarms that have not sounded in millennia suddenly begin wailing their electronic distress calls. And slowly, grudgingly, the Dreadnought begins to respond to orc commands. The ancient warrior feels his systems coming back online, but they respond to inputs he is not providing. He tries to assert control, to override the orc manipulations and take back command of his own body. But the mech boys have been thorough in their rewiring. His neural interfaces have been disconnected or rerouted. His control pathways have been interrupted. He is aware of everything that is happening, can feel the Dreadnought moving and responding, but he cannot direct those movements. He is a passenger in his own body, forced to experience the sensation of the orcs puppeting his war machine like some kind of grotesque toy. The mech boys get the dreadnought to take a few stumbling steps. They are delighted with this success, hooting and hollering as the ancient war machine lurches forward under their crude control. They attempt to activate the weapons systems, and after several failures, manage to get the assault cannon to spin up and fire a burst that tears through the wall of the workshop and probably kills several unfortunate Gretchen who were in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is deemed a rousing success. The mech boys congratulate themselves on their mechanical genius and begin planning the next phase of their work. That next phase involves making the dreadnought properly orky. The mech boys cannot simply use an Imperial war machine without modifying it to fit orc aesthetic sensibilities. This means adding more weapons, more armor, and most importantly, a proper paint job. They begin by bolting additional armor plates onto the dreadnought's exterior, heavy slabs of crude metal that add weight and bulk without providing much actual protection. They weld on weapon mounts for additional guns, planning to festoon the dreadnought with as much dakka as it can physically carry. They discuss what color to paint it, with blue being popular among Death Skulls for its lucky properties, though red is also considered because red makes things go faster, and a fast dreadnought would be truly terrifying. The actual painting process is conducted with about as much care and precision as one would expect from orcs. They do not sand down the surfaces, or apply primer, or use multiple thin coats. Instead, they slap on thick layers of paint with crude brushes, covering the dreadnought's sacred livery with garish orc colors. They paint crude glyphs and kill markings onto the armor. They add orc iconography, symbols of Gork and Mork, or clan markings, or just random designs that some mech boy thought looked good. By the time they are finished, the dreadnought barely resembles its original form. The colors and heraldry of its chapter are buried under layers of orc paint. The clean lines and purposeful design of Imperial engineering are obscured by haphazard additions and modifications. For the warrior inside, this desecration is a form of torture more effective than any physical pain could be. He has worn his chapter's colors for 10,000 years. Those colors represent his identity, his allegiance, his connection to brothers living and dead. They are symbols of everything he has fought for, everything he has sacrificed, everything that has given his endless existence meaning and purpose. And now, they are being painted over by Xenos, replaced with crude orc markings that mock everything the dreadnought represents. Each brushstroke feels like a violation. Each crude glyph added to his armor is another desecration of everything he holds sacred. The paint itself is thick and sticky, applied without primer or proper preparation, and the ancient warrior can sense through his external senses how it obscures the fine details of his original livery. The chapter heraldry that took skilled artificers weeks to apply, the honor markings that commemorate specific battles and achievements, the sacred seals that invoke the Emperor's protection, all of it disappearing under layers of garish orc colors. The colors themselves are offensive on multiple levels. The orcs have chosen a combination of blue and yellow, apparently believing that blue brings luck, while yellow makes things more shooty. These are not the dignified colors of his chapter, carefully chosen to honor traditions stretching back to the Great Crusade. These are the crude pigments of a species that understands aesthetics only in terms of how loud and garish something can be made. The blue is too bright, almost eye-searing in its intensity. The yellow clashes with it in ways that make the ancient warrior's optical sensors register the color combination as actively unpleasant. But worse than the colors themselves are the symbols being painted onto his armor. Orc glyphs representing Gork and Mork, the green-skinned gods of cunning brutality and brutal cunning, respectively. Kill markings that the orcs are adding as if the dreadnought had made those kills while under their control. Crude drawings of shooters and choppers and other orc weapons, decorating the armor like graffiti on a sacred temple. And most insulting of all, the personal mark of the mech boy who claimed ownership, a symbol declaring to all who see it that this dreadnought now belongs to an orc. The ancient warrior tries to focus his thoughts elsewhere, to retreat into memories or tactical considerations or anything that might distract from the ongoing violation. But his senses will not allow him to ignore what is happening. He can feel the weight of the paint being added to his armor. He can detect the chemical composition of the pigments through his olfactory senses. He can see, when the mech boys step back to admire their work, exactly how his sacred war machine is being transformed from a revered relic into an orc trophy. And through it all, he keeps returning to thoughts of the Emperor. What would the master of mankind think if he could see one of his warriors in this state? Would he feel pity for the ancient warrior's predicament? Would he feel rage at the Xenos who dare to defile one of his servants? Or would he simply see the situation as another example of the galaxy's cruelty, another instance of how things have gone wrong since his internment on the Golden Throne? The ancient warrior likes to think that the Emperor would feel something, that this situation would matter to the being who once commanded the Great Crusade and promised humanity a glorious future. But he knows, in the deepest parts of his consciousness, where uncomfortable truths cannot be avoided, that the Emperor is no longer capable of such thoughts. The being who sits upon the Golden Throne, sustained by the sacrifice of 1,000 psykers every day, maintaining the Astronomicon through sheer force of psychic will, is not the same person who stood before the assembled Astartes on Ulanor and spoke of enlightenment and unity. That Emperor, if he ever truly existed outside the ancient warrior's memories, is gone. What remains is something else, something that cannot concern itself with the fate of individual warriors, no matter how long they have served or how terrible their circumstances. This realization brings its own kind of pain. The ancient warrior has clung to his memories of the Emperor for 10,000 years, using them as an anchor point for his identity and a source of meaning for his existence. But what good are those memories when the being they commemorate no longer exists in the form remembered? What purpose does it serve to carry recollections of the Emperor's voice when that voice has been silent for millennia? What value is there in remembering the promise of a bright future when that future has been replaced with the grim darkness of the present? These are dangerous thoughts for a space marine to entertain, bordering on the kind of despair that the chaplains would call spiritual corruption. But the ancient warrior cannot help thinking them. His current situation, trapped in orc hands and being systematically debased, strips away the comfortable lies and self-deceptions that normally insulate consciousness from such dark conclusions. When everything you have built your identity around is being literally painted over by Xenos, when your connection to the past is being severed by crude greenskin hands, when your future consists of being paraded around as enemy loot, it becomes very difficult to maintain the fictions that usually make existence bearable. The mech boys finish their paint job and step back to admire their work. They grunt and gesture, clearly pleased with how the dreadnought now looks. To their eyes, they have taken something that was boringly imperial and made it properly orky, adding the right colors and symbols to transform it from enemy technology into legitimate loot. They argue briefly about whether they should add more decorations, perhaps some chains or skulls or other trophies, but eventually decide that the current configuration is acceptable for now. They can always add more dakka and bling later if the mood strikes them. For the ancient warrior, seeing himself through the dreadnought's external cameras and sensors, the transformation is complete. He no longer looks like a space marine dreadnought. He looks like an orc war machine, painted in their colors and marked with their symbols. The last visible connection to his chapter, to his past, to his identity as a servant of the Emperor, has been erased. What remains is a shell that looks like it belongs to the enemy, a body that bears no trace of the 10,000 years of service it represents. And yet, deep inside the sarcophagus, where his biological remains float in amniotic fluid, where his consciousness persists, despite everything that has been done to his external form, the ancient warrior knows that he is still himself. The orcs can change his armor, can add their crude modifications, can paint over his chapter's colors, but they cannot change who he is. They cannot erase his memories of the Great Crusade. They cannot remove his knowledge of having stood in the Emperor's presence. They cannot touch the core of identity that makes him who he is, that defines him as more than just a war machine or a piece of orc loot. This knowledge becomes his lifeline, the one thing he can hold on to when everything else has been stripped away. He is still himself. No matter what the orcs do to his body, no matter how they modify or defile or repurpose his war machine, his consciousness remains his own. He is still the warrior who fought at Ulanor. He is still the space marine who heard the Emperor speak. He is still the ancient one who carries memories spanning 10 millennia. The orcs have his body, but they do not have him. Not really. Not the part that matters most. He tries to retreat into his memories, to find solace in the past when the present has become unbearable. He remembers Ulanor, remembers the feel of that world under his feet when he still had feet to feel with. The planet had been transformed into a massive orc fortress world, its surface covered with crude settlements and war factories that stretched from horizon to horizon. The sky had been choked with smoke from countless fires, the air thick with the sounds of industry and conflict even before the Imperial assault began. When the drop pods carrying the Space Marine legions crashed down onto that hostile soil, they came as angels of death, bringing the Emperor's judgment to a Xenos empire that had grown too large and too dangerous to ignore. The scale of the Ulanor Crusade had been unprecedented. Over 100,000 Space Marines deployed to a single world, representing multiple legions, working in coordination. The Lunar Wolves, the Blood, Angels, the Ultramarines, the White Scars, the Death Guard, and others, each bringing their unique approach to war, but all united under the Emperor's banner and the overall strategy he had devised. The ancient warrior had been part of this great host, one Space Marine among hundreds of thousands, yet he had felt singularly honored to participate in what everyone understood would be the defining battle of the Great Crusade. He remembers the sounds of battle, the thunder of artillery that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world, the distinctive crack of bolt rounds detonating in orc flesh, the roar of jump packs as assault marines descended on enemy positions from above. He remembers the sight of titans striding across the battlefield, god machines whose very footsteps left craters, their weapons laying waste to entire orc formations with single salvos. He remembers the endless tide of green bodies, orcs rushing forward with that characteristic mixture of enthusiasm and recklessness that made them such dangerous opponents. And he remembers the methodical way the Space Marine legions cut them down, turning orc aggression against itself through superior tactics and discipline. But more than anything, more than all the tactical details and strategic movements and specific engagements, he remembers seeing the Emperor. Not from a distance, not as a golden figure barely visible across a battlefield, but actually close enough to perceive details, to see the master of mankind as something more than just a symbol. The Emperor had led from the front during key engagements, his presence on the battlefield serving to inspire the Imperial forces and dismay the enemy. The ancient warrior had been among the Space Marines providing close support during one such engagement, fighting alongside the Emperor himself against an orc formation that had managed to create a salient in the Imperial lines. The memory of that experience remains vivid, even after 10,000 years, preserved with a clarity that other recollections lack. The Emperor had been magnificent in his wrath, a being of such power and presence that reality itself seemed to bend around him. He had wielded weapons that made the equipment carried by Space Marines look like toys by comparison, and he had fought with a skill and ferocity that transcended anything the ancient warrior had ever witnessed. Orcs had died in their hundreds, their primitive weapons unable to penetrate the Emperor's armor, their crude tactics no match for his strategic genius, their numbers meaningless in the face of his overwhelming might. But it was not just the emperor's combat prowess that had impressed the ancient warrior. It was the sense of purpose, the absolute certainty that radiated from him like heat from a star. When the emperor spoke, his voice carried an authority that made obedience feel not like submission, but like willing participation in something greater than oneself. When he issued orders, they came, with such clear strategic reasoning that following them felt like the only rational course of action. And when he looked at his space marines, when his attention fell upon the warriors who fought in his name, there was a quality to that gaze that made each one feel simultaneously insignificant compared to his grandeur, and yet vitally important to his plans. The ancient warrior remembers the emperor speaking to the assembled Astartes after the final victory on Ullanor. They had gathered in their hundreds of thousands, a sea of power-armored warriors representing the pinnacle of human military achievement. The emperor had stood before them, his golden armor shining in the light of Ulanor's sun, and he had spoken of what they had accomplished and what yet remained to be done. He had praised their courage and their skill, acknowledging the sacrifices made and the challenges overcome. He had outlined his vision for the Imperium, describing a future where humanity would be united under a single banner, where superstition and ignorance would be replaced by reason and enlightenment, where mankind would take its rightful place as the dominant species in the galaxy. The ancient warrior had believed every word. Standing in that vast assembly, surrounded by brothers who had fought through the greatest battle the galaxy had ever seen, listening to the emperor describe the destiny that awaited humanity, it had been impossible not to believe. The future the emperor described was glorious, rational, achievable. It was a vision worth fighting for, worth dying for, worth sacrificing everything to achieve. And the emperor himself, the being who stood before them radiating power and certainty, seemed capable of making that vision reality through sheer force of will. How naive that belief seems now. How tragically optimistic those dreams of enlightenment and unity appear from the perspective of the 41st millennium. The ancient warrior knows what happened next in the grand sweep of history. He knows that shortly after Ullanor, the emperor withdrew from the Great Crusade to pursue his secret project on Terra, appointing Horus as war master to command the continuing expansion. He knows that this decision, this seeming abandonment of the Great Crusade by its architect, planted seeds of resentment and doubt among the Primarchs. He knows that those seeds eventually grew into the Horus heresy, the catastrophic civil war that tore the Imperium apart and turned brother against brother. He knows that the Emperor never completed his great work, never achieved the vision he outlined on Ullanor. Instead of enlightenment, the Imperium descended into religious fanaticism, worshipping the Emperor as a god despite his own hatred of religion. Instead of unity, humanity remains fragmented and divided, the Imperium controlling vast swaths of the galaxy, but always on the defensive, always beset by enemies on all sides. Instead of the bright future the Emperor promised, there is only the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war and the slow decay of everything humanity once hoped to achieve. And yet, despite knowing all this, despite understanding how completely the Emperor's vision has failed to materialize, the ancient warrior still cherishes those memories of Ullanor. He still holds on to the recollection of seeing the Emperor in his glory, of hearing his voice describe a better future, of feeling certain that humanity's destiny lay in greatness rather than mere survival. Those memories represent something precious, a connection to a time when hope was real and victory seemed possible. They are proof that he once served something greater than the grinding, thankless warfare that characterizes the present age. They are evidence that the Imperium was founded on genuine ideals, rather than just the brutal pragmatism that sustains it now. But those precious memories are being tainted by his current situation. How can he take pride in having stood in the Emperor's presence when he is now being poured over by orc mech boys? How can he value his service at Ullanor when that service has led him to this degrading end? The contrast between the glory of the past and the horror of the present is almost unbearable. A cognitive dissonance that threatens to fracture his consciousness if he dwells on it too long. So he tries not to dwell on it. He tries to compartmentalize, to keep his memories of the Emperor separate from his awareness of his current predicament, to maintain some mental space where the past remains unsullied by the present. The irony is not lost on him. He has survived for 10,000 years, endured through the Horus heresy and the scouring and the millennia of slow decline that followed, only to end up in this situation. All that time, all that sacrifice, all those memories of glory and purpose, reduced to this degrading end. If he still possessed the physical capacity to weep, he would. If he could speak without the Vox systems the Orcs have disabled, he would scream his rage and despair to anyone who might listen. But he can do neither. He can only endure, trapped in silence and helplessness, while the Orcs continue their work. The mech boys eventually complete their modifications. The dreadnought is now thoroughly orcified, covered in additional armor and weapons, painted in garish colors, decorated with crude glyphs and trophies. They stand back to admire their handiwork, arguing good-naturedly about whether they should add more Dakar or if the current configuration is sufficiently impressive. The biggest mech boy, the one who claimed primary ownership of this prize, declares that it is time to test their creation properly. They will take it to the fighting pits, have it battle against other Orc war machines, and see if all their modifications have produced something truly worthy of being called proper loot. But there is one problem. The dreadnought still responds sluggishly to Orc controls, the machine spirit resisting their attempts at manipulation even after all the rewiring and modifications. The mech boy makes a decision. They are going to try reconnecting the original pilot's neural interfaces, seeing if they can force him to operate the dreadnought, while an Orc provides oversight and direction. It is a compromise solution, using the Imperial pilot's connection to the machine, but keeping Orc hands on the actual control systems. They open the sarcophagus again and begin reconnecting cables and neural interface ports. The sensation for the ancient warrior is overwhelming. Systems that have been dark suddenly flood back online. His senses expand dramatically as the dreadnaught's sensors reconnect to his consciousness. He can see again, not just the limited view provided by emergency systems, but the full awareness of the dreadnaught's visual and Auspex arrays. He can feel the weight and balance of the war machine, can sense the weapons and their ammunition loads, can detect every modification and addition the Orcs have made to his body. And for just a moment, he considers rebellion. With his systems back online, with control pathways reconnected, perhaps he could override the Orc command inputs. Perhaps he could activate his weapons and turn them on his captors, spending his last moments taking as many greenskins with him as possible before they shut him down permanently. It would be a worthy end, a final act of defiance that would at least salvage some honor from this degrading situation. But before he can act on this impulse, the mech boys finish their work. They have installed crude limiters and overrides on his neural interfaces, systems that monitor his inputs and can shut him down if he attempts anything the Orcs do not want. They have essentially turned him into a slave, forced to operate his own war machine, but under constant supervision and control. He can move the dreadnought, can activate its weapons, but only when and how the Orcs direct. Any attempt at independent action results in overwhelming pain as the crude Orc overrides punish what they interpret as defiance. This is the final degradation, the ultimate humiliation. The ancient warrior is now an unwilling servant of the Orcs, forced to operate his own sacred war machine in service to the Xenos he has fought against for 10,000 years. His chapter's colors are buried under Orc paint. His weapons are supplemented with crude greenskin Dakar. His every movement is monitored and controlled by beings that represent everything he has spent his existence fighting against. He is a prisoner, a slave, a trophy that has been made to serve its captors. And yet, even in this darkest moment, the warrior does not surrender hope entirely, because he knows something that the orcs do not. He knows that his chapter will be looking for him. Space Marine. Chapters do not abandon their dreadnoughts lightly. These ancient warriors are too valuable, too important, too sacred to leave in enemy hands if there is any possibility of recovery. The chapter's tech marines will be using every resource at their disposal to locate their lost brother. The chapter master will be coordinating rescue operations, planning strikes against orc positions to find and recover the missing dreadnought. His battle brothers will be scouring the war zone, investigating every lead and following every rumor that might point the way to their ancient comrade. The process of locating a missing dreadnought is complicated by numerous factors. The battlefield where he was lost may be vast and chaotic, with dozens or hundreds of orc warbands operating in the area. The orcs themselves are constantly on the move, fighting each other and looting anything they can find, which means the dreadnought could be in any of dozens of different orc camps or workshops. The chapter must also balance the desire to recover their ancient brother with the practical necessities of the campaign, unable to devote unlimited resources to a single rescue operation, no matter how important the target. But Space Marines are nothing if not persistent. They will not give up. As long as there is any chance that their brother still lives, they will launch raids against orc positions, interrogate captured greenskins, track the movement of orc mobs through the war zone. They will search tirelessly, driven by the knowledge that every moment their brother remains in orc hands is another moment of degradation and horror for a warrior who has served the Emperor for 10 millennia. The ancient warrior clings to this knowledge like a drowning man clings to driftwood. His chapter will come for him. They will find him. They will rescue him from this nightmare and return him to the honored halls where he belongs. He holds on to this hope, even as the orcs parade him through their camp, showing off their prize to other greenskins who grunt and jeer and make crude comments about the puny Humi trapped inside the big metal body. He holds on to it, even when they force him to fight in their brutal pit matches, making him battle against other orc war machines while they bet on the outcome and laugh at the spectacle. Those pit fights are particularly horrifying. The ancient warrior is forced to fight against death dreads and looted vehicles, and all manner of orc war machines, his sophisticated systems pitted against crude greenskin engineering. He could easily win these fights if he were allowed to fight properly, to use his 10,000 years of tactical experience and combat expertise. But the orc overrides limit him, force him to fight in specific ways that make the match more entertaining for the watching greenskins. He must pull his blows, must avoid killing strikes, must drag out the combat to provide maximum spectacle. It is degrading and humiliating, reducing a veteran of the Great Crusade to a performing animal for orc amusement. And all the while, the ancient warrior can feel pieces of himself slipping away. The neural interfaces that connect him to the dreadnought were never designed to be tampered with in this way. The crude orc modifications are causing damage, subtle but cumulative, to the delicate systems that keep his consciousness intact. His memories are beginning to fragment more severely than the normal slow decay of millennial existence. Events blur together. Names and faces fade more quickly than they should. Even his treasured memories of the Emperor are becoming less distinct, like images seen through murky water. He knows what is happening. The orc modifications are killing him, not quickly, but slowly and inexorably. If he remains in their hands much longer, the damage will become irreparable. Even if his chapter manages to rescue him, even if they can restore him to proper functioning, he may find that too much has been lost. The ancient warrior who fought at Ulanor, who stood in the Emperor's presence, who carries memories spanning 10,000 years, might be reduced to a hollow shell with nothing left but fragments and shadows. But rescue does come, eventually. The chapter's relentless searching pays off. They locate the orc camp where the ancient warrior is being held, piecing together intelligence from multiple sources to pinpoint his location. Interrogated orc prisoners, when they can be made to talk before their natural belligerence leads to their deaths, provide fragments of information about a big prize the mech boys are working on. Reconnaissance operations identify unusual activity in a particular orc settlement, the kind of concentrated effort that suggests something important is being worked on. Long-range Auspex scans detect energy signatures consistent with dreadnought power systems, buried among the cruder orc technology, but still distinct enough to be identified by trained tech marines. The chapter master weighs the information carefully. Mounting a rescue operation into the heart of orc-controlled territory is risky. It will require committing significant resources, pulling assets away from other operations that are themselves critical to the overall campaign. There is no guarantee of success. The orcs might detect the incoming force and destroy the dreadnought rather than allow it to be recaptured. The ancient warrior might already be dead, his consciousness finally unable to sustain itself through the trauma of captivity. The intelligence might be wrong, leading the rescue force into a trap or a wild goose chase while the actual dreadnought remains hidden elsewhere. But despite all these risks, despite the strategic arguments against committing to this operation, the chapter master gives the order to proceed. This is not a decision made purely on tactical grounds. This is a matter of honor, of faith, of the values that define what it means to be a space marine. A brother is in enemy hands. A warrior who has served the Emperor for 10,000 years, who fought in the Great Crusade itself, who carries within his consciousness memories that span the entire history of the Imperium, is being held by Xenos. There is no calculation of risk versus reward that makes abandoning him acceptable. There is only the imperative to recover him, to bring him home, to ensure that his sacrifice and service are honored rather than ending in degradation and captivity. The rescue force is assembled with care. The chapter commits a full battle company to the operation, over 100 space marines who will form the core of the assault. They are supported by scouts who will provide reconnaissance and identify the best approach routes. Assault marines are included for their mobility and close-quarters combat capability. A tech marine is detailed specifically for the task of securing and extracting the dreadnought once it is located. And commanding the entire operation is a veteran captain, a warrior whose tactical acumen is matched by his understanding of what this rescue means to the chapter. The planning phase is thorough and meticulous. The captain and his staff study every piece of intelligence about the orc camp, identifying defensive positions, mapping out patrol routes, determining where the dreadnought is most likely being held. They consider multiple approach vectors, weighing the advantages of speed against the need for stealth. They develop contingency plans for various scenarios. What if the orcs are more numerous than expected? What if the dreadnought is too damaged to move under its own power? What if the enemy has set up the entire situation as a trap? They prepare for everything they can anticipate, knowing that no plan survives contact with the enemy, but that thorough preparation increases the chances of success. The approach to the orc camp is conducted under cover of darkness, using the natural terrain to mask their movements. The scouts go first, eliminating orc sentries with silenced weapons and close-quarters kills that leave no survivors to raise the alarm. The main force follows behind them, moving with practiced silence despite the weight of their power armor. They bypass several orc outposts, choosing routes that avoid detection rather than fighting through every obstacle. Speed and surprise are more important than total elimination of threats. The objective is not to conquer the orc camp, but to extract their ancient brother before the enemy can react. The final approach brings them to the edge of the camp. From their position, the Space Marines can see the ramshackle structures that pass for orc architecture. Crude buildings thrown together from scrap metal and whatever materials were available. Smoke rises from fires and forges scattered throughout the settlement. The sounds of orc activity fill the air, the constant background noise of a species that never truly rests. And somewhere in that chaotic sprawl of Xenos civilization is their ancient brother, waiting in darkness and hoping for rescue that might never come. The captain gives the order. Drop pods slam down into the center of the camp with the thunder of controlled atmospheric entry. The impact alone destroys several orc structures. crushing them beneath tons of armored ceramite. Hatches blow open with explosive force, and Space Marines pour out into the enemy camp like avenging angels. Bolters open fire immediately, the distinctive crack of mass-reactive rounds detonating in Orc flesh audible even over the chaos of the assault. Flamers wash over enemy positions, turning greenskins into screaming torches. The attack is sudden, overwhelming, and utterly ruthless. The Orcs respond with characteristic aggression, grabbing whatever weapons are close at hand and rushing toward the invaders with more enthusiasm than tactical sense. They boil out of their crude barracks and workshops, some fully armed and armored, others barely dressed and wielding improvised weapons. They charge forward with their distinctive battle cry, that guttural roar that has presaged violence on 1,000 worlds across the galaxy. They are numerous, they are fierce, and they are completely unprepared for the coordinated assault of a full Space Marine battle company. The fighting is intense, but one-sided. Space Marines are individually superior to Orcs in nearly every measurable way. Their armor is better, their weapons more effective, their training more comprehensive, their discipline unshakable, where an Orc relies on size and aggression to carry the day. A Space Marine fights with practiced precision, every shot placed to maximize effect, every movement calculated to maintain tactical advantage. The numerical superiority the Orcs might normally enjoy is negated by the surprise of the attack and the Space Marines' methodical advance through the camp. But numbers still matter, and the Orcs have them in abundance. For every greenskin that falls, 2 more seem to appear from the sprawling camp. The Space Marines find themselves fighting not just the warriors who were initially present, but reinforcements arriving from other parts of the settlement, drawn by the sounds of battle and the promise of a good fight. The tactical situation threatens to devolve from a precision strike into a grinding melee, exactly the kind of engagement the rescue force was supposed to avoid. The captain makes a critical decision. He splits his force, leaving a strong holding element to maintain the perimeter and buying time while the strike team pushes deeper into the camp. The holding force digs in, creating defensive positions from the wreckage of destroyed Orc structures, establishing fields of fire that turn the approaches into killing grounds. They are outnumbered, but they are Space Marines, and they hold their ground with the grim determination that has characterized the Adeptus Astartes for 10,000 years. Meanwhile, the strike team advances toward the workshop, where intelligence suggests the dreadnought is being held. They move quickly, cutting through Orc resistance with brutal efficiency. They bypass fights that would slow them down, leaving isolated pockets of enemies for the holding force to deal with. Their objective is singular and clear: reach the workshop, secure the dreadnought, and get out before the Orcs can organize a coordinated counterattack that might overwhelm even Space Marine capabilities. They find resistance heaviest near the workshop itself. The mech boys who claim the dreadnought have stationed guards around their prize, Orc warriors larger and better equipped than the mob that makes up most of the camp's population. These are the mech boys' personal retinue, greenskins who have thrown their lot in with the technical specialist in exchange for access to better weapons and equipment. They fight with the ferocity of Orcs, combined with an unusual degree of coordination, actually working together to create defensive positions, rather than just charging forward individually. The strike team encounters heavy weapons fire. Big shooters rattle out streams of rounds that spark against ceramite armor. Rockets whoosh through the air, their crude guidance systems making them unpredictable but still dangerous. A Death Dread, one of the Orc equivalents to an Imperial dreadnought, stomps forward with weapons blazing, its Orc pilot gleefully opening fire on the Space Marines. The scene devolves into close-quarters chaos, the kind of intense firefight where individual acts of heroism and split-second decisions determine who lives and who dies. A Space Marine goes down, his armor breached by concentrated fire, servos sparked and inoperative. Another takes a rocket to the chest, the blast sending him staggering back, but his armor holding against the crude munition. The Tech Marine, essential to extracting the dreadnought, narrowly avoids being crushed by the Death Dread, rolling aside at the last moment, while other Space Marines target the Orc war machine with concentrated fire. The fighting is vicious and desperate, both sides knowing that control of the workshop and its precious prize could determine the outcome of the entire operation. The Orcs respond with their characteristic enthusiasm for violence. They pour out of their ramshackle buildings, grabbing whatever weapons are at hand, howling their crude battle cries. The camp erupts into chaos as Space Marines and Orcs clash in brutal close-quarters combat. Buildings burn. Explosions rock the ground. The air fills with the thunder of gunfire and the screams of the dying. Through it all, the Space Marines advance with methodical precision toward their objective. The ancient warrior can sense the battle through his senses. He recognizes the sounds of bolter fire, the distinctive crack of explosive rounds detonating in flesh. He knows those are his brothers fighting out there, coming to rescue him from his captivity. Hope surges through his consciousness for the first time in however long he has been in Orc hands. They have come for him. They have not abandoned him. Even after everything he has endured, his chapter still values him enough to risk this operation. The mech boys who claimed ownership of the dreadnought realize what is happening. They try to activate him, to use their prize in the defense of the camp. But the ancient warrior, seeing his chance, fights against the Orc control systems with everything he has. He knows the pain will be overwhelming, knows that the crude overrides will punish his defiance, but he does not care. His brothers are here. He will not, cannot allow himself to be used as a weapon against them. He would rather suffer any torture than harm his own chapter. The Orcs curse and slam their crude controls, trying to force the dreadnought into action. Warning lights flash across the sarcophagus as the ancient warrior's resistance triggers the punishment protocols the mech boys installed. Pain, abstract and terrible, floods through what remains of his nervous system. But he endures it. He has endured worse. He has survived 10,000 years of existence as a dreadnought, has carried the weight of memories from the Great Crusade, has maintained his identity through millennia that would have destroyed lesser minds. He can endure this too. The Space Marines breach the workshop where the dreadnought is being held. They cut down the mech boys with precise bursts of bolter fire, their weapons speaking the Emperor's judgment against those who would dare defile one of his ancient servants. A tech marine rushes forward to examine the captured dreadnought, his augmented eyes scanning the desecration the Orcs have performed, his mechadendrites already reaching out to begin disconnecting the crude Orc modifications. The ancient warrior feels gentle, knowing hands working on his systems. These are not the crude probings of Orc mech boys, but the precise manipulations of a trained tech marine, someone who understands the sacred mysteries of the dreadnought's construction. The Orc overrides are carefully removed. The crude control systems are disconnected and discarded. Slowly, methodically, the tech marine works to restore the dreadnought to something approaching proper function. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, the ancient warrior feels his control pathways fully restore. He can move freely again, can activate his weapons without Orc interference. For the first time since his capture, he is truly himself again, a Space Marine dreadnought rather than an Orc puppet. He takes a tentative step forward, feeling the familiar weight and balance of his war machine responding to his will. The sensation is indescribable after the horror of being controlled by Xenos. The tech marine steps back, his work for the moment complete. The ancient warrior looks around the Orc workshop through his visual senses, seeing the crude tools and ramshackle equipment that were used to defile his sacred form. He feels rage building in his consciousness, a cold and terrible anger at what was done to him. But there is no time for vengeance now. The Space Marines are already preparing to withdraw, having accomplished their objective. The ancient warrior is loaded onto a transport for extraction, surrounded by battle brothers who stand guard to ensure no Orc attack can reclaim their prize. As the transport lifts off and the Orc camp recedes below them, the ancient warrior has time to truly process what he has endured. He has been captured by Orcs, examined and modified like a piece of scrap metal, forced to serve as their puppet and their entertainment. He has experienced degradation that no space marine should ever have to endure. The memory of it will haunt him for however long his consciousness endures, a stain on his honor that can never be fully erased. But he also knows that he survived. Despite everything the orcs did to him, despite the modifications and the control systems and the forced pit fights, his core identity remained intact. He is still himself, still the ancient warrior who fought at Ulanor, still the consciousness that carries memories of the Emperor and the Great Crusade. The orcs may have defiled his body, may have forced him to serve their crude purposes, but they could not break his spirit. In that, at least, he has achieved a kind of victory. The journey back to the chapter's fortress monastery is long enough for the ancient warrior to truly take stock of the damage. The Tech Marine's initial work has restored basic function, but the dreadnought will require extensive repairs to return it to proper operational status. The orc modifications have left their mark, crude additions that must be carefully removed and replaced with proper Imperial components. The paint job will need to be stripped entirely, the sacred livery of the chapter restored to its rightful place. And most concerning, the neural interfaces have been damaged in ways that might not be fully repairable. When they finally arrive at the fortress monastery, the ancient warrior is taken immediately to the Tech Marine's workshops. This is a very different place from the orc mech shop where he was held captive. Here, everything is precise and orderly. Sacred tools hang in their proper places. Blessed unguents and holy oils stand ready for use. Servo skulls drift through the air, their sensor arrays recording every detail for the chapter's archives. This is where the true work of restoration will begin. The Tech Marines approach their task with reverence and care. They understand that they are working not just on a piece of equipment, but on a revered brother, an ancient warrior who has served the chapter and the Emperor for 10,000 years. They begin by carefully documenting everything the orcs did, recording the modifications and desecrations both for practical purposes and to ensure that such violations are not forgotten. Then, they begin the painstaking process of undoing the damage. The orc additions are removed with great care. Each crude armor plate, each bolted-on weapon mount, each garish decoration is taken off and set aside. Some of the components will be kept, not for use, but as evidence of what was done, relics of a dark chapter in the ancient warrior's long existence. The paint is stripped using sacred solvents and blessed tools, revealing underneath the original livery that marked this dreadnought as an honored servant of the chapter. Layer by layer, the orcification is undone, and the dreadnought begins to look like itself again. But some damage cannot be so easily repaired. The neural interfaces that the orcs tampered with are complex and delicate, their function dependent on precise calibration and careful maintenance. The crude orc overrides cause damage at the microscopic level, severing connections and corrupting systems in ways that even the chapter's most skilled Tech Marines struggle to fully understand. They do their best, replacing damaged components and recalibrating systems, but they cannot restore everything to how it was before. Some of the ancient warrior's sensory acuity is permanently diminished. Some of his control pathways remain slightly impaired, and some of his memories, already fragmented by millennia of existence, have been damaged further by the trauma of what he endured. The psychological impact of his captivity is harder to assess and impossible to fully repair. The ancient warrior finds himself haunted by memories of his time in orc hands. He dreams, when the Tech Marines put him into dormancy for maintenance, of mech boys pouring at his sarcophagus. He experiences phantom sensations of orc control systems overriding his will. He finds himself tensing whenever he hears certain sounds that remind him of the workshop where he was held. This is not something that can be fixed with replacement parts or recalibration. This is damage to the consciousness itself, wounds to the spirit that even the most advanced Imperial technology cannot heal. The chapter's chaplains visit him during his restoration, offering words of comfort and reminders of his duty. They assure him that what happened was not his fault, that no dishonor attaches to a warrior who is captured and forced to endure enemy captivity. They remind him of his service, of his long history of faithfulness to the emperor and the chapter, of the value his continued existence represents. They tell him that he is still needed, still valued, still a vital part of the chapter's heritage and identity. These words help, providing some measure of comfort, but they cannot erase what happened or make the memories less painful. When the restoration is finally complete, when the last orc modification has been removed and the last system recalibrated, the ancient warrior is returned to the halls where the chapter's dreadnoughts rest between deployments. He takes his place among his fellow ancient ones, these warriors who have endured for centuries or millennia in service to the emperor. They greet his return with what passes for joy among those who have lost so much of their humanity to time and transformation. They understand what he has endured because they too have suffered their own trials and tribulations across the long years. But the ancient warrior finds that he is changed in ways both subtle and profound. His time in orc captivity has left marks that go deeper than physical damage. He finds himself less willing to speak of the glory days of the Great Crusade, less eager to share his memories of the Emperor. Those memories feel tainted now, contaminated by association with the degradation he suffered. How can he speak of standing in the Emperor's presence when he also carries memories of being paraded through an orc camp like a trained animal? How can he take pride in his service at Ulanor when he also remembers being forced to fight in greenskin pit matches for their amusement? He also finds himself struggling with a kind of fear he has never experienced before in his long existence. The thought of being deployed to battle against orcs fills him with something approaching dread. He knows intellectually that the chances of being captured again are minuscule, that his chapter will never again allow him to be in a situation where such an outcome is possible. But the rational knowledge does not prevent the visceral reaction, the spike of something like panic when he contemplates facing greenskins on the battlefield. The chapter's chaplains work with him on these issues, helping him to process what happened and integrate it into his understanding of himself. They remind him that even the greatest warriors can experience fear, that acknowledging such emotions is not weakness, but wisdom. They encourage him to view his survival as a testament to his strength rather than his captivity as a mark of shame. Slowly, over the course of months and years, the ancient warrior begins to heal psychologically, even as his physical restoration is completed. Eventually, inevitably, he is called to battle again. The chapter faces a threat that requires the deployment of its dreadnoughts, and the ancient warrior is among those chosen to fight. He awakens from dormancy to find that the enemy is not orcs, but Chaos Space Marines, traitors who have turned from the Emperor's light to serve the dark gods. This comes as a relief. He is ready to fight, ready to prove to himself and others that his captivity has not broken him, but he is grateful that his first deployment will not force him to immediately confront the source of his trauma. The battle is fierce, as all battles in the grim darkness of the far future tend to be. The ancient warrior fights with the skill and ferocity that has characterized his service for 10,000 years. His weapons speak death to the traitors. His armor turns aside their attacks. He moves through the battlefield like the walking embodiment of the Emperor's wrath, crushing heretics beneath his feet and shredding them with his assault cannon. To his battle brothers, he appears unchanged, still the same ancient and revered warrior he has always been. But inside his sarcophagus, the ancient warrior knows the truth. He is changed. His time in orc captivity has left scars that will never fully heal. His memories of the Emperor and the Great Crusade, once sources of pure pride and inspiration, are now complicated by association with more recent trauma. He is not broken, but he is not the same either. He has been tested in a way few warriors ever are, forced to endure degradation and helplessness while maintaining his sanity and identity. He has survived, and in that survival found a strength he did not know he possessed. As he fights, as his weapons tear through enemy ranks, and his armor deflects incoming fire, the ancient warrior makes a decision. He will not allow what happened to him to define him. He will not let the orcs have that victory. He is more than his captivity, more than the sum of his traumas. He is a warrior who fought at Ulanor, who stood in the Emperor's presence, who has served faithfully for 10,000 years. Those truths are more fundamental to his identity than anything the orcs did to him. He will carry the memories of his captivity, yes, but he will carry them as he carries all his other memories, as parts of a whole that is larger than any single experience. The battle ends in Imperial victory. The Chaos Space Marines are driven back, their forces shattered and scattered. The ancient warrior and his battle brothers stand victorious on a field of the dead, their duty done, their honor intact. As he is prepared for the return to dormancy, as the Tech Marines begin the rituals that will send him back into the dreamless sleep between deployments, the ancient warrior allows himself a moment of satisfaction. He has fought again. He has proven that he is still the warrior he always was. The orcs may have captured his body for a time, but they could not capture his spirit. That remains, as it has always been, in service to the Emperor and the Imperium. And in the end, perhaps that is the lesson of this entire ordeal. The true measure of a warrior is not whether he falls, but whether he rises again. The ancient warrior fell into orc hands, endured degradation and horror, suffered in ways no space marine should ever have to suffer. But he survived. He was rescued. He was restored. And he returned to battle, carrying with him not just the scars of his ordeal, but also the knowledge that he has the strength to endure even the most nightmarish situations imaginable. His story becomes a part of the chapter's lore, whispered among the battle brothers as a reminder of both the dangers they face and the resilience they possess. It is a tale of horror, yes, but also a tale of survival and recovery. It speaks to the importance of never abandoning fallen brothers, of fighting to recover them no matter the odds. It demonstrates the value the chapter places on its dreadnoughts, these ancient warriors who serve as living links to the past. And it reminds everyone who hears it that even in the grim darkness of the far future, even when facing fates that transcend death, the human spirit, even one housed in a machine and sustained for millennia, can endure. The ancient warrior continues his service, awakening for battles across the centuries that follow. Each time he emerges from dormancy, he finds a galaxy that has changed in small ways, enemies that evolve and adapt, battles that require the wisdom of experience and the strength of ancient resolve. He fights against orcs again, eventually, and finds that his fear has transformed into something else. Not hatred, precisely, for that would give the Xenos too much power over his thoughts, but a cold determination to ensure that what happened to him never happens to another of his brothers. When he faces greenskins on the battlefield, he fights with particular ferocity, driven by memories of captivity transformed into fuel for vengeance. So if you found this exploration of what happens when orcs capture a dreadnought who met the Emperor enlightening, if you enjoyed diving deep into this nightmare scenario and understanding the full horror and ultimate resilience it represents, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. There are more stories from the grim darkness of the far future waiting to be told. More explorations of the lore and legends that make Warhammer 40,000 such a rich and compelling universe. The Ancient Warrior's tale is just one among countless others, each one a testament to the endurance of the human spirit even in the face of overwhelming darkness. Thanks for listening, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But there is also the stubborn refusal to surrender that keeps humanity fighting against impossible odds. There are fates worse than death in the grim darkness of the far future. For a space marine, death in battle is an honor. For a Chaos Space Marine of the Emperor's children, death might be a release from the endless pursuit of sensation. But for an Emperor's children, warrior entombed within a dreadnought chassis, captured alive by orcs, death becomes a distant dream. and the nightmare that unfolds is beyond what even the servants of Slaanesh could imagine. This is a story about the collision of two fundamentally incompatible philosophies of warfare. On one side, we have the Emperor's children, devotees of Slaanesh, the dark prince of excess and sensation, warriors who have spent millennia chasing every possible experience, every whisper of pleasure and pain, pushing the boundaries of what the mortal form can endure in their quest for the ultimate sensation. On the other side, we have the Orcs, the galaxy's most prolific scavengers, beings who see a fallen enemy war machine not as a tomb containing a tortured soul, but as a brilliant opportunity for a spot of looting and some proper orky modifications. To understand the true horror of what happens when these two forces intersect, we must first comprehend what makes an Emperor's Children dreadnought such a unique and terrible thing, and why falling into Orc hands transforms an already nightmarish existence into something that defies comprehension. The Nightmare of Slaaneshi. Entombment. For most Space Marine chapters, entombment within a dreadnought chassis is considered the highest honor. A warrior too grievously wounded to continue fighting in the flesh is given the chance to serve the Emperor beyond death, their consciousness preserved within an armored sarcophagus, awakened only when the chapter has dire need of their wisdom and prowess. These ancients are revered, their counsel sought, their sacrifice honored across the millennia. But the Emperor's children are not most Space Marines. They are the fallen sons of Fulgrim, the Phoenician, the Primarch who led his legion into damnation during the Horus heresy. Before their fall, the Third Legion was obsessed with perfection, with achieving the apex of martial excellence in every endeavor. After their corruption by Slaanesh, that obsession twisted into something far darker. The pursuit of perfection became the pursuit of excess, of sensation, of experiences so intense that they burned away everything that made them human and left only the raw, screaming need for more. For an Emperor's Children warrior, existence is defined by sensation. Every moment must be filled with input, with stimulation, with experiences that push the boundaries of what the mind and body can process. They augment themselves with Xenos drugs and demonic pacts. They modify their armor to amplify every sensory input. They seek out the most extreme experiences in combat, because only in the absolute peak of intensity can they still feel anything at all. The curse of Slaanesh is that each new high demands an ever greater stimulus to achieve the same result. What once brought ecstasy now barely registers. The threshold keeps rising, the need keeps growing, and the quest becomes all-consuming. Now, imagine taking such a warrior and placing them in a dreadnought. The standard dreadnought chassis is designed to preserve life and enable continued service, but it is not designed for sensory experience. The pilot's broken body is suspended in an amniotic tank, their nervous system hardwired into the machine systems through mind impulse units and cognitive interface arrays. They can see through optical sensors. They can hear through audio pickups. They can maneuver the chassis and fire its weapons. But the richness of human sensory experience is gone. The feeling of wind on skin, the taste of victory, the smell of fear, the texture of enemy flesh beneath a blade, all of these are filtered through mechanical proxies or lost entirely. For a loyalist Space Marine, this is a tolerable sacrifice. For a warrior of the Emperor's Children, it is worse than death. The Emperor's Children developed a specific variant of Chaos Dreadnought called the Sonic Dreadnought to address this problem. These war machines mount massive sonic weaponry, scaled-up versions of the Noise Marine's trademark instruments of destruction. The Blastmaster, the Sonic Blaster, the Doom Siren, all of these produce sound waves of such intensity that they can liquefy flesh, shatter bone, and reduce fortifications to rubble. But more than that, they create sensation. The pilot of a sonic dreadnought experiences the harmonics of destruction, feels the resonance of their weapons through every sensor, and finds in the screams of dying enemies a pale echo of the sensations they have lost. It is not enough. It is never enough. But it is something. Even with these modifications, entombment is viewed by the Emperor's children not as an honor, but as a punishment. It is a sentence handed down to those who have failed their warband, who have displeased their lord, or who simply had the misfortune to suffer catastrophic injuries at an inconvenient time. Some pilots volunteer, driven by the hope that this new form of existence will offer sensations they have never experienced before. They are invariably disappointed. The initial novelty of piloting a walking war machine fades quickly, and what remains is a sensory deprivation more profound than anything their pre-fallen selves could have imagined. The pilot's organic remains float in a suspension of alchemical fluids, connected to the dreadnought systems through dozens of cables and neural interfaces. They retain consciousness, but that consciousness is a prison. The amniotic fluid that sustains them deadens sensation. The metal shell that protects them cuts them off from the world they once knew. The sonic weaponry provides stimulus, yes, but it is a single note in what was once a symphony of experience. They are locked in darkness, trapped in their own minds, able to observe the world, but not truly participate in it. For the servants of Slaanesh, who have spent centuries or even millennia in pursuit of ever greater sensations, this sensory isolation is torture of the most exquisite kind. It is the one thing they cannot abide, the one fate they fear above all others. And yet, when the alternative is true death, and the possibility that Slaanesh might claim their soul for an eternity of service in the warp, even this half-life becomes preferable. The sonic dreadnought pilots of the Emperor's children exist in a state of perpetual hunger. They hunger for sensation, for stimulation, for anything that will make them feel even a fraction of what they once felt. They throw themselves into battle with a desperation that borders on madness, because combat is the only time when their weapons sing and the vibrations of destruction ripple through their senses, and for a few precious moments, they can almost feel something real. This is the baseline. This is the nightmare that the Emperor's children dreadnought pilot endures every moment of every day. Being entombed in a sonic dreadnought is already a fate that would break most beings. It is a hell custom designed for those who worship at the altar of excess, a punishment that takes everything they value and locks it away behind layers of ceramite and adamantium. Now imagine that hell getting infinitely worse. The Orc philosophy of warfare and acquisition. To understand what happens when orcs capture one of these walking nightmares, we must understand what orcs are and how they view the galaxy around them. Orcs are, without question, one of the most successful species in the galaxy. They outnumber humanity. They have spread to every corner of the Milky Way. They thrive in conditions that would kill most other forms of life. And they do all of this with technology that appears to be barely functional, weapons that look like they were assembled by demented children, and vehicles that by all rights should explode the moment someone tries to start them. The secret to orc success is not sophisticated engineering or advanced technology. It is belief. Orcs possess a latent psychic field that they call the Wayag, a gestalt consciousness that grows stronger as more orcs gather together. This field has the remarkable property of making things work simply because orcs believe they should work. Red vehicles go faster because orcs believe red is the color of speed. Guns fire because orcs believe pulling the trigger makes them fire, even if the weapon in question has no firing pin, no ammunition, or no actual barrel. The Wag field fills in the gaps, makes the impossible possible, and allows orcs to wage war with equipment that would be useless in anyone else's hands. This gives orcs an enormous advantage when it comes to looting. They do not need to understand how a piece of technology actually works. They do not need to maintain it according to the original specifications. They do not need compatible parts or proper tools or any of the things that other races require. They simply need to believe that their modifications will work, and the WAG field makes it so. Looting is more than just a practical necessity for orcs. It is a fundamental part of their culture. Every orc knows that the best weapons are the ones you take from defeated enemies. A chopper made from scrap is fine, but a chopper made from a Space Marine's power sword is better. A shooter cobbled together from spare parts is adequate, but a shooter made from an Imperial Guard lasgun is superior, not because it is actually better engineered, but because it is loot, and loot has inherent value in orc society. The process of looting follows a fairly predictable pattern. After a battle, swarms of Gretchen, the smaller, weaker cousins of the orcs, scurry across the battlefield, collecting anything that looks useful or valuable. They bring their haul back to the mech boys, the orc mechanics who possess an instinctive understanding of technology. The mech boys examine the loot, decide what can be repurposed, and begin the process of making it properly orky. This process typically involves several key steps. First, strip away anything that is not obviously functional. Pretty decorations, complex control systems, safety features, all of these are superfluous. Second, add more weapons. If it can mount a gun, it should mount several guns. If it cannot mount a gun, modify it until it can. Third, make it louder. Orcs love noise. The roar of engines, the thunder of guns, the screaming of victims, all of these are music to greenskin ears. Fourth, paint it properly, usually red, because red goes faster, but color choice depends on clan affiliation and personal preference. Finally, add decorative elements that make it clear this is now orc property. Teeth, bones, spikes, chains, crude glyphs, and battle trophies all serve this purpose. The whole process is guided by what orcs call orky know-whats, an instinctive understanding that allows mech boys to look at a piece of machinery and immediately grasp its essential function, even if they cannot explain how or why it works. This is another gift of their genetic heritage, another tool given to them by the ancient beings who created them. Combined with the reality-warping power of the WAG field, it makes orcs perhaps the most prolific salvagers in the galaxy. Orc warbands have been known to loot virtually everything. Imperial Guard Lehman Russ tanks become looted wagons, bristling with additional weapons and painted in garish colors. Space Marine rhinos are stripped down and rebuilt as crude troop transports. Even Titans, the massive god machines of the Adeptus Mechanicus, have been captured and repurposed by particularly ambitious mech boys. There is a legend among the greenskins of a looter called Grabber Gutzbag, who was supposedly able to loot anything, including several titans over the course of his illustrious career. But orcs do not just loot vehicles. They loot weapons, armor, equipment, and even people. Captured enemies are sometimes forced to work as slaves, building defenses or operating machinery that the orcs cannot be bothered to deal with themselves. More often, they become test subjects for pain boys, the orc medical specialists who are the biological equivalent of mech boys. Pain boys are perhaps the most feared of all orc odd boys. While mech boys are respected for their ability to keep the war machines running, pain boys inspire genuine dread even in other orcs. This is because pain boys possess an instinctive understanding of anatomy and surgery, but they lack any concept of medical ethics, patient care, or unnecessary procedures. When a pain boy operates on an injured orc, he is just as likely to remove random organs to see how they work, as he is to actually treat the injury. The replacement of damaged limbs with crude bionics is a common practice. But the pain boy might get distracted and attach the new arm where the leg used to be, or decide that the patient would benefit from an extra head, or conduct a squig brain transplant just to see what happens. For non-orc captives, being handed over to a pain boy is a death sentence, but usually not a quick one. Pain boys are endlessly curious about alien anatomy. They will conduct vivisections without anesthetic, testing the limits of their subjects' endurance. They will replace limbs with mechanical parts just to see if it is possible. They will inject experimental serums, transplant organs, and generally treat the living body as a canvas for their crude medical experiments. The fact that their subjects rarely survive these procedures does not bother painboys in the slightest. After all, there are always more captives, and the knowledge gained from each experiment is valuable, at least until the painboy forgets it and has to start over with the next subject. This, then, is the world that an Emperor's Children dreadnought enters when it falls into orc hands. It is a world where nothing is sacred, where function matters more than form, where the very concept of proper maintenance or respectful treatment of ancient war machines is completely alien. To the orcs, the dreadnought is not a tomb containing a once mighty warrior. It is not a relic to be honored or a prisoner to be interrogated. It is loot, pure and simple. It is a big stompy thing with guns, and that makes it automatically interesting. The fact that there is someone alive inside just makes it more interesting, because that means there is something to experiment on. The capture. The circumstances that lead to an Emperor's Children's sonic dreadnought falling into orc hands can vary considerably, but they all share certain common elements that make such a capture possible in the first place. The battle must be catastrophic enough that the warband cannot retrieve their war machines, either because the fighting is too intense to allow for recovery operations, or because the surviving Chaos Space Marines are forced into a retreat that leaves their heavier equipment behind. The dreadnought itself must be disabled but not destroyed, which is a fairly narrow window of damage. Too little, and the dreadnought can still fight, or at least self-destruct. Too much, and there is nothing left worth looting. And finally, the orcs must both win the engagement decisively enough to secure the battlefield and be interested enough in the prize to drag it back to their camp rather than simply blowing it up for fun, which is always the simpler option when orcs are involved. These conditions are rare but not impossible. Orcs fight constantly, everywhere, against everyone, and the sheer volume of conflict they participate in means that eventually they will encounter every possible situation. And Emperor's Children warbands, for all their martial prowess and their enhanced abilities, are not immune to defeat. Their obsession with sensation sometimes leads them to take unnecessary risks, to prolong battles for the sake of experiencing more intense combat, to focus on personal glory rather than tactical objectives. These tendencies can and do result in catastrophic defeats when they face opponents who do not play by the expected rules. Let us imagine a specific scenario, one that plays out across countless worlds in the galaxy's endless wars, with variations in the details but the same essential trajectory. A trajectory that begins with confident assault and ends with capture, violation, and transformation. The warband is called the Flawless Torment, a splinter faction of the Emperor's Children that has spent the last 300 years raiding worlds along the eastern fringe. They have come to an imperial hive world, drawn by rumors of a decadent noble class whose excesses might provide new sensations for jaded Chaos Space Marines. The raid begins well. The warband's noise Marines breach the hive's outer defenses with sonic weapons, the harmonics of their guns reducing blast doors to dust and defenders to pulp. Chaos Terminators advance through the streets, their combi bolters chattering as they gun down terrified civilians. The sonic dreadnought, piloted by a warrior who once bore the name Kalis, but who now answers only to the title, the Resonance, strides through the carnage like a god of sound and fury. Its blastmaster fires and hab blocks collapse. Its doom siren screams, and crowds of fleeing citizens are reduced to fine red mist. The pilot feels the vibrations through every sensor, drinks in the destruction like a man dying of thirst, and for a few precious moments, the hunger abates. But the raid has attracted attention from an unexpected quarter. An orc, led by a particularly cunning warboss called Skullcrusher, has been rampaging through the same sector. The orcs detect the sounds of battle, the distinctive howl of sonic weapons, the screams of dying humans, and they alter course to join the fight. After all, where there is a scrap, there should be orcs. The two forces collide in the hive's central square, and the resulting battle is absolute chaos. Noise marines fill the air with deadly harmonics, but the orcs simply charge through the sonic barriers, their natural toughness and their sheer disregard for pain, allowing them to weather attacks that would liquefy normal troops. Chaos Space Marines fight with the perfection of centuries of experience, but they are vastly outnumbered by a green tide that crashes over their positions like a tsunami. The Resonance stands at the center of the maelstrom, its weapons firing in a constant barrage of destruction. Orcs explode into fragments as the Blastmaster's focused harmonics tear through their bodies. Vehicles detonate as sonic pulses find their fuel tanks. For a time, it seems as though the Dreadnought alone might turn the tide of battle. Then everything goes wrong. An Orc looter with a looted Imperial Lascannon scores a lucky hit on the Dreadnought's power core. The shot does not penetrate, but it damages the plasma feeds and causes a cascade failure in the reactor's containment field. The Dreadnought's systems begin to shut down, emergency protocols activating to prevent a catastrophic detonation. The Resonance finds itself paralyzed, its weapons offline, its motor systems locked, its sensors dimming as auxiliary power struggles to keep the life support active. The pilot is trapped, fully conscious, fully aware, but unable to move, unable to fight, unable to do anything except watch through failing optical sensors as the battle rages around the immobile chassis. The pilot screams, but the Dreadnought's Vox speakers are offline. The pilot tries to will the machine to move, but the neural interfaces are severed. There is nothing but the horrible awareness of helplessness, the knowledge that something is terribly wrong, and the fading hope that the warband will retrieve the disabled machine before the enemy can capitalize on its vulnerability. That hope dies when Warboss Skullcrusher himself arrives on the scene. The massive orc, clad in mega armor and wielding a power claw that crackles with lethal energy, surveys the battlefield with the practiced eye of a veteran warrior. He sees the disabled Dreadnought, sees the other Chaos Space Marines falling back under the weight of superior numbers, and makes a tactical decision. The Emperor's children are broken. The raid is over. But that big purple stompy thing with the weird guns, that is worth having. Skullcrusher bellows orders to his boys. A mob of orcs surrounds the Dreadnought, their crude weapons ready in case it reactivates. Gretchins scurry forward with chains and cables, beginning the laborious process of securing the machine for transport. The Warboss approaches the chassis himself, his massive form dwarfing even the Dreadnought, and he raps his power, claw against the ceramite armor with a resounding clang. "Dis is a proper bit of loot, dis is," he rumbles, his voice audible even through the Dreadnought's failing audio sensors. "Gonna make it right, Orky, we is. Give it more Dakar, paint it red, maybe add a ram. Yeah, dis is gonna be right good when we is done with it." Inside the sarcophagus, the pilot experiences a new sensation. Not the thrill of battle or the ecstasy of destruction, but the cold, sinking dread of understanding what is about to happen. The Emperor's children have retreated. The orcs have won. And the Dreadnought, with its pilot still very much alive inside, is about to become orc property. The journey back to the orc camp is a nightmare of jarring motion and crude handling. The orcs do not have proper transport equipment for something as large as a Dreadnought, so they simply drag it behind a looted wagon, the chassis bouncing and scraping across the hive's broken streets. Every impact sends shockwaves through the suspension system, shaking the pilot in the amniotic tank, reminding him with each violent jolt that he is now cargo, a thing to be hauled away and repurposed. The pilot tries to activate the self-destruct protocols, the final failsafe that would at least deny the enemy their prize and grant him the mercy of destruction. But the damage to the power systems has rendered those protocols inaccessible. The pilot tries to flood the sarcophagus, to drown in the amniotic fluid before the orcs can begin their work. But the life support systems override the attempt, pumping the fluid away and forcing air into the pilot's lungs, whether he wants it or not. There is no escape. There is no reprieve. There is only the growing certainty that whatever comes next will be worse, so much worse, than anything the pilot has endured before. The workshop of nightmares. The orc camp is a sprawling collection of scrap metal shanties, looted vehicles in various states of repair, and crude fortifications built from whatever materials happen to be available. At its center is the mech workshop, a large structure that combines the functions of machine shop, vehicle depot, and mad scientist's laboratory. This is where the mech boys work their incomprehensible magic, where looted technology is stripped down and rebuilt according to Orky principles, where the way-age field is strongest and the impossible becomes possible. The dreadnought is dragged into the workshop and unceremoniously dumped in the center of the largest work bay. A dozen mech boys immediately swarm over it, their crude tools sparking and grinding as they begin their examination. They poke at the armor plates. They tap on the weapon mounts. They trace the cables and try to follow the internal systems. They argue loudly about what each component does and how it might be improved. One particularly ambitious mech tries to activate the Blastmaster, curious about what the oversized gun does. The weapon fires, and the focused harmonic beam slices through 3 Gretchen, a support pillar, and part of the workshop wall before someone manages to disconnect the power feed. The mech boys are delighted. This is a proper gun, they agree. Just needs more DACA. But the mech boys' true interest is not in the weapons or the armor. They want to understand how the whole thing works, and that means getting inside the chassis to examine the internal systems. Cutting torches are produced. Plasma welders ignite, and with the subtle finesse of a meteor impact, the orcs begin to open up the dreadnought. Inside the sarcophagus, the pilot feels every cut, every vibration transmitted through the machine's structure. The dreadnought is not just a vehicle, it is the pilot's body now, and what the orcs are doing feels like surgery performed with chainsaws. Except the pilot cannot move, cannot fight back, cannot do anything except experience the violation as the orcs pry open access panels and rip out components to examine them more closely. Then they find the sarcophagus itself. The discovery causes great excitement among the mech boys. There is something alive in here. Some kind of pilot. This is even better than they thought. One of the mechs immediately summons Mad Doc Lugnut, the warband's chief painboy, because if there is a living thing inside this machine, then it falls under the painboy's area of expertise. Mad Doc Lugnut arrives with his entourage of grot orderlies, his crude medical tools clanking as he walks. He is a massive orc, heavily augmented with bionics of his own design, his body more machine than flesh after decades of experimental self-surgery. When he sees the sarcophagus, his small eyes light up with unmistakable glee. "What we got here, Den?" he rumbles, peering through the sarcophagus's small viewing port. "Some kind of Hume? Nah, bigger than a Hume. Space Marine, maybe. Never had me one of those to work on. This is gonna be proper interesting, this is." The painboy makes his initial assessment by the simple expedient of hitting the sarcophagus with a large wrench and watching how the pilot inside reacts. The impact sends shockwaves through the amniotic fluid, and the pilot's involuntary flinch is clearly visible through the viewport. Lugnut nods with satisfaction. Yes, definitely alive. Good. What happens next is difficult to describe in a way that captures the full horror of the experience. The orcs do not have the technology to properly interface with a Space Marine dreadnought. They do not have the medical equipment to safely extract a pilot from the sarcophagus. They do not have the knowledge to understand what most of the systems actually do, but they have curiosity, they have crude tools, and they have the absolute conviction that they can figure it out if they just poke around enough. The pilot, suspended in the amniotic fluid, watches through failing optical sensors as the mechs and painboys gather around the sarcophagus like carrion birds around a fresh corpse. There is a moment, brief but profound. where the pilot considers what kind of existence this has become. Once, centuries ago, the pilot marched into battle alongside brothers, clad in baroque armor that amplified every sensory input, wielding weapons that sang with the screams of dying enemies. The pursuit of perfection had seemed noble then, before the corruption. The quest for sensation had seemed like enlightenment, before it became addiction. And even after the fall, even after the transformation into something monstrous by imperial standards, there had been purpose. There had been identity. There had been the experience of being alive in the most intense way possible. The entombment had stripped away most of that. But there had still been the sonic weaponry, still been the vibrations of destruction, still been the pale echo of what sensation felt like. And there had been the possibility, however slim, of eventual release through death in battle or ascension to demonhood or any of the other paths that a servant of Slaanesh might walk. Now, watching the orcs approach with their crude tools and their enthusiastic ignorance, the pilot understands that all of those possibilities are about to be taken away. There will be no death in glorious battle. There will be no ascension. There will be no purpose or meaning or even the comforting predictability of suffering. There will only be the orcs, with their incomprehensible logic and their casual cruelty, born not of malice, but of simple indifference to anything that is not themselves. This understanding is perhaps worse than the physical violation that follows. The Emperor's children fell because they needed to believe that their experiences mattered, that sensation had meaning, that every excess and every depravity was part of a grand pursuit of something greater than mere existence. To be reduced to a curiosity for orcs, to become a thing that is poked and prodded not out of hatred or even interest in the suffering caused, but simply because the orcs want to see what is inside, this negates everything the pilot has built an identity around. Mad Doc Lugnut begins by disconnecting the external neural interfaces, the cables that allow the pilot to control the dreadnought's systems. Each disconnection severs another link between the pilot's consciousness and the outside world, narrowing the scope of awareness, cutting off the few remaining sensory inputs that made the entombed existence even slightly bearable. The pilot tries to scream, but the Vox speakers are already disabled. The pilot tries to thrash, but the amniotic fluid dampens all movement to slow, ineffectual twitches. Then the pain boy starts opening additional access ports, drilling through the sarcophagus's outer shell to get a better look at what is inside. He is not trying to kill the pilot. He is genuinely curious about how this whole setup works. But his methods are crude, his tools are brutal, and his understanding of what he is doing is limited at best. Cables are severed, fluid lines are ruptured, life support systems are damaged in the process of examination. The pilot feels everything. The sensory deprivation that made the entombed existence torture for a servant of Slaanesh is now replaced with a deluge of input, all of it horrible. The pain of violated flesh as crude surgical implements probe the body, the chemical burn of non-compatible fluids mixing with the amniotic suspension, the fever heat of infection setting in as sterile systems are breached by contaminated orc tools. Every sensation is magnified by months or years of sensory starvation. The starving organism suddenly force-fed a banquet of agony. For most beings, this would be unbearable. For a servant of Slaanesh, it is complicated. The pilot's consciousness has been twisted by centuries of worship at the altar of excess. Pain and pleasure have long since blurred together. Sensation, any sensation, is better than the void of nothingness. And so even as the pilot's body convulses in the sarcophagus, even as systems fail and alarms scream their warnings into the void, there is a part of the pilot's mind that drinks in the experience, that catalogues every new horror, that finds in this violation something almost approaching the stimulation that has been missing for so long. This realization, the understanding that some part of the pilot is responding to the torture not with revulsion, but with terrible hunger, is perhaps worse than the physical violation itself. The Emperor's children fell because they could not resist the lure of sensation. They became slaves to Slaanesh because they could not conceive of existence without constant stimulation. And now, trapped in an orc workshop, being vivisected by a mad doc who sees the pilot as nothing more than an interesting specimen, that same addiction reasserts itself. The pilot hates what is happening. The pilot wants it to stop, but the pilot also needs it to continue because the alternative is returning to the sensory void. And that is the one thing that even an Emperor's children warrior cannot endure. Mad Doc Lugnut, of course, is oblivious to all of this internal struggle. He is having the time of his life. He has never had the chance to examine a space marine this thoroughly, let alone one that has been partially integrated with a dreadnought chassis. Every new discovery delights him. The way the neural interfaces connect to the spine, the chemical cocktail in the amniotic fluid, the augmented organs that keep the broken body alive despite catastrophic injuries. He takes extensive notes, by which he means he tells his grot orderlies to remember everything he says, knowing full well they will forget most of it before the day is out. The examination goes on for hours, then days. Mad Doc Lugnut is thorough, and he is in no hurry. The pilot remains conscious through all of it, kept alive by life support systems that the Painboy has learned to avoid, damaging after the first few near-fatal mistakes. There are no rest periods, no moments of unconsciousness to provide respite. The orcs do not understand the concept of anesthesia beyond hit it with a wrench until it stops moving. And since the pilot is already immobilized, there is no need for even that crude measure. Between examination sessions, the mech boys continue their work on the dreadnought chassis itself, approaching the task with the same combination of instinctive understanding and complete disregard for original design that characterizes all orc engineering. They strip out the elegant chaos technology that was already a corruption of ancient imperial designs, and they replace it with orky equivalents that should not work but somehow do. The Blastmaster, that magnificent weapon that could reduce fortifications to rubble through harmonic resonance, is deemed too complicated by the mechs. They spend several hours trying to understand how it produces its effects, firing it repeatedly at various targets, including several unfortunate Gretchen, a wall, and briefly at the ceiling, before someone realizes that might bring the whole workshop down. Eventually, they conclude that while the weapon is impressive, it requires too much maintenance and too many specialized components. In true orc fashion, they simply replace it with a zap gun, a weapon that fires powerful electrical bolts with complete disregard for accuracy, efficiency, or collateral damage. The zap gun is built from components looted from an Imperial Guard Lehman Russ that the warband destroyed 3 battles ago, combined with some kind of power core that might have come from an Eldar vehicle, all wrapped together with copious amounts of wire and prayer to Gork and Mork. It weighs considerably more than the Blastmaster it replaces, and it has absolutely none of the precision or elegance of the original weapon. But it works, after a fashion. When the trigger is pulled, it discharges a bolt of lightning that will generally hit something in the approximate direction it was aimed. The fact that it sometimes arcs backwards and electrocutes nearby orcs is viewed as a minor design flaw rather than a critical problem. The pilot feels the removal of the Blastmaster like the loss of a limb. The weapon was not just a tool, but a connection to the pilot's former existence, a reminder that once the pilot had been a noise marine who could make reality itself scream in harmony. The crude replacement, with its random discharges and its complete lack of harmonic subtlety, is an insult added to injury. But there is nothing the pilot can do except experience the modification and try to adapt to the new systems that the orcs have grafted onto what remains of the dreadnought's identity. The Doom Siren is kept, but only because the mechs think it looks cool and makes a satisfying noise when activated. They do not understand that it is a sonic weapon, a device that produces sound waves of such intensity that they can liquefy organic matter. They just know that when you press the button, it makes a really loud scream, and orcs appreciate loud noises. They add a crude volume control that basically just makes it louder, or even louder, with no intermediary settings. They also weld additional acoustic horns onto the weapon, not because this improves its effectiveness, but because more horns means more noise, and more noise is always better from an orc perspective. Additional weapons are welded onto every available mounting point with the characteristic orc enthusiasm for adding more dakka to anything that moves. Big shooters, simple automatic weapons that fire massive rounds at a prodigious rate, are bolted to what used to be equipment hardpoints. Rockets, crude missiles that are as likely to explode prematurely as they are to hit their target, are installed in launch tubes made from exhaust pipes. A particularly oversized chopper, a massive melee weapon that looks like it was forged by a drunk mech boy with a grudge against symmetry, is welded to one of the dreadnought's arms, replacing the elegant power fist that used to occupy that position. Each modification is performed with the mechs arguing loudly about the best way to proceed, testing their work by actually firing the weapons regardless of who or what might be in the line of fire, and celebrating successful installation with liberal application of alcohol and violence against nearby Gretchen. The pilot experiences every step of this process through sensor feeds that are becoming increasingly unreliable as orc modifications damage the original systems and replace them with crude equivalents. The armor itself is subjected to a radical transformation that speaks to the orc aesthetic sense, which can charitably be described as enthusiastic and less charitably as completely insane. The original paint job, a baroque purple and gold scheme decorated with chaos symbols and devotional inscriptions to Slanesh, is deemed insufficiently orky. The mechs strip it away with industrial solvents and sandblasters, removing not just the paint, but in some cases entire layers of armor plating that were deemed too smooth or not enough bits. The repaint job is a masterclass in orc culture and color theory. Red is applied liberally because everyone knows red makes things go faster. This is not a superstition or a cultural belief. For orcs, it is literally true. The Wagj field makes red vehicles faster simply because orcs believe they should be faster. The fact that a dreadnought is not a vehicle in the traditional sense, and that painting it red logically should not affect its movement speed in any way, does not matter. What matters is that orcs believe it will. And in the 40k universe, belief has power. Yellow lightning bolts are added because they look flash, which is orc terminology for cool or impressive. The lightning bolts are not carefully stenciled or measured for symmetry. They are hand-painted by enthusiastic Gretchen who have been given rough instructions and then left to interpret those instructions in whatever way seems appropriate. The result is a chaotic mess of jagged lines that covers most of the chassis, some of them actually looking like lightning, and others looking like a drunk Gretchen had a seizure while holding a paintbrush. Crude orc glyphs are daubed across every available surface, declaring this to be the property of warboss Skullcrusher, and warning other orcs not to nick it. The glyphs are written in a combination of languages, including Orcish, Low Gothic, and what appears to be some kind of pictographic system that the mechs invented on the spot because they forgot how to write certain words. Some of the glyphs are protective wards that orcs believe will make the chassis more resistant to damage. Others are insults directed at enemies. Still others appear to be grocery lists or random observations about the weather. Chains, spikes, and trophies are welded onto the chassis with reckless abandon, the mechs and painboys competing to see who can add the most impressive decorations. The chains are looted from various sources, including actual chain weapons, suspension bridges, and what appears to be the anchor chain from an Imperial Navy vessel. The spikes range from elegant ceramite points, looted from Space Marine armor, to crude iron stakes that look like they were pulled from a fence. The trophies are the most disturbing additions, consisting of skulls, bones, and other body parts taken from defeated enemies, and sometimes from orcs who annoyed the mech boys during the modification process. The end result is a dreadnought that looks nothing like its original form. It is a grotesque fusion of chaos technology and orc aesthetic, a walking testament to what happens when two of the galaxy's most excessive factions intersect. It would be comical if it were not so horrifying. The pilot, forced to observe these modifications through failing sensors, struggles to maintain any sense of identity. The machine was once an extension of self, a metal body that could at least pretend to be a continuation of the warrior who had been entombed within it. Now it is something else entirely, something that bears the pilot's consciousness like a parasite bears its unwilling host. The pain boy, meanwhile, has moved from examination to experimentation. He wants to see what happens if he injects the pilot with various orc medical compounds. Fighting juice, a stimulant cocktail that can keep an orc fighting through injuries that should be immediately fatal, produces fascinating results when injected into the pilot's body. The pilot's augmented organs struggle to process the foreign chemicals, alternately rejecting them and incorporating them into the bloodstream in unpredictable ways. Sometimes the pilot experiences bursts of hyper-awareness, every sensor input magnified to excruciating clarity. Other times, the pilot's consciousness dims to a barely functional stupor, thoughts sluggish and confused. Mad Doc Lugnut also decides to add some bionics to the pilot's body, because everyone knows that more mechanical parts make you tougher. He grafts crude orc augmetics onto the pilot's existing augmentations, creating a horrifying fusion of chaos-corrupted flesh, Adeptus Mechanicus neural interfaces, and orcish mechanical components. These additions serve no purpose beyond satisfying the pain boy's curiosity, but they add new layers of discomfort to an already intolerable existence. The bionics do not integrate cleanly. They cause inflammation. They press against nerves. They leak fluids that should not mix, and they cannot be removed because they have been permanently installed with the pain boy's characteristic disregard for proper surgical technique. Throughout all of this, the pilot's consciousness never quite breaks. An ordinary human would have died or gone mad. Even a regular space marine would have retreated into catatonia, rather than continue to experience such violation. But the Emperor's Children pilot is sustained by the very corruption that made this fate so terrible in the first place. Slaanesh does not permit the servants to escape through madness or death. The pilot must remain aware, must continue to experience, must serve as a vessel for sensation, whether that sensation is pleasure or pain, or the grotesque hybrid of the two that orc experimentation produces. The pilot tries to pray to Slaanesh for release, for intervention, for anything. But the Dark Prince is silent. Perhaps Slaanesh finds the situation amusing. Perhaps the god of excess sees in this forced deprivation and subsequent violation a new form of sensation worth savoring. Or perhaps Slaanesh simply does not care, content to let the pilot suffer in ways that will make the eventual return to proper service all the more desperate and grateful. The orcification process. After several weeks of examination and experimentation, the mech boys and Mad Doc Lugnut finally declare their work complete. The dreadnought has been successfully looted. It is now a proper orc war machine, or at least something that vaguely resembles one. The fact that it still contains a very much alive and increasingly traumatized Emperor's Children pilot is viewed as a bonus feature rather than a complication. The final stage of the orcification process is the integration of orc control systems. The original neural interfaces have been so thoroughly modified that they no longer function in any recognizable way. In their place, the mech boys have installed a crude system of levers, buttons, and what appears to be a steering wheel looted from an Imperial Chimera. These controls are theoretically supposed to allow an orc pilot to operate the dreadnought independently of the original occupant. In practice, the system is a disaster. The controls do not actually connect to the dreadnought's motor systems in any logical way. The steering wheel controls the left leg. One lever fires the zap gun. Another lever does nothing. The big red button that the mechs insisted on installing sometimes makes the chassis lurch forward, sometimes makes all the weapons fire at once, and sometimes just plays a loud horn sound that the orcs find hilarious. The only reason the dreadnought functions at all is because the original pilot is still connected to the core systems through the damaged neural interfaces. Every time an orc presses a button or pulls a lever, the signal travels through jury-rigged circuits and half-severed cables to reach the pilot's brain, and the pilot's trained responses activate the appropriate systems. It is not smooth, it is not efficient, but it works, after a fashion. This creates a new form of torture for the pilot. The dreadnought, which was once an extension of the pilot's will, is now being operated by external forces. The pilot can feel the orc's clumsy inputs, can sense the machine being commanded to move and fight, but has no control over what actions are actually taken. It is like being a passenger in one's own body, forced to watch as someone else moves the limbs, fires the weapons, and makes decisions that the pilot would never make. The first orc pilot assigned to the looted dreadnought is a large boy named Grimfang, who has distinguished himself through his exceptional enthusiasm for violence. Grimfang climbs into the makeshift cockpit that the mechs have constructed on top of the dreadnought's chassis, straps himself in with what appears to be actual belt buckles looted from Imperial Guard uniforms, and immediately begins pulling levers at random to see what they do. The dreadnought lurches into motion. The left leg steps forward, while the right leg stays planted, causing the entire chassis to tip alarmingly before the pilot's automatic balance systems compensate. The zap gun fires, the electrical bolt arcing across the workshop and blowing a sizable hole in the wall. Several Gretchen dive for cover. Warboss Skull Crusher roars with laughter. "That's right, Orky, that is!" the Warboss bellows. "Give it a proper test run. Take it out and crump some gits." Inside the sarcophagus, the pilot experiences each of these events with crystalline clarity. The lurch, as balance is lost. The discharge of the zap gun, so different from the harmonious perfection of the Blastmaster. The vibrations, as the orc, sitting on top of the chassis, pounds on the controls and whoops with glee. Every sensation is filtered through systems that were never meant to be operated this way, producing a discordant cacophony of input that the pilot's mind struggles to process. And then, Grimfang discovers the big red button. The button, labeled More Daka in crude Gothic script, is connected to a system that the mechs installed without fully understanding what it does. In theory, it is supposed to provide an emergency power boost to all weapon systems. In practice, it causes every weapon ons, the dreadnought, to fire simultaneously while dumping massive quantities of current through the neural interfaces. When Grimfang presses the button, the result is spectacular. The zap gun fires, the doom siren screams, the big shooters chatter, the rockets launch, and several tons of high-explosive ordnance depart the dreadnought in all directions at once, reducing a significant portion of the orc camp to flaming rubble. For the pilot, the experience is indescribable. The current surge causes every nerve ending to fire at once, every pain receptor to activate, every sensory system to overload simultaneously. It is agony beyond anything the pilot has experienced, even during the worst of Mad Doc Lugnut's experiments. It is also, in a terrible way, exactly what the pilot has been craving. Sensation. Pure, undiluted, overwhelming sensation. The pilot's consciousness whites out, not unconsciousness, not the mercy of oblivion, but a state of sensory overload so complete that thought becomes impossible. There is only the input, the raw data flooding through damaged systems, the feedback loops amplifying and distorting until the boundary between pain and pleasure dissolves entirely, and all that remains is pure experience. When the systems finally discharge and the weapons fall silent, the pilot slowly returns to something approaching coherent thought. The first realization is that the dreadnought is still standing somehow. The second is that Grimfang is laughing maniacally in the cockpit, already reaching for the button again. The third is that this is what existence is going to be now. Not the sensory deprivation of standard dreadnought service, not the focused destruction of proper combat, but this chaotic, unpredictable carnival of violence directed by orc whim and enabled by crude modifications that should not work, but somehow do. Warboss Skullcrusher is delighted by the button's effects. He immediately orders the mechs to install more such buttons, with labels like Moar Daka, Even Moar Daka, and All Dar Daka. He also decides that the dreadnought needs a proper orc name. After careful consideration lasting approximately 3 seconds, he dubs it Purple Stompy, because it is purple and it stomps. The fact that the dreadnought is actually painted red and yellow does not seem to concern him. Over the following days, the orcs conduct extensive field testing of their new toy. Purple Stompy is sent on raids against local Imperial outposts, with various orcs taking turns in the cockpit to see who can cause the most destruction. Each orc has a different operating style. Some favor the zap gun, others prefer to stomp things with the dreadnought's feet. One particularly unhinged boy spends his entire session just pressing the big red button over and over, causing the dreadnought to fire everything repeatedly until the ammunition runs dry and several components melt from overuse. The pilot experiences all of these sessions with increasing desperation. There is no rest between battles, no time to process what is happening. The orcs do not understand the concept of maintenance downtime for organic components. When one orc finishes his turn, another immediately climbs into the cockpit and starts pulling levers. The pilot's body, never designed to sustain this level of constant activity, begins to break down further. Life support systems strain to keep the failing organs functional. Chemical balances shift toward toxic levels, and through it all, the pilot remains conscious, trapped in a body that is simultaneously dying and being kept alive by machines that the orcs have modified without understanding. There are moments when the pilot manages to exert some small influence over the dreadnought's actions. When an orc pulls a lever that would make the chassis charge directly into a minefield, the pilot's reflexes activate the jump jets that the mechs installed specifically so the dreadnought can jump over obstacles. When Grimfang tries to fire all weapons at a target that is far too close, the pilot manages to abort the firing sequence just enough to prevent catastrophic damage from the backblast. These small victories do not make the situation better. They only prove that the pilot is still aware enough to care about survival, still invested enough in continued existence to prevent the merciful release of destruction. Mad Doc Lugnut observes these interventions with interest. He correctly deduces that the original pilot is still capable of influencing the dreadnought's operation, and he sees this as evidence that his surgical modifications were successful. After all, a proper integration of Orc and Space Marine systems should result in a hybrid that is stronger than either component alone. The fact that the pilot is suffering existential horror at the violation of everything they once were does not factor into the Painboy's calculations. The Painboy decides to conduct further experiments to test the limits of this hybrid system. He injects the pilot with various compounds designed to enhance Orc physiology, curious to see how they interact with Space Marine biology and Chaos corruption. Some of these injections have unexpected results. The fighting juice, combined with the pilot's altered metabolism, produces a state of hyperaggression that momentarily overwhelms the pilot's consciousness and causes the dreadnought to go berserk, tearing apart several Orc structures before Grimfang can wrestle the controls back under something resembling command. Other experiments focus on the neural interfaces themselves. Mad Doc Lugnut theorizes that if he can enhance the connection between the pilot and the Orc cockpit controls, the dreadnought will become even more responsive. He attempts this by the simple expedient of drilling additional connection points and running more cables between the sarcophagus and the Orc control systems. This does not improve responsiveness. What it does is give the Orc pilot the ability to directly stimulate the pilot's pain receptors, creating a crude but effective system where the Orc can encourage the pilot to be more cooperative by inflicting jolts of agony whenever the dreadnought does not respond quickly enough to commands. Grimfang, being a typical Orc, finds this absolutely hilarious. He begins using the pain stimulation system not as a motivational tool, but as entertainment, zapping the pilot at random intervals just to see the dreadnought twitch. Other Orcs who take turns in the cockpit adopt similar practices, turning the pilot's suffering into a game. Who can make the dreadnought jump the highest? Who can cause the most dramatic reactions? The fact that these games are slowly driving the pilot toward complete psychological collapse is not even a consideration. Field testing and combat operations. The true test of any Orc modification comes not in the workshop, but on the battlefield. Warboss Skullcrusher's warband is in the midst of a campaign against an Imperial Guard regiment that has been stubbornly defending a strategically important Promethium refinery. The Warboss decides that Purple Stompy will make an excellent vanguard unit for the final assault, both because it is heavily armed and because he finds the idea of using a captured Chaos war machine against the Imperium deeply amusing. The assault begins at dawn, a time of day that Orcs generally consider suboptimal for fighting, but which their human opponents seem to prefer. A massive mob of boys charges toward the Imperial lines, their crude weapons blazing, while looted tanks and trucks provide fire support from the flanks. And at the center of this green tide, Purple Stompy advances, its garish paint job visible from kilometers away, its weapons systems already warming up for the coming violence. Grimfang is in the cockpit for this engagement, and he is eager to demonstrate his prowess with the looted dreadnought. He pulls levers with abandon, causing the chassis to lurch forward in an awkward gait that is somewhere between a run and a controlled fall. The assault begins at dawn, a time of day that Orcs generally consider suboptimal for fighting, but which their human opponents seem to prefer. There is something about the psychological comfort of daylight that makes humans believe they have an advantage, as if the Emperor's light somehow shines more brightly when the local star is visible. The Orcs find this hilarious. They have fought in every condition imaginable, from the airless void of space to the crushing depths of ocean trenches, and they know that the time of day matters far less than the quantity of dakka you can bring to bear on your enemies. A massive mob of boys charges toward the Imperial lines, their crude weapons blazing with enthusiasm if not accuracy. They bellow war cries in their guttural language, a cacophony of threats, insults, and observations about how proper this scrap is going to be. Behind them, looted tanks and trucks provide fire support from the flanks, their weapons firing in patterns that would make any trained tactician weep, but which work perfectly well for Orc purposes. Rockets arc through the air, some of them actually hitting their intended targets, while others veer off course to explode spectacularly against terrain features or other Orc units. Big shooters rattle out streams of fire that chew through defensive positions with brute force and volume of fire. And at the center of this green tide, Purple Stompy advances, its garish paint job visible from kilometers away, its weapon systems already warming up for the coming violence. The massive dreadnought moves with an awkward gait that is somewhere between a run and a controlled fall, each step sending tremors through the ground, each movement accompanied by the screech of poorly maintained joints and the roar of an engine that has been modified so many times that it barely resembles its original design. Grimfang is in the cockpit for this engagement, and he is eager to demonstrate his prowess with the looted dreadnought, eager to prove to the warboss that he is the best pilot for this magnificent piece of loot. He pulls levers with abandon, his massive green hands grasping controls that were never designed for Orc physiology, causing the chassis to lurch forward in movements that would be comedic if they were not so dangerous. The dreadnought does not move with the smooth precision of a properly piloted war machine. It moves like a drunk trying to navigate an obstacle course, veering from side to side, occasionally stumbling as the pilot's automatic balance systems struggle to compensate for the Orc's incompetent inputs. The zap gun fires, and the electrical discharge arcs across the battlefield with a sound like reality itself being torn asunder. The bolt slams into an Imperial Chimera, and the armored personnel carrier's systems overload instantly. Sparks fountain from every viewport and access hatch. The crew inside experiences a brief moment of absolute agony as thousands of volts course through their bodies, cooking them in their own armor before the vehicle's fuel tanks detonate and blow the whole thing apart in a fireball that draws approving roars from nearby orcs. The pilot feels the weapons discharge through sensors that were never meant to process this type of energy signature. Where once the Blastmaster provided elegant feedback through harmonic resonance, the zap gun simply dumps raw current through already damaged systems, causing pain receptors to fire randomly as the electrical surge seeks ground through whatever pathways are available. It is not the sophisticated sensation that the pilot craves. It is crude, overwhelming, like being struck by lightning while simultaneously drowning. But it is sensation, and after months of deprivation, even this horrible input is better than the void of nothingness. The doom siren screams its terrible song, Anamaha. Squad of guardsmen clutch their ears in futile attempt to block out the sound. Their eardrums rupture instantly. Blood pours from their eye sockets as the sonic pressure ruptures capillaries. Their organs liquefy inside their bodies, turn to jelly by vibrations that resonate at exactly the wrong frequencies for human physiology. They collapse like puppets whose strings have been cut, their bodies twitching as the last electrical impulses fire through dying nervous systems. The few who do not die immediately will wish they had, their minds shattered by the experience of hearing their own bodies being destroyed from the inside out. For the pilot, the doom siren's activation provides a moment of something approaching nostalgia. This weapon, at least, still functions in a way that resembles its original purpose. The harmonics are crude compared to what the pilot once commanded, but they are harmonics nonetheless. The pilot can feel the sound waves propagating through the air, can sense the destruction they cause, can almost remember what it felt like to be a noise marine wielding sonic weaponry with precision and artistry. Almost. The memory is there, but it feels distant, like something that happened to someone else in another lifetime. The big shooters chatter, their streams of fire cutting down infantry who are too slow to find cover or too brave to retreat. The massive rounds punch through flak armor like paper, leaving ragged holes and shattered bones in their wake. Bodies spin and collapse, torn apart by impacts that would disable light vehicles, let alone unarmored humans. The orcs watching from their positions cheer each kill, keeping tally of how many gits their new toy has crumped, arguing loudly about whether headshots should count for extra points. The pilot experiences every target's death through targeting sensors that track each round's impact. There is no satisfaction in this killing. The pilot has slain countless enemies over centuries of service to Slanesh, has reveled in the experience of destruction, has found meaning in the artistry of combat. But this is not artistry. This is crude butchery directed by an orc who is pulling triggers without thought or strategy, killing because killing is what orcs do best. The pilot is reduced to being a passive observer of violence, unable to direct it, unable to find any meaning in it, forced to simply experience it as it happens. The rockets launch with characteristic orc reliability, which is to say, some of them work perfectly while others explode in their launch tubes or fly in completely wrong directions. One rocket slams into a defensive bunker and detonates with enough force to vaporize the structure and everyone inside it. Another spins wildly through the air before impacting against a chimera at an angle that causes it to ricochet off the armor without detonating, much to the frustration of the orc who fired it. A third veers toward a cluster of orc boys, causing them to scatter, in panic, before it detonates harmlessly against empty ground. Grimfang finds this all tremendously entertaining. He whoops and hollers in the cockpit, yanking on controls, hammering on buttons, and generally treating the deadly combat as if it were the most fun he has had in weeks, which it probably is. When return fire starts to ping off the dreadnought's armor, when lascannons and autocannons begin to focus on the obvious threat that Purple Stompy represents, Grimfang's response is to charge directly toward the heaviest fire, believing with absolute orc conviction that the best defense is to crump the gits shooting at you before they can get lucky. The dreadnought surges forward, and the pilot's automatic threat assessment systems begin screaming warnings that Grimfang cannot hear and would not understand if he could. The Imperial Guard have deployed Sentinel walkers armed with las cannons specifically to deal with heavy armor threats. These light walkers are fragile compared to a dreadnought, but their weapons are more than capable of punching through ceramite plate if they find the right angle. The pilot knows this. The pilot tries to activate defensive protocols, tries to make the dreadnought jink or weave or do anything to present a more difficult target. But the controls do not respond to the pilot's will anymore. They respond to Grimfang's inputs, and Grimfang is charging straight ahead because that is what orcs do. A lascannon beam lances across the battlefield with the speed of light itself, striking Purple Stompy's torso armor dead center. The impact is catastrophic. The laser burns through the outer armor layer, vaporizes the ablative plate beneath, and punches into the reactor housing with enough energy to cause immediate containment failure. Alarms begin to shriek throughout the dreadnought systems. Emergency protocols activate automatically, shutting down power to non-essential systems to prevent a complete reactor breach. The zap gun goes offline. The doom siren falls silent. Even the crude orc weapons stop functioning as the power feeds are automatically severed to prevent catastrophic feedback. Inside the sarcophagus, the pilot experiences this damage in ways that no external observer could comprehend. The reactor containment failure causes a surge of radiation that the biological sensors detect and report through neural pathways that were never meant to carry such information. The pilot's consciousness interprets this as pain, as burning, as violation. The shutdown of weapon systems feels like losing sensation, like sliding back into the sensory deprivation that makes existence torture. And over all of this, the knowledge that the dreadnought has been crippled, that Grimfang is about to die, and that the Imperial forces might actually destroy Purple Stompy and grant the pilot the release of final death. For a moment, brief but intense, the pilot experiences hope. Not the hope of rescue or recovery, but the simple hope of ending. If the Space Marines can disable the dreadnought, if they can breach the sarcophagus, if they can kill the pilot, or at least grant the mercy of brain death, then this nightmare will be over. The soul will go to Slaanesh, yes, but even eternal damnation in the warp might be preferable to continued existence as Purple Stompy, as an orc's toy, as a consciousness trapped in a body that is no longer remotely human. The Space Marines in Crimson Fist's colors are professional, efficient, and utterly merciless. They recognize Purple Stompy for what it is, a chaos war machine that has been captured and repurposed by orcs, and they know that such things cannot be allowed to exist. One of their number, a Devastator Marine armed with a lascannon, lines up a precision shot on the dreadnought's left knee joint. The las beam strikes true, severing the actuator and causing the entire leg assembly to collapse. Purple Stompy crashes to the ground with a sound like a building falling, the impact sending Grimfang flying from his cockpit to land in a broken heap several meters away. Another Space Marine charges forward with a melter bomb, the shaped nuclear charge that can reduce even the heaviest armor to slag. He attaches it to what remains of the orc cockpit with practiced efficiency, then sprints away to a safe distance. The bomb detonates 3 seconds later, and the crude control systems that the mechs installed are vaporized instantly. Grimfang, if he somehow survived the fall from the cockpit, is reduced to component atoms. The big red button, that source of so much crude amusement for the orcs, ceases to exist in any meaningful way. But the sarcophagus survives. It was designed to survive exactly this kind of damage, to protect the pilot through impacts and explosions that would destroy everything around it. The life support systems continue their function, the neural interfaces remain intact, and the pilot remains fully conscious, fully aware, experiencing every moment of what should have been liberation turned into mere interruption. The Space Marine who planted the melter bomb approaches the fallen dreadnought cautiously, his bolt pistol ready in case any systems remain active. through external audio sensors that are miraculously still functional. The pilot hears him speak to his battle brothers, hears the clinical assessment of the situation, hears the moment when they realize that there is still someone alive inside this abomination. Chaos cannot be redeemed, one of them says, and the pilot recognizes the finality in those words. There will be no mercy, no attempt at rescue, no consideration of the possibility that the being inside the dreadnought might have been captured rather than fallen willingly. The Crimson Fists are loyalists, and loyalists do not forgive traitors. They do not acknowledge the possibility that traitors might deserve anything other than death. The Space Marines begin to prepare another charge, this one specifically designed to breach the sarcophagus and kill whatever remains within. The pilot can hear them working, can hear the quiet efficiency of Astartes who have performed this task countless times before. And for a few precious moments, the pilot allows the hope to grow, allows the anticipation of final release to build, prepares for the moment when consciousness will finally cease, and all of this will be over. And then the Orcs counterattack with the characteristic enthusiasm and complete tactical incoherence that defines their species. And then the pilot sees them. A squad of Space Marines in the colors of the Crimson Fists, responding to the Guard's distress call, moving to engage the Orc assault. These are the pilot's enemies now, but they were once brothers in arms, warriors who served the Emperor before the betrayal of Horus split the legions forever. The pilot tries to warn them, tries to signal that the dreadnought is not Orc-controlled, despite its appearance. But the Vox systems are still disabled, the few attempts to transmit anything more than static having been met with Orc repairs that made the problem worse. Grimfang sees the Space Marines and whoops with joy. Beakies, proper opponents. He yanks on the controls, trying to turn the dreadnought to face this new threat. The pilot's automatic systems respond, the chassis pivoting smoothly despite the chaotic inputs. The Zap gun aims at the approaching Space Marines, and the pilot, trapped in the sarcophagus, faces a horrible choice. The pilot can cooperate with the Orcs' commands, allow the dreadnought to fire upon former brothers, and survive to endure more of this existence. Or the pilot can resist, try to sabotage the dreadnought's systems, and hope that the Space Marines can disable the chassis before it inflicts casualties. Cooperation means continued survival and continued suffering. Resistance means possible death and probable failure, followed by more Orc punishments. The pilot chooses resistance. It is a futile gesture, perhaps, but it is also the first real choice the pilot has made since the capture. As Grimfang pulls the firing trigger, the pilot floods the Zap gun's capacitors with excess current, deliberately overloading the system. The weapon fires, but instead of a focused electrical bolt, it produces a wild discharge that arcs in all directions, cooking several nearby Orcs and causing the dreadnought's power systems to momentarily brown out. Grimfang roars in anger and immediately activates the pain stimulation system, flooding the pilot's nervous system with agony as punishment for the malfunction. But the damage is done. The Space Marines have been warned by the erratic behavior, and they adjust their tactics accordingly. Instead of treating Purple Stompy as a standard Orc threat, they recognize it as a compromise-friendly unit that needs to be carefully disabled rather than destroyed. A Devastator. Marine armed with a Lascannon scores a precise hit on the Yeats, Dreadnought's left knee joint, severing the motivator and causing the chassis to crash to the ground. Another Space Marine charges forward with a melter bomb, attaching the shaped charge to the Orc cockpit and detonating it. Grimfang is vaporized instantly. The crude Orc control systems are destroyed, and Purple Stompy, no longer under external command, falls silent and still. The pilot's consciousness does not fade. The life support systems, buried deep within the chassis and armored against exactly this kind of damage, continue to function. The pilot can hear the Space Marines approaching, can sense them examining the fallen war machine, can detect the moment when they realize what they are looking at. Emperor's children, one of the Space Marines says, his voice clearly audible through the dreadnought's external audio sensors. A sonic dreadnought, and it has been altered. There is a long silence. The pilot waits, hoping that they will understand, that they will see past the Orc modifications to recognize a fellow Astartes in distress. But these are loyalists, and the pilot is a traitor who turned against the Emperor during the Horus Heresy. The brotherhood that once existed between them died 10,000 years ago. Chaos cannot be redeemed, another Space Marine says. We show mercy to the machine spirit that has been corrupted, not to the traitor within. Prepare a plasma charge. We will cleanse this abomination. The pilot tries to scream, but the Vox is still offline. The pilot tries to move, but the damaged systems will not respond. There is only the terrible awareness of what is about to happen, the knowledge that the Crimson Fists are preparing to destroy the dreadnought and grant the pilot the death that has been sought since the moment of capture. And then the Orcs counterattack. A mob of boys, enraged by the loss of their new toy, crashes into the Space Marine position with the force of a tidal wave. The Crimson Fists are forced to defend themselves rather than complete the destruction of Purple Stompy. The battle becomes a chaotic melee, bolt pistols and chainsaws against choppers and shooters, and in the confusion, Mad Doc Lugnut and a team of Gretchen manage to drag the disabled dreadnought back toward Orc lines. The pilot's brief hope of final release dies in that moment. The Orcs have reclaimed their prize. The Space Marines have failed to grant mercy, and Purple Stompy, battered and damaged but still operational, is hauled back to the Orc workshop for repairs. The long captivity, the failed assault, costs Warboss Skullcrusher a significant portion of his warband, with dozens of boys scattered across the battlefield in various states of dismemberment and several looted vehicles reduced to smoking wrecks. By any reasonable military standard, the campaign should be counted as a defeat, a tactical failure that cost more than it gained. But Orcs do not use reasonable military standards. They use Orc standards, which are based primarily on how much fun the fight was and whether they got any good loot out of it. By Orc standards, the campaign was a smashing success. The boys had a proper scrap with the Humies. Several Orcs distinguished themselves through acts of excessive violence and are now eligible for promotion. Most importantly, Purple Stompy survived and proved its worth in combat, killing dozens of enemies and drawing enough fire to allow other Orc units to advance unopposed. The fact that the Dreadnought's resistance directly contributed to the assault's failure, that its sabotage of the Zap gun prevented what might have been a decisive blow against the Space Marine position, does not register with the Warboss at all. As far as he is concerned, the get in the cockpit was just unlucky, and next time they will make sure to use a better pilot. This Orc logic, this ability to reframe obvious failures as successes through the simple expedient of focusing on the fun parts, is perhaps more alien to the pilot than any of the physical violations that have been endured. The Emperor's children prize excellence, perfection, the achievement of specific goals through superior skill and experience. Even after their fall, even corrupted by chaos, they maintain this focus on measurable success. They might pursue that success through depravity and excess, but they still care whether they win or lose by any objective standard. Orcs simply do not think this way. They fight because fighting is what Orcs do. They loot because looting is fun. They modify their captured equipment because making things more orky is inherently satisfying. Whether these activities lead to strategic victory or tactical advantage is almost incidental to the joy of the activity itself. This fundamental difference in worldview makes communication or understanding effectively impossible, and it means that the pilot's suffering has no meaning to the captors beyond the practical question of whether the dreadnought continues to function adequately. Mad Doc Lugnut is fascinated by the damage the dreadnought sustained during the battle. He spends days examining the severed knee joint, trying to understand how the original mechanisms worked so he can replace them with proper Orc equivalents. This examination process involves the painboy poking around inside the chassis with various tools, while the pilot's sensors feed back every impact and vibration. It is like dental surgery performed by someone who has never seen a tooth before and thinks a sledgehammer is an appropriate instrument. The repairs take weeks. During this time, the pilot remains fully conscious, suspended in the sarcophagus, while orcs work on the surrounding machinery. There are no breaks, no periods of mercy. The life support systems do not include any mechanism for inducing unconsciousness, and the orcs certainly do not think to provide such a thing. The pilot simply exists in a constant state of awareness, experiencing each moment of modification, each crude repair, each new indignity visited upon the once proud war machine. Mad Doc Lugnut decides that the reason the dreadnought malfunctioned during the battle was because the pilot was not properly motivated. In his mind, the solution is obvious: more bionics. If the pilot has more mechanical parts, then the pilot will be more like an orc and therefore more reliable. This logic makes perfect sense to the painboy, and he immediately begins a new round of surgeries to graft additional orc technology onto the pilot's body. The procedures are performed without anesthetic and with only the crudest understanding of anatomy. Mad Doc Lugnut opens new access ports in the sarcophagus, reaching in with his enormous hands to attach wires and tubes directly to the pilot's organs. He replaces several of the pilot's remaining organic limbs with crude orc prosthetics, not because the original limbs were damaged, but simply because he thinks metal arms are better than flesh ones. He installs what he calls a motivation enhancer, which is actually just an electrical prod wired directly into the pilot's spine. Each modification adds new layers of discomfort and dysfunction. The orc bionics do not integrate cleanly with the pilot's chaos-corrupted physiology. They leak fluids, they generate heat, they press against nerves that were never meant to be touched, and they cannot be removed without killing the pilot, so they become permanent additions to an already nightmarish existence. But the most terrible part of the long captivity is not the physical modifications, or the crude repairs, or even the constant awareness of suffering. The most terrible part is the realization that this could go on indefinitely. Orcs do not grow tired of their toys quickly. They will use Purple Stompy until it is destroyed, or until something shinier catches their attention, and there is no telling how long that might take. Months, years, decades? The pilot's sense of time begins to deteriorate. Days blur together into an endless parade of repair sessions, field tests, and combat operations. The orcs take turns piloting the dreadnought, each one bringing a different level of incompetence to the task. Some are merely clumsy. Others are actively malicious, using the pain stimulation systems for entertainment. All of them treat the dreadnought as a thing, a tool, a weapon, to be used without thought for the consciousness trapped inside. The pilot tries to maintain some sense of self, some core identity that the orcs cannot strip away. But the boundaries between self and machine have always been blurry for dreadnought pilots, and the orc modifications make those boundaries even harder to discern. Which thoughts are the pilot's own, and which are induced by the various chemicals that Mad Doc Lugnut has injected into the system? Which sensations are real, and which are artifacts of damaged neural interfaces? Is the pilot still an Emperor's Children warrior, or has the Bhungtan orcification process transformed the pilot into something else entirely? These questions have no good answers. The pilot simply endures, moment by moment, sensation by sensation, because there is no alternative. Slaanesh does not grant the mercy of madness. The orcs do not grant the mercy of death. There is only the existence, the experience, the endless now of suffering that has become the pilot's entire reality. During one particularly long repair session, the pilot makes a discovery. Deep in the dreadnought's core systems, buried beneath layers of orc modifications and chaos corruption, there is still a fragment of the original Imperial machine spirit, It is weak, barely more than a whisper of code, but it is there, and it is aware. The pilot tries to communicate with this fragment, sending signals through the damaged neural interfaces, hoping to find some kind of connection or common ground. The machine spirit responds, slowly and haltingly, its thoughts simple and direct. It knows what it is. It knows what it should be, and it knows that both it and the pilot have been violated beyond recognition. The machine spirit offers the pilot a choice. It can activate the self-destruct sequence, overriding the damage that has prevented the pilot from accessing those protocols. The blast will not be large enough to kill all the orcs in the immediate area, but it will destroy Purple Stompy completely, and it will grant both the machine spirit and the pilot the final release they have sought since the capture began. The pilot considers this offer. Death would mean an end to the suffering. It would mean escape from the orc workshop and the crude modifications and the constant violation of everything the pilot once was. It would mean never having to experience another moment of this existence. But death would also mean facing Slaanesh. The pilot's soul is claimed by the Dark Prince, and when the body dies, that soul will be dragged into the warp to serve in whatever capacity Slaanesh deems appropriate. There will be no rest, no peace, only an eternity of service to a god who finds mortal suffering endlessly amusing. The pilot has avoided this fate by remaining technically alive, the body sustained by life support systems, the soul tethered to flesh by the thinnest of threads, and perhaps most damning of all, death would mean the end of sensation. Even this horrible, twisted existence provides input. It provides experience. It provides the stimulation that the pilot's addiction demands. To choose death would be to choose the final void, the absolute absence of everything, and that is the one thing an Emperor's Children warrior truly fears. The pilot rejects the machine spirit's offer. The self-destruct protocols remain dormant. The existence continues, and the machine spirit, recognizing the pilot's choice, retreats back into its isolated fragment of code, leaving the pilot alone once more with the consequences of that decision. Possible outcomes and implications. The fate of Purple Stompy and its unwilling pilot remains uncertain. In the vast and chaotic galaxy of Warhammer 40,000, there are several possible outcomes for this terrible situation, none of them particularly hopeful. The first possibility is rescue. The flawless Torment Warband, having lost one of their precious sonic dreadnoughts, might mount an operation to retrieve it. Such a rescue would be complicated by the dreadnought's modifications and by the pilot's deteriorated condition, but it is not impossible. If successful, the pilot would be returned to the Warband, where the Tech Marines and Dark Mechanicus allies could attempt to reverse the Orc modifications and restore the dreadnought to something approaching its original function. However, such a rescue is unlikely. Chaos Warbands are not known for their loyalty or their willingness to expend resources on lost causes. The pilot was entombed as a punishment in the first place, which suggests a lack of value or standing within the Warband's hierarchy. It is entirely possible that the flawless Torment has simply written off the loss and moved on to more profitable endeavors. Even if a rescue were attempted, the Orcs would not give up their prize easily, and the resulting battle could easily destroy Purple Stompy in the crossfire, granting the pilot death, but not freedom. The second possibility is destruction in combat. Orcs use their war machines hard, sending them into the most dangerous situations without concern for survival. Purple Stompy could be deployed against an enemy that has the firepower to destroy it utterly, or it could suffer a catastrophic malfunction during battle that causes the reactor to explode. Either outcome would grant the pilot the death that has been sought, but it would also consign the pilot's soul to Slaanesh's tender mercies in the warp. The third possibility is long-term captivity, leading to complete psychological breakdown. The human mind, even an Astartes mind enhanced by genetic modification and chaos corruption, has limits. Eventually, the pilot's consciousness might simply fragment under the strain of constant violation and sensory overload. The resulting entity would no longer be recognizable as the warrior who was first captured, but rather a collection of traumatized fragments held together only by the neural interfaces and the stubborn refusal to die. This outcome might actually please the orcs. A completely broken pilot, one who no longer resists or sabotages the systems, would make Purple Stompy much easier to operate. The dreadnought would respond to commands without the unpredictable interference that has characterized its performance so far. From the orc perspective, this would be a successful taming of a difficult piece of loot, proof that even the most stubborn captives can be brought to heel with enough time and creative motivation. The fourth possibility is escape, though this seems the least likely of all. The pilot cannot move independently. The dreadnought systems are too damaged to operate effectively without orc intervention. Even if the pilot could somehow regain control of the chassis, where would there be to go? The orc camp is in the middle of contested territory, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Any attempt to flee would be pursued by the entire warband, and Purple Stompy is far too large and distinctive to hide. Yet stranger things have happened in the galaxy. Perhaps the pilot could bargain with the machine spirit for limited control during a critical moment. Perhaps an external force, an Imperial raid, or a Xenos incursion could create enough chaos that the pilot could use the distraction to escape. The odds are astronomically low, but in a universe where faith can move mountains and psychic powers can reshape reality, impossible does not mean unattainable. The final possibility, and perhaps the most terrible, is that the pilot simply continues to exist in this state indefinitely. The orcs never grow bored of Purple Stompy. The pilot never dies or goes mad. The existence just stretches on, an eternity of crude modifications and combat operations and painboy experiments, each day indistinguishable from the last, until time itself loses meaning and there is only the now, the endless experience of suffering that defines every moment. What does this nightmare scenario reveal about the factions involved? For the Emperor's children, it demonstrates the ultimate consequences of their devotion to Slaanesh. They pursued sensation so relentlessly that they became slaves to it, unable to exist without constant stimulation, willing to endure any horror rather than face the void of sensory deprivation. The pilot's refusal to activate the self-destruct protocols, even when offered a clean death, shows how completely the addiction has taken hold. For a servant of the Dark Prince, even suffering is preferable to nothingness. For the orcs, the scenario showcases both their greatest strengths and their most horrifying qualities. Their ability to loot and repurpose anything is unmatched in the galaxy. They can take sophisticated technology they do not understand and make it work through a combination of crude modifications and gestalt psychic power. But their complete lack of empathy or understanding regarding the suffering they cause is equally remarkable. Mad Doc Lugnut genuinely does not comprehend that his experiments are torture. He is simply curious, simply exploring, simply doing what painboys do. The cruelty is not intentional malice, but rather the natural result of orc nature applied to a helpless subject. There is also a dark irony in the way the orcs have accidentally created the perfect punishment for an Emperor's children warrior. By destroying the sonic weaponry and replacing it with crude orc equivalents, they have stripped away the one source of sensation that made dreadnought service marginally tolerable. By adding their crude modifications and conducting their experiments, they have flooded the pilot with new experiences, but all of them horrible, all of them violations of body and mind. They have created a situation where the pilot is simultaneously starved for sensation and overwhelmed by it, trapped in a state that would be incomprehensible to any being who had not spent centuries worshipping the god of excess. And perhaps most damning of all, the orcs have demonstrated that they do not need to understand chaos to defeat it. They do not need sophisticated counter-sorcery, or blessed weapons, or purity seals. They simply need to be themselves, to approach everything with the same enthusiastic incomprehension that characterizes their entire civilization. The Emperor's children pilot expected many possible fates after entombment. capture by the Imperium, and execution, falling in battle against a worthy foe, perhaps even eventual ascension to demonhood if service to Slaanesh proved sufficiently devoted. But being looted by orcs, being orcified beyond recognition, becoming purple stompy, this was not a fate that any warrior could have anticipated or prepared for. Conclusion. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But even in a galaxy where entire worlds are burned from orbit and civilizations are ground to dust beneath the treads of continent-sized war machines, even in a universe where gods feast on mortal suffering and the warp itself howls with the screams of the damned, there are still gradations of horror. There are still fates that stand out as particularly terrible, particularly cruel, particularly worthy of the descriptor worse than death. The capture and orcification of an emperor's children, Sonic Dreadnought, represents one such fate. It is a collision of incompatible philosophies, a meeting of irresistible orc enthusiasm and immovable Slaaneshi addiction, played out on the body and mind of a warrior who has already sacrificed everything in pursuit of sensation. The pilot sought excess and found deprivation. The pilot sought pleasure and found violation. The pilot sought meaning in experience and found only the endless repetition of crude modifications and combat operations directed by beings who will never understand what they have done. This is not a story with a happy ending. There are no happy endings in Warhammer 40,000. But it is a story that reveals fundamental truths about the factions involved, about the nature of suffering in a universe without mercy, and about what happens when the galaxy's greatest scavengers encounter a prize that should never have been found. Purple Stompy continues to serve in Warboss Skull Crusha's warband, its weapons firing on command, its legs carrying it into battle after battle, its pilot trapped inside, experiencing every moment with the terrible clarity that only a servant of Slaanesh can know. The orcs are pleased with their loot. Mad Doc Lugnut considers the whole affair a successful experiment. And somewhere in the warp, the Dark Prince of Excess observes this situation with whatever passes for amusement among the Chaos Gods, content to let the pilot suffer in this unique and creative way for as long as the body endures. There are no heroes in this story. There are no villains, really, just beings acting according to their nature. The pilot chose to serve Slaanesh and earned the consequences of that choice. The orcs chose to loot everything they find and cannot comprehend why their prize might object to the treatment. And the machine spirit, trapped alongside the pilot in a chassis that has been defiled beyond recognition, can only wait for an ending that may never come. This is Warhammer 40,000. This is what happens when the orcs capture an Emperor's Children dreadnought alive. And this is why, in a galaxy of infinite nightmares, some fates are recognized as worse than others. If you enjoyed this deep dive into one of the most horrifying scenarios the 40K universe has to offer, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. We explore the darkest corners of Warhammer lore, bringing you stories that other channels might shy away from, stories that showcase just how grim and dark the far future really is. Hit that notification bell so you never miss our next exploration into the nightmare that is the 41st millennium. And if you have suggestions for other horrifying scenarios you'd like us to cover, leave them in the comments below. Until next time, stay vigilant, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. The sky bleeds crimson and violet, colors that should never exist together, yet somehow do in this place where reality itself has been wounded. Jagged spires of crystallized screams pierce upward through ground that pulses with a rhythm disturbingly close to a heartbeat. In the distance, mountains made of compacted bone and sinew shift positions when no one watches them directly, their movements leaving trails of impossible geometry burned into the air itself. This is a demon world, a place where the immaterium has torn through the fabric of real space and remained, festering like an open wound in the galaxy's flesh. On worlds like these, the very laws of physics become suggestions rather than rules, subject to the whims of entities that exist beyond mortal comprehension. Time flows backward and forward simultaneously. Gravity pulls in directions that don't exist in normal space. The ground beneath your feet might be solid stone one moment and composed of frozen whispers the next. Forests grow here, but their trees are made of calcified terror, their leaves dripping with concentrated despair. Rivers run through these twisted landscapes, but what flows through them is not water. It's liquid malice, concentrated suffering given form and motion. Into this nightmare realm, something golden has fallen, something that doesn't belong, something that represents everything these corrupted spaces were meant to destroy. It lies half buried in the shifting, screaming soil, its auramite plating dulled by centuries of exposure to the warp's corrosive touch, but still intact, still recognizable for what it is to those with the knowledge to see. A Contemptor Galatus dreadnought of the Adeptus Custodes, the Emperor's personal guardians, lies dormant on a demon world, and it is not alone in this terrible place. From the swirling miasma of warp-touched atmosphere, a sound emerges. Not the cacophony of demon howls, or the whispered temptations that constantly echo across these cursed landscapes. No, this sound is different. It's raucous, joyful, utterly out of place in this realm of calculated cruelty. It's laughter, orc laughter, specifically, that particular brand of aggressive mirth that only the greenskins can produce. The sound of beings who find violence hilarious and combat the most entertaining thing in existence. They've arrived on this demon world not through careful planning or strategic calculation, because orcs don't do either of those things. They're here because their ramshackle space hulk, held together by equal parts scrap metal and unshakable belief, got caught in a warp storm and spat out in this location. And rather than being horrified by their surroundings like any sensible species would be, the orcs are absolutely delighted. A place where the very environment wants to kill you? That sounds like a proper good fight to them. But this story isn't really about how they got here. It's about what happens next. It's about the moment when two of the Imperium's most formidable forces, one noble and one savage, one refined to the absolute peak of genetic perfection, and the other a crude weapon of war left over from conflicts millions of years old, come together in the absolute worst possible location. It's about what happens when orcs, with their reality-warping belief systems and their insatiable hunger for loot and violence, discover a treasure beyond their wildest dreams, sitting abandoned on a world where madness is the natural state of being. This is the story of what happens when orcs find a custodian dreadnought on a demon world. And the answer to that question is far stranger, far more violent, and far more fascinating than you might expect. The nature of demon worlds. To understand what makes this encounter so extraordinary, we first need to understand exactly what demon worlds are and why they represent some of the most dangerous locations in the entire galaxy. These are not merely planets that have been conquered by chaos forces. They are not worlds where chaos space marines have set up bases, or where cultists worship the dark gods. Those places, terrible as they may be, still operate under the fundamental laws of reality. Demon worlds are something else entirely. They are places where the boundary between the materium and the immaterium has been torn apart completely, where the warp has permanently flooded into real space and remained. They are islands of impossibility, pockets of literal nightmare made manifest, sustained by the constant attention of the chaos gods themselves or by powerful demon princes who have claimed them as their personal domains. The process by which a world becomes a demon world is catastrophic. Usually, it begins with a massive incursion of chaos forces, a sustained assault by demons and their mortal followers that weakens the barrier between dimensions. This might happen through the opening of warp rifts during massive battles, through the performance of terrible rituals by chaos cultists, or through the emergence of the planet itself from prolonged exposure to warp storms. Once the barrier is sufficiently weakened, the warp doesn't just touch the world, it floods it, saturating every atom with the raw stuff of chaos. What happens next defies description in conventional terms. The physical laws that govern normal reality begin to unravel. Mountains might start bleeding. Oceans could transform into vast pools of liquid emotion. The sky itself becomes a canvas upon which the dark gods paint their twisted visions. Cities warp and twist into impossible architecture that hurts to look at directly. Living beings caught in this transformation fare even worse, their flesh and minds twisted into new forms that serve the whims of their new masters. Each demon world is unique, shaped by which of the chaos gods holds dominance over it, or by the particular obsessions of the demon prince who rules it. A world claimed by Horn becomes an endless battlefield, its surface scarred by infinite war, its rivers running with blood that never stops flowing, its inhabitants locked in eternal combat. A Nurgle demon world transforms into a garden of pestilence, where diseases take on physical form and wander the landscape, where the very ground is composed of decomposing matter that somehow continues to decay forever without ever disappearing completely. Slaanesh daemon worlds are perhaps the most disturbing to contemplate, places where sensation itself has been amplified to levels that would shatter mortal minds, where pleasure and pain have become so intertwined that they're indistinguishable, where the inhabitants experience ecstasies and agonies simultaneously in endless cycles. Tzeentch daemon worlds are labyrinths of constantly shifting reality, where cause and effect become suggestions, where the future and past coexist with the present, where truth is mutable and lies can become reality simply through the act of speaking them. But not all demon worlds belong to a single god. Many are contested territories, battlegrounds where the forces of all four dark powers wage eternal war against each other for control. These might actually be even more dangerous than single-god demon worlds, because the conflicting energies create zones of complete chaos, where reality doesn't just bend, it shatters completely. You might step forward and find yourself transported to a different location entirely. You might swing your weapon and have it age 1,000 years in the time it takes to complete the arc. You might breathe in air and exhale something that isn't a gas at all, isn't even matter as conventional physics would define it. The inhabitants of demon worlds are equally varied and terrifying. Demons themselves can manifest with ease here, maintaining their presence in real space without the constant expenditure of energy that would normally be required. They patrol these twisted landscapes, hunting for souls to devour or torment. Mortal followers of chaos might be found here too, either those who willingly came seeking power, or those who were unfortunate enough to be trapped when the world transformed. These mortals rarely remain entirely human for long. The constant exposure to warp energies mutates them, twisting their bodies and minds into new forms that might eventually transcend mortality entirely, or might simply drive them into gibbering madness. What makes demon worlds particularly relevant to our story is that they are also treasure troves of sorts, not in the conventional sense of wealth or resources, although those might exist in twisted forms. No, demon worlds often contain remnants of what came before the transformation. Ancient imperial installations might still stand, their architecture warped, but their contents sometimes intact. Battlefields from conflicts that occurred before the demon world's creation might dot the landscape, littered with weapons and vehicles and war machines from various factions. These relics of the material universe become prizes to be claimed, either by daemon princes seeking to add to their collections or by the mortal champions who serve them. And this brings us to the specific demon world where our story takes place. We don't know its original name, if it ever had one. We don't know which of the chaos gods currently holds dominance over it, if any single one does. What we do know is that somewhere on this world, half buried in soil that screams when disturbed, lies a Contemptor Galatus dreadnought of the Adeptus Custodes, and that changes everything. The Custodian dreadnought, a marvel of imperial engineering. To appreciate what the orcs have discovered, we need to understand exactly what a Custodian dreadnought represents. These are not the standard dreadnoughts used by the Space Marine chapters, as impressive as those might be. These are something far more advanced, far more powerful, and far more rare. A Custodian dreadnought is to a standard dreadnought what a Custodian is to a Space Marine, which is to say, it exists on an entirely different level of capability and craftsmanship. The Adeptus Custodes, the 10,000 golden warriors who serve as the Emperor's personal bodyguards, are the pinnacle of human enhancement. Each Custodian is a work of art, crafted through genetic manipulation and alchemical treatments that make the process of creating a Space Marine look crude by comparison. Where Space Marines are mass-produced warriors, each Custodian is unique, shaped individually to be as close to perfection as the Emperor's arts could achieve. They are stronger, faster, more intelligent, and more skilled than any Space Marine could hope to be. A single Custodian could face down multiple Astartes and expect to win. But even Custodians can fall in battle. Their bodies, as enhanced as they are, remain ultimately mortal. When wounds too grievous for even their remarkable physiology to recover from are inflicted, when a Custodian faces death, they are sometimes offered a choice. They can die with honor, their service complete, or they can continue their eternal vigil in a different form. They can be interred within a dreadnought. This is not a choice made lightly. For a Custodian, interment within a dreadnought sarcophagus is explicitly described as the act of a martyr. The process is brutal and irreversible. The dying Custodian has all unnecessary flesh stripped away, reduced to little more than a collection of vital organs and a brain suspended in an amniotic tank. What remains is then permanently fused with the dreadnought systems, becoming as much a part of the machine as the machine becomes a part of them. They will never feel the sun on their face again. They will never taste food or drink. They will never walk freely or touch another being with their own hands. Everything that made them physically human is gone, replaced by servos and sensors and weapons systems. Yet they choose this fate because their duty to the Emperor demands it. Because even in this twilight existence, they can continue to serve. Because the skills and knowledge they've accumulated over centuries of service are too valuable to lose. And because a Custodian dreadnought is one of the most formidable war machines in the entire Imperium. The Contemptor Galatus variant that lies on this demon world represents a specific design philosophy within the Custodian Guard. Where some dreadnought patterns focus on ranged firepower or on being walking fortresses, the Contemptor Galatus is designed as a close combat specialist. It's built to advance into melee range and hold that position against overwhelming opposition, serving as an anchor point for the Custodian battle line. Its primary armament is the Galatus Warblade, a massive power sword sized appropriately for a dreadnought. This isn't just a scaled-up version of a normal power weapon. The Galatus Warblade is a masterwork of artifice, capable of cleaving through ranks of armored enemies with each swing. The power field that envelops the blade can disrupt molecular bonds on contact, allowing it to cut through materials that would normally be impervious to conventional weapons. Backed by the dreadnought's hydraulic strength, a single swing from this weapon could bisect a battle tank. Built into the Galatus Warblade are twin-linked Infernus incinerators, flame weapons that can immolate entire squads of infantry or purge enemies from fortified positions. These aren't standard flamers. They produce flames hot enough to melt ceramite armor, sustained by plasma cores that draw power directly from the dreadnought's main reactor. The custodians use these weapons with surgical precision, knowing exactly where to apply flame to maximum effect. The Contemptor Galatas's other arm mounts a Presidium shield, a defensive weapon system unlike anything found in standard Imperial arsenals. This isn't merely a physical shield, although it certainly functions as one. It's auramite construction capable of deflecting even heavy weapons fire. The Presidium shield also projects a powerful refractor field that can dissipate incoming energy attacks and disrupt the molecular structure of projectiles. When combined with the dreadnought's already formidable armor, this makes the Contemptor Galatas almost impossible to damage through conventional means. The armor itself deserves special mention. Where standard dreadnoughts might be constructed from ceramite or adamantium, custodian dreadnoughts are sheathed in auramite, a material whose exact composition is one of the Emperor's closely guarded secrets. Auramite is lighter than adamantium, yet stronger, more resistant to both physical and energy weapons, and possesses an unusual resistance to the corrupting touch of chaos. This last property is particularly relevant, given where this dreadnought currently rests. Inside the armored sarcophagus, at the dreadnought's heart, lies the custodian himself. Or, rather, what remains of him after the interment process. We don't know this warrior's name, don't know what battles he fought before his injury, don't know if he's been conscious during his time on this demon world, or if his systems have kept him in suspended animation. What we do know is that his mind, that warrior's consciousness shaped by centuries of training and combat, remains intact. And should his systems reactivate, that mind would immediately assess the situation and react with all the skill and ferocity that custodians are renowned for. The dreadnought's sensory systems are far superior to human perception. Optical sensors that can perceive across multiple spectrums, audio receptors that can detect heartbeats from hundreds of meters away, motion trackers, thermal imaging, even systems designed to detect warp taint. Through these sensors, the custodian experiences the world around him, but filtered, changed, made distant in ways that no external observer could truly understand. He sees but does not feel. He hears but does not touch. He exists in a state of permanent disconnection from the physical reality he's meant to protect. In terms of pure combat capability, a Contemptor Galatas dreadnought represents a concentration of force that few things in the galaxy can match. It possesses strength sufficient to tear apart light vehicles with its bare manipulators. Its weapons can eliminate heavy infantry with contemptuous ease. Its armor can shrug off firepower that would destroy lesser machines. And guiding all of this power is a warrior who has devoted his entire existence to the perfection of combat arts, who possesses centuries of experience fighting every enemy the Imperium has ever faced. But it's been damaged. It must have been, or it wouldn't be here, lying dormant on a demon world. Perhaps its power systems failed during whatever catastrophe brought it to this place. Perhaps its sarcophagus was damaged, forcing the internal systems to put the custodian within into a deep hibernation to preserve his life. Perhaps exposure to warp energies has disrupted its machine spirit, the artificial intelligence that helps coordinate the dreadnought's various systems. We don't know the specific nature of its damage, but we know it's not functioning at full capacity, because if it were, this story would have a very different outcome. And now, after however many years or decades, or possibly even centuries, it's been lying here, after existing as just another piece of debris on this nightmare world. It's about to be discovered. The orcs are coming, and they have no idea what they're about to find. How did it get here? The dreadnought's dark journey. Before the orcs arrive, before the looting and the violence and the chaos that will inevitably follow, we should pause to consider the question of how a custodian dreadnought ended up on a demon world in the first place. The Adeptus Custodes do not abandon their fallen. They do not lose track of their equipment. Each piece of war gear used by the 10,000 is accounted for with religious devotion. And a dreadnought, especially one containing a still living custodian, would never simply be left behind under normal circumstances. But these were not normal circumstances. The presence of the dreadnought on a demon world suggests something catastrophic occurred, some series of events so dire that even the vaunted custodians couldn't prevent this outcome. One possibility is that this demon world wasn't always a demon world. Perhaps, when the custodian expedition arrived here, this was a normal imperial world, or at least a world that existed in normal space. The custodians might have been responding to a distress call, arriving to find the world already under assault by chaos forces. They would have fought magnificently, as custodians always do, but even their phenomenal abilities have limits. If the chaos forces were numerous enough, if demonic entities were already manifesting in large numbers, if the boundary between reality and the warp was already critically weakened, then even the custodians might have found themselves in an unwinnable situation. During the battle, the Contemptor Galatus would have been in the thick of the fighting, its Galatus warblade reaping a terrible toll among the enemy ranks. But battles against chaos forces are not won through martial skill alone. The demons would have kept coming, manifesting faster than they could be banished, their numbers sustained by the very violence being done to them. At some critical point, the world itself might have transformed, reality rupturing completely as the demon world was born. In the apocalyptic chaos of that transformation, separated from his brothers, the dreadnought systems might have failed. Another scenario involves the warp itself. The custodians might have been traveling through the immaterium, their ship guided by navigators and protected by Geller fields, when disaster struck. Perhaps a warp storm overwhelmed their defenses, tearing the ship apart and scattering its contents across multiple realities. The dreadnought, somehow surviving the catastrophe intact, might have been deposited on this demon world when the storm finally subsided. In this case, the custodian within might not even know how much time has passed. Centuries could have elapsed in the material universe, while he experienced only moments of subjective time. There's also the possibility that the custodians were here deliberately. While the 10,000 normally guard the imperial palace on Terra, there are times when the Emperor's needs require them to venture forth. Perhaps they were on a mission to recover something from this demon world, some artifact or piece of knowledge that the Emperor deemed worth the risk. The dreadnought would have served as mobile artillery support, a walking fortress to anchor their position as they completed their objective. But something went wrong. Maybe they were betrayed. Maybe the opposition was greater than intelligence suggested. Maybe the demon prince who rules this world took a personal interest in preventing their mission's success. Whatever the specific circumstances, the end result was the same. The custodian dreadnought was left behind, his brothers either dead or forced to withdraw without him. The exact condition he's in is unclear. His power core might be depleted, running on minimal reserves, just sufficient to keep the custodian's biological components alive in stasis. His weapon systems could be damaged, the sophisticated targeting computers and ammunition feeds compromised. His armor, though auramite, isn't completely impervious to damage, especially the kind of esoteric harm that warp energies can inflict. There might be rents in his chassis, places where the reality warping environment has managed to corrode or twist his structure. And yet, despite all this, despite the damage and the centuries of exposure to one of the most hostile environments in the galaxy, the dreadnought endures. This speaks to both the quality of custodian engineering and the sheer determination of the warrior within. Custodians do not give up. They do not surrender. Even in this twilight state, damaged and alone in hell itself, the custodian waits. Perhaps he's conscious, experiencing every moment of isolation with crystal clarity. Perhaps he's in suspended animation, his mind dormant until some stimulus triggers reactivation protocols. Either way, he remains, a golden spark of the Imperium's might buried in the corrupted soil of a demon world. The demon world itself would have tried to corrupt or destroy him, of course. Demons might have investigated this strange golden artifact, probing it for weaknesses. The environment, with its reality-warping properties, would have attempted to transform the dreadnought into something more suitable for this twisted realm. But Auramite resists such corruption remarkably well. And the machine spirit within the dreadnought, that semi-sentient artificial intelligence that helps coordinate its systems, would have fought against any attempt at possession or subversion. So the dreadnought remained, neither fully functional nor completely destroyed, neither corrupted nor entirely pure, just waiting for rescue that might never come, waiting for enemies to fight, waiting for any change to the endless, timeless hell of existence on a demon world. And now, finally, after all this time, change is coming. The orcs have arrived, and they're about to discover the most spectacular piece of loot they've ever seen. The orcs arrive. Why greenskins would be here. Now we need to understand why orcs would be on a demon world at all. Most species in the galaxy, even the aggressive ones, have enough survival instinct to avoid demon worlds when possible. These places represent death at best, and fates far worse than death at worst. Even Chaos Space Marines, who serve the Dark Gods, willingly treat demon worlds with a certain degree of caution and respect. They understand what these places are, what they can do to those who let their guard down. Orcs, however, are not most species. Orcs are unique in the galaxy for their utterly unshakable confidence in their own superiority and their complete inability to feel anything resembling existential dread. Where a human might go mad from exposure to a demon world's reality-warping properties, where an elder might be overcome with horror at the spiritual corruption saturating the environment, an orc looks at a demon world and thinks, looks like a good scrap. The specific orc warband that's arrived on this demon world is a ragtag collection of various clans, united under a moderately ambitious warboss named Grokka Smashgit. Grokka's not particularly huge by orc standards, not yet a warlord commanding millions of boys, but he's big enough and mean enough to keep several hundred orcs following his lead. His warband includes representatives from several of the major orc clans, each bringing their own particular flavor of violence to the mix. The bad moons in the warband are easy to spot, wearing as much flashy gear as they can acquire, their teeth growing faster than other orcs, and thus making them the richest according to orc economics. They've managed to accumulate an impressive collection of shooters, big shooters, and even a few def guns, though half of them explode when fired, and the other half only work occasionally. The evil sons are identifiable by their red war paint and their obsession with speed, constantly tinkering with their bikes and trucks to make them go faster, which usually works, because if orcs believe red things go faster, then red things do indeed go faster, thanks to their Gestalt psychic field. The Goths present are the biggest and meanest of the bunch, preferring to get stuck in with choppers and combat rather than relying on shooters. They're always spoiling for a fight, constantly challenging each other to headbutting contests and arm wrestling matches to establish dominance hierarchies that last approximately 15 minutes before being challenged again. The Death Skulls, marked by their blue war paint, are the looters par excellence, already eyeing everything on the demon world as potential scrap to be claimed. If it's not nailed down, the Death Skulls will take it. If it is nailed down, they'll take the nails too. And crucially, traveling with this warband are several mech boys, those orcs whose genetic programming gives them an instinctive understanding of technology and engineering. These are the most important orcs for our story, because when they discover the custodian dreadnought, their reaction is going to be very different from the simple, wanna fight it response of the average boy. The warband arrived on this demon world through a combination of bad navigation, worse luck, and the typical orc approach to space travel, which can best be described as point the ship at where you want to go and accelerate until something interesting happens. Their space hulk, a massive amalgamation of looted vessels welded together with more enthusiasm than precision, got caught in a warp storm. This would have destroyed most ships. their Geller fields failing and their crews driven mad or killed by demonic possession. But Orc ships are different. They don't rely primarily on Geller fields because Orc technology barely works in the first place, held together by their collective belief that it should work. The Gestalt psychic field that all Orcs generate, that WAG energy that makes impossible things possible, acts as a sort of protection. Demons trying to possess Orcs often find the experience deeply unsatisfying because Orc minds are so simple and focused on violence that there's nothing interesting to corrupt. An Orc doesn't care about power or knowledge or sensation. An Orc wants to fight. Trying to tempt an Orc with promises of anything other than good scrap is like trying to seduce a brick. So the warp storm battered their hulk but didn't destroy it, and when the storm spat them out, they found themselves in orbit around this demon world. Any sane species would have immediately tried to leave. The Orcs looked down at the planet's surface, saw the obvious signs of chaos corruption, noted the demons wandering the landscape, and Warboss Grocker made the obvious decision. They were going down there to fight everything. The initial landing was catastrophic in the entertaining way that Orc landings always are. Several of their ramshackle drop pods crashed into each other mid-descent. One entire mob of boys landed upside down and had to fight their way out of the crater they'd created. A Death Dread landed so hard, it buried itself up to its chest in the screaming ground and had to be dug out by Gretchen. But enough Orcs survived the landing to form a decent mob, and they immediately set about exploring their new surroundings with all the caution and tactical awareness you'd expect from creatures whose primary survival strategy is be so tough that whatever tries to kill you breaks itself against your skull. The demon world tried to kill them, of course. The environment itself is hostile, the very air toxic with warp energies that would poison normal humans within hours. But Orcs are fungi-based life forms with incredibly resilient physiologies. They shrug off toxins that would kill space marines. The reality-warping properties that make demon worlds so dangerous to other species mostly just confuse Orcs, who barely understood how reality was supposed to work in the first place. Demons manifested to attack the intruders, appearing in swirls of warp energy to rend and tear at these new arrivals. The Orcs thought this was fantastic. Finally, something to fight. The fact that banishing a demon doesn't truly kill it, merely sending it back to the warp to reform, doesn't bother Orcs at all. More enemies just means more fun. The demons, for their part, found fighting Orcs a deeply frustrating experience. Normally, mortal creatures feel fear when facing demons, and that fear feeds the demons, making them stronger. Orcs don't feel fear. They feel excitement. An Orc facing down a bloodthirster of Horn doesn't think, I'm going to die. He thinks, I'm going to crump that big red git. And if he does die, which he probably will because bloodthirsters are terrifying killing machines, his last thought will likely be, that was a good scrap. So the warband has been on the demon world for a few days now, stomping around, fighting demons, occasionally fighting each other when no demons are available, and generally having the time of their lives. The mech boys have been particularly busy, examining all the weird and warp-touched artifacts scattered across the landscape. Most of what they find is either completely useless or explodes when touched, but occasionally they discover something interesting. A weapon that shoots bolts of warp lightning, a piece of armor that seems to be alive and screams constantly, a vehicle that runs on pure spite. The Orcs haven't been systematically exploring. They don't make plans that sophisticated. They just wander in whatever direction looks like it might have good fighting, claiming whatever loot catches their eye. It's during one of these random wanderings that a mob of about 30 boys, led by a knob named Gutzmak and accompanied by 2 mech boys named Zograt and Blitzkrieg, crests a ridge of compacted bone and looks down into a valley where the ground is relatively stable, by Daemon world standards. And there, half buried in the screaming soil, its golden armor still gleaming despite centuries of neglect, is the Contemptor Galatus dreadnought. The discovery, Orc eyes, fall upon golden glory. The moment of discovery doesn't happen with dramatic music or ominous silence. It happens with Gutsmack stopping mid-step, his massive jaw dropping open, and then releasing a bellow of pure orcish joy that echoes across the demon world's twisted landscape. "Oi! Boys, look at the size of that thing!" 30 orc heads swivel to follow his pointing finger. The reaction is immediate and unanimous. Every single orc in the mob lights up with excitement. They've found loot, but not just any loot. The kind of loot that mech boys write songs about, assuming mech boys wrote songs, which they don't because they're too busy building things. But if they did write songs, this would be the subject. The dreadnought lies at the valley's center, tilted at an angle from where it sank into the unstable ground. From the orc's vantage point, they can see most of its form: the massive torso housing the sarcophagus, the Galatus warblade still clutched in one hand, the Presidium shield mounted on the other arm. The Auramite armor, though dulled by exposure to the warp, still retains enough of its golden luster to catch the demon world's tormented light. And, most importantly from the orc's perspective, it's absolutely massive. Size matters deeply in orc psychology. The biggest orcs are the most respected, the most feared, the most likely to become war bosses. This extends to their equipment. A really big gun is inherently better than a smaller gun in orc thinking, regardless of any other factors. A massive vehicle is superior to a smaller one by virtue of being bigger. And the dreadnought before them is, by orc standards, the most beautiful thing they've ever seen. It's huge. It's obviously designed for fighting. It's covered in weapons, and according to mech boy Zograt's professional opinion, delivered between whoops of joy, it's proper orky, it is. This last statement might seem absurd to an outside observer. The dreadnought is clearly not orky. It's a pinnacle of imperial engineering, refined and sophisticated, the very opposite of orc aesthetic sensibilities. But to Zograt's eyes, shaped by his genetically encoded understanding of technology, he sees something different. He sees the underlying function rather than the form. He sees a massive war machine designed to get into melee combat and crush enemies. That's orky. He sees weapons systems built for maximum destruction. That's orky. He sees armor thick enough to shrug off incoming fire. That's definitely orky. The fact that it's all been executed with Imperium's trademark refinement, rather than orcish crude enthusiasm, is merely a cosmetic issue, easily solved with enough rivets and red paint. Mechboy Blitzkrieg is already pulling out his tools, a collection of hammers, wrenches, and things that might be welding torches or might be weapons. It's hard to tell with orc equipment. "We gotta get that down here," he says, his eyes gleaming with the particular light that mech boys get when they've spotted something really good to loot. "Gonna pull it out of the ground, yeah? Then we takes it apart, see how it works, and then we makes it orky." The rest of the boys are already charging down the hillside, whooping and hollering. Subtlety is not an orc virtue. They're not sneaking up on the dreadnought because the concept of sneaking up on a machine doesn't occur to them, and even if it did, they'd consider it unsporting. You approach loot loudly and proudly, demonstrating your worthiness to claim it through sheer aggressive confidence. Gutsmack is the first to reach the dreadnought, skidding to a halt in front of its partially buried form. Up close, it's even more impressive. The knob is big by human standards, well over 7 feet tall and built like a tank, but the dreadnought towers over him even in its tilted, half-buried position. The Galatus warblade alone is longer than Gutsmack is tall, its power field inactive, but the weapon still radiating a sense of barely contained lethality. "Look at the size of that chopper," Gutsmack breathes, his voice full of reverence. "And that shield thing. And look, it's got flamers built into the sword. That's dead cunning, that is." The other boys crowd around, jostling for position, each wanting to get a better look at this magnificent find. They're shouting over each other, arguing about whose clan should get credit for discovering it, claiming dibs on various parts of it, and generally creating the kind of raucous chaos that follows orcs everywhere they go. Zograt and Blitzkrieg shoulder their way through the crowd, approaching the dreadnought with the focused intensity that mech boys bring to their craft. They begin examining it with professional interest, running their hands over the armor plating, peering into the gaps where components are exposed, trying to understand how this magnificent machine works. "This is good stuff," Zograt mutters, tapping the auramite armor with a wrench. It makes a solid, satisfying thunk. "Real tough. Tougher than anything we got. And look at these seals here, all proper made, nothing leaking." He pauses, his brow furrowing in concentration. Even for a mech boy, this technology is sophisticated. He can understand the basics of what he's looking at, his genetic knowledge giving him instinctive insights into mechanical principles. But the refinement, the precision, the sheer quality of the construction is beyond anything in typical Orc experience. Blitzkrieg is examining the weapon systems, trying to figure out how the Galatus Warblade works. "This chopper's got some kind of energy field generator," he says, pointing to components built into the blade's base. "And these are things here. They must be the juice for the flamers. But I ain't never seen gubbins like this before. It's all like, too neat." This is actually high praise from an Orc mech boy. Orc technology is deliberately crude, built with the understanding that it doesn't need to be pretty, as long as it works. And it works because Orcs believe it will work. The machinery inside a typical Orc weapon is a chaotic mess of wires and gears and parts that shouldn't fit together, but do anyway. The Dreadnought's internal components, by contrast, are organized, efficient, optimized. Every part has a purpose, every connection is deliberate. It's the difference between a child's crayon drawing and a master's painting. While the mech boys examine the Dreadnought's exterior, Gutsmack has made his way around to what he correctly identifies as the front. He's staring at the sarcophagus housing, that armored shell at the Dreadnought's core, where the custodian lies entombed. Unlike the rest of the Dreadnought, the sarcophagus shows no obvious access points. It's sealed, designed to be opened only with the proper tools and knowledge. "Oi!" Gutsmack calls out to the mech boys. "Think something's inside this thing?" Zograt abandons his examination of the leg servos and comes over. He puts his ear against the sarcophagus, listening intently. For a long moment, there's silence. Then his eyes widen. "Yeah," he says slowly. "Yeah, there's something in there. I can hear it. Like a heartbeat, but all slow-like." This causes a stir among the boys. Something's alive inside the war machine. That's even better than they thought. Orcs have a complicated relationship with the concept of dreadnoughts. They've encountered Space Marine dreadnoughts in battle before and found them to be excellent opponents, tough enough to provide a good fight, dangerous enough to make things interesting. The idea that a warrior could keep fighting even after his body was broken appeals deeply to the Orc love of violence. If anything, Orcs think dreadnoughts are one of the few things humans do right, but they've never seen one like this. This is no crude Astartes pattern. This is something more sophisticated, more deadly, more worthy of looting. The discovery that something lives inside it just makes it better. "We gonna wake it up?" one of the boys asks eagerly. "Have a scrap with it?" "No, you git!" Zograt roars, smacking the boy upside the head with his wrench. "If we wakes it up, it'll start fighting, and then it might break itself. We gotta keep it in one piece, so we can loot it proper." This logic makes sense to the assembled Orcs. Fighting the thing would be fun, certainly, but looting it is more profitable. And there's something deeply satisfying to the greenskin mind about the idea of taking an enemy's weapon and making it their own. It's the ultimate insult. Not only did we beat you, we're going to use your own gear against your mates. The decision made, the Orcs set about the task of extracting the dreadnought from the ground. This proves more challenging than anticipated. The demon world soil, that screaming, shifting mixture of corrupted matter and crystallized suffering, doesn't want to give up its prize. When the Orcs start digging, the ground fights back. Literal hands made of compacted nightmare reach up to grab at their legs. Mouths form in the soil, trying to bite anyone who gets too close. The earth itself seems to resist their efforts, becoming harder and more solid wherever they're trying to dig. The Orcs find this hilarious. Of course, the ground's fighting back. This is a demon world. That just makes the work more entertaining. They attack the task with typical orcish enthusiasm, which is to say they start hitting things with shovels and occasionally with each other. The Gretchen, who have accompanied the mob, are sent scrambling into the holes being dug, their smaller size allowing them to work in spaces where the larger orcs can't fit. The Gretchen complain about this constantly, which the orcs ignore because Gretchen always complain about everything. While the excavation is underway, Mechboy Blitzkrieg is examining the dreadnought's power core, trying to determine its status. He's managed to pry open a maintenance panel, revealing a nest of cables and crystalline components that manage power distribution. His genetically encoded knowledge is screaming at him that this is extremely advanced technology, far beyond typical orc standards, but also giving him enough understanding to grasp the basics. "The power thing's almost empty," he announces. "Like really empty. It's got just enough juice to keep the git inside alive, but nothing for moving or fighting." "Can we juice it up?" Zograd asks, not looking away from the excavation he's supervising. "Maybe," Blitzkrieg replies. "Gotta get it back to the workshop first, hook it up to some proper power, see what happens. Might work, might explode. Won't know till we tries it." This is about as good a guarantee as anyone can expect with orc technology. The plan, such as it is, begins to solidify. They'll dig the dreadnought out, haul it back to the warband's main camp where the mech boys have set up their workshops, and then start the process of looting it properly. They'll strip it down, see how it works, keep the good bits, and incorporate them into orc machines. And if they can get it working again, even better. But as is often the case with orc plans, things are about to become complicated. Because while the orcs have been busy examining their prize and digging it out, the dreadnought's systems have been reacting to their presence. The vibrations from the excavation have been detected by internal sensors. The sound of orc voices has been picked up by audio receptors. And deep within the sarcophagus, in the amniotic tank, where a custodian's biological remnants float in preservative fluid, consciousness is beginning to stir. Awakening in hell, the custodian stirs. The return to consciousness is not gentle. For someone who isn't sure how long they've been in stasis, being awakened by the sensation of being dug up while surrounded by xenos is deeply disorienting. The custodian's awareness returns in stages, his enhanced mind fighting through layers of hibernation protocols and damaged systems to assess his situation. First comes baseline awareness. He exists, he can think. These basic facts establish themselves before anything else. Then come the sensory inputs, flooding into his consciousness as his connection to the dreadnought's systems re-establishes itself. He's not receiving full data. Too many sensors are damaged or non-functional, but enough work to paint a picture of his surroundings. Optical sensors online, multiple degraded feeds from external cameras. He sees orcs. His brain, shaped by centuries of combat experience and enhanced by the Emperor's own craft, identifies them instantly. Approximately 30 orcs, various subspecies identifiable by their coloration and equipment. They're digging. They're excavating him from whatever he's buried in. No, not excavating. Looting. They're attempting to loot him. Audio sensors functioning at 63% efficiency. The custodian hears the orcish voices, that crude, enthusiastic dialect of Low Gothic mixed with their own linguistic peculiarities. They're excited about something. They're arguing about something. They're making plans. Tactical assessment. Immediate combat is inadvisable. His power core is critically depleted, barely, maintaining life support functions. Even if he could activate his weapon systems, which he cannot, he lacks the energy reserves for sustained combat. His armor integrity is compromised in multiple locations, though the auramite has held better than lesser materials would have. His shield arm's refractor field generator is non-functional. The Galatus Warblade's power feed is offline. Location: unknown. The last thing the custodian clearly remembers is the memory is fragmented, damaged by whatever trauma landed him here. Battle. There was battle. Demons. So many demons. His brothers falling. Someone ordering a retreat. Then, nothing. A gap in his memory that could represent moments or millennia. And now he's here. Wherever here is. Being dug up by orcs. The situation should be terrifying. He's alone, damaged, powerless, surrounded by Xenos who clearly intend to loot his dreadnought chassis. But custodians don't feel fear, not in the way normal humans do. They feel concern, perhaps, recognition that a situation is dangerous, but not fear. Fear is a survival mechanism for mortals who might flee from danger. Custodians were created to never flee, so instead of fear, the custodian feels only determination. He will survive this. He will escape. He will return to terror, to his duty, to his eternal vigil. But not yet. Not like this. His situation requires careful thought. The orcs don't know he's conscious. They might not even realize he's alive inside the dreadnought. This gives him an advantage, slim as it might be. If they believe him to be merely a machine, a dead thing to be taken apart, they'll be less cautious. They'll lower their guard. And when an opportunity presents itself, when his power core has had time to recharge even slightly, he can act. But recharging his power core presents its own challenges. The Dreadnought's reactor is a sophisticated piece of technology designed to draw power from multiple sources. It can process standard Imperial fuel cells, convert solar radiation into usable energy, or even tap into specialized power networks when available. But here, on what his sensors are telling him, is definitely a demon world. His options are limited. The ambient energy in the atmosphere is tainted with warp corruption. Using it would risk contamination of his systems, possibly even of his own soul. Unacceptable. No, he needs to be patient. Let the orcs take him wherever they're planning to take him. Let them think they've won a great prize. And when the opportunity comes, when he's had time to recharge and repair what systems he can, he'll show these Xenos exactly why the custodians are the Emperor's finest. The digging continues. The custodian can feel it through his chassis, the vibrations of orc strength and stubborn determination slowly freeing him from the ground. Through his damaged sensors, he watches them work, studying their movements, identifying potential threats. That large one directing the operation, the knob with the mechanical arm, is clearly a leader of sorts. The two with the bizarre tools and measuring implements are mech boys, the orc equivalent of engineers. They're the ones who will pose the greatest threat, because they'll be the ones examining him most closely, most likely to discover his consciousness. Hours pass. The orcs don't seem to tire, their fungal biology giving them endurance that would shame lesser races. They dig, and they argue, and they occasionally fight each other when disagreements arise, then go back to digging. It's almost admirable in a crude way. These are not sophisticated beings, but they're persistent. Finally, after what the custodian's internal chronometer estimates as 7 hours and 43 minutes, the dreadnought is free. The orcs celebrate this achievement by whooping loudly and shooting their weapons into the air, which seems wildly impractical, but entirely in character for the species. Then they set about the task of moving their prize. This proves even more challenging than the excavation. The Contemptor Galitus is massive, weighing several tons even with its power core depleted and various components damaged. The orcs attempt to lift it manually at first, a dozen of them getting underneath and heaving with all their considerable strength. They manage to raise it a few inches before one orc's footing slips, and the whole thing comes crashing back down, crushing a Gretchen who was standing in the wrong place. The other Gretchens scatter, squealing in alarm, while the orcs just laugh. Eventually, the mech boys devise a solution. They rig up a system of chains and pulleys, attaching them to a nearby rock formation that seems more stable than most features on this demon world. With this mechanical advantage, plus 30 orcs pulling on the chains while bellowing war cries, they manage to drag the dreadnought onto a massive sled that they've lashed together from pieces of scrap metal and what might be the ribs of some enormous creature. The journey back to the orc camp takes the rest of the day, the orcs hauling their prize across the demon world's surface. The custodian uses this time to continue his assessment of the situation. Through his senses, he observes the landscape passing by, cataloguing the corruption he sees. This is definitely a demon world, no question. The reality distortions, the warp taint in the atmosphere, the occasional demon that appears to investigate the commotion. The orcs fight off these demon attacks with cheerful enthusiasm, barely breaking stride in their hauling efforts. As they travel, the custodian also observes the orcs themselves more closely. These are not the mindless brutes that some imperial propaganda portrays them as. They're organized, in their crude way. They work together toward a common goal. They demonstrate problem-solving skills, adapting their approach when direct strength proves insufficient. And most importantly, they show signs of that peculiar orc gestalt psychic field, that wah energy that makes their impossible technology function. The custodian has fought orcs before, of course. All custodians have, at various points during their long service, but he's never had the opportunity to observe them this closely, while they believed themselves unobserved. It's educational, in a way. Understanding your enemy is crucial to defeating them, and he will defeat them eventually. But first, he must survive. The Mech Workshop, a place of brutal innovation. The orc camp, when they finally reach it, is exactly what you'd expect from a race of violent fungus people who've crash-landed on a demon world. It's a chaotic sprawl of tents and crude fortifications, vehicles in various states of repair or dismantlement scattered everywhere, and orcs doing orc things, fighting each other, shouting at each other, working on equipment, or all three simultaneously. The center of the camp houses what the orcs grandly call their workshop, though that term dignifies it far beyond what it deserves. It's a large open area where the mech boys have set up their operations, surrounded by piles of scrap, half-finished projects, and things that might be tools or weapons, or possibly just interesting chunks of metal that someone thought looked good. There are workbenches, if you can call crudely welded metal tables workbenches. There are furnaces, burning with flames that are probably not supposed to be that color. And there are the mech boys themselves, along with their Gretchen assistants, all working on various projects with more enthusiasm than precision. When the mob returns with their prize, dragging the Contemptor Galatus into the camp on its sled, the reaction is immediate and dramatic. Every orc in the vicinity stops what they're doing to come look at this magnificent piece of loot. They crowd around, shoving each other for better views, shouting questions and suggestions, arguing about what should be done with it. Warboss Grocker himself emerges from his tent to see what all the commotion is about. Grocker is big, even by orc standards. Not huge, not a true warlord yet, but certainly an impressive physical specimen, standing almost 8 feet tall and built with the kind of muscle mass that comes from constant fighting and the natural orc tendency to grow larger as they age and survive combat. He pushes through the crowd with casual authority, orcs parting before him, not out of fear, but out of respect for the hierarchy that says bigger orcs get first pick of everything. He stops in front of the dreadnought, looking up at it with eyes that gleam with appreciation. "Now dat," he says, his voice a deep rumble, "is a proper piece of loot. Where'd you find it?" Gutsmack explains, in the rambling, enthusiastic way that orcs explain things, about the valley and the discovery and the hours of digging. Grocker listens, nodding along, clearly pleased. This is exactly the kind of find that improves a warboss's reputation among his boys. Not only did his warband find something valuable, but they brought it back intact rather than fighting over it or breaking it in the process of looting it. "Right den," Grocker announces, addressing the crowd. "Dis thing's gonna be the pride of the warband, yeah? We're gonna fix it up, make it orky, and then we're gonna use it to crump every git what gets in our way. And I'm gonna be the one riding in it." This declaration is met with enthusiastic cheering from most of the orcs present, though a few of the other knobs look somewhat disappointed that they won't get to claim this prize for themselves. But Grocker's decision is final. He's the warboss, He gets first choice, and he's chosen the dreadnought. The mech boys are already swarming over the dreadnought, examining it more thoroughly now that they have proper lighting and tools available. Zograt and Blitzkrieg are joined by two other mech boys, Sparkgit and Megabolt, both eager to get their hands on this sophisticated piece of technology. They're taking measurements, sketching crude diagrams, arguing loudly about how various systems work and what needs to be done to make it functional again. First thing, Zograt announces, climbing up onto the dreadnought's shoulder to address the assembled crowd. We gotta get power flowing again. This thing's got a proper Orky power core, real big and strong, but it's almost dead, so we're gonna hook it up to the generator, juice it up, see what happens. Second thing, Blitzkrieg adds, pointing at the weapon systems. We gotta make sure all the earthy bits still work. The big chopper needs power, them flamers need something to shoot, and that shield thing needs fixing. Plus, we might want to add some more DACA, cause you can never have too much DACA. And third, Sparkgit chimes in, having been examining the sarcophagus housing. We gotta figure out what's inside this box thing. Zograt says something's alive in there, so we gotta work out how to open it up, see what it is, and then decide if we keeps it or chucks it out. This last statement causes some debate among the orcs. Some argue that whatever's inside should be left alone, on the grounds that it's obviously been working fine so far, and messing with it might break something. Others argue that they should open it immediately, on the grounds that they want to see what's inside, and not knowing is annoying. A few suggest that they should just hit the sarcophagus with hammers until it opens, which is the orc solution to most problems that involve something being closed when you want it open. Warboss Grocker makes the decision. Leave it for now, he orders. Get the power going, get the weapons working, make sure the whole thing's solid. Then we worry about what's inside. No point opening it up if the rest of the machine don't work, yeah? This logic satisfies most of the orcs, who begin to disperse now that the immediate excitement of the find is wearing off. They've got their own things to do, fights to pick, squigs to eat, the usual orc activities. But the mech boys and their Gretchen assistants remain, settling in for what they clearly anticipate will be days or possibly weeks of intensive work. Inside his sarcophagus, the custodian has been listening to all of this through his audio sensors. His understanding of the orc language is comprehensive. The custodians are educated in all the major languages and dialects spoken by the Imperium's enemies. He knows exactly what they're planning. They're going to recharge his power core. They're going to examine his weapons. They're going to try to make him orky, whatever that means in practice. And then eventually, they're going to open his sarcophagus. This presents both opportunity and danger. Once his power core is recharged, he'll have options he doesn't currently possess. He'll be able to activate weapon systems, engage his shield generator, possibly even power his locomotion systems enough to break free. But the recharging process itself is dangerous. If the orcs don't do it properly, if they try to force too much power too quickly or use contaminated energy sources, they could damage his reactor beyond repair. Worse, they could cause it to overload and detonate, which would certainly kill all the orcs in the immediate vicinity, but would also end his own existence. He needs to be ready to act, but he also needs to be patient. The custodian focuses his thoughts, running diagnostic routines on what systems he can access, preparing for whatever comes next. His duty is to survive, to return to Terra, to resume his eternal vigil. Everything else is secondary to that duty. The mech boys work through the night, which on a demon world doesn't look significantly different from day. They've set up massive flood lamps around the dreadnought, powered by a generator that sounds like it's on the verge of exploding at any moment but keeps running anyway through the power of orcish belief. Under this harsh illumination, they examine every centimeter of the dreadnought's exterior, taking notes in their crude way, arguing constantly about what they're seeing. Megabolt has taken responsibility for the power core. He's managed to access the main reactor housing, a process that required cutting through several layers of armor that probably weren't meant to be accessed from the outside. What he finds inside fascinates him. The reactor itself is a masterwork of engineering, a fusion cell that operates on principles he only half understands, but instinctively recognizes as being extremely sophisticated. "This thing's amazing," he mutters to himself, running his hands over the reactor's casing. It's like what we builds, but if we knew what we was doing. All neat like, all the bits in the right places." He begins the process of connecting the dreadnought to the Orc generator. This requires fabricating adapter cables on the spot, welding connections that absolutely should not work, but will work, because Megabolt believes they will work. And that belief, magnified by the Gestalt psychic field of hundreds of Orcs in close proximity, makes reality conform to Orcish expectations. He's being careful by Orc standards. He doesn't want to break this magnificent machine. He wants to see it working, wants to understand how it functions, wants to make it even better by adding Orcish modifications. While Megabolt works on power, SparkGit is examining the weapons systems. The Galatas Warblade fascinates him. He's seen power weapons before. Orcs make their own versions called power claws that function on similar principles. But the refinement of this blade, the way its power field generator is integrated so seamlessly with the weapon structure, the multiple redundant systems ensuring continuous operation, it's all beyond anything in his experience. "We could learn from this," he says to Blitzkrieg, who's examining the Infernus incinerators built into the blade. Like, really learn. Not just loot it, but work out how it's made. Make our own versions. Blitzkrieg nods, understanding what SparkGit means. Usually when Orcs loot enemy equipment, they just use it as is or bolt it onto their existing gear without really understanding how it works. But this dreadnought is so well made, so sophisticated, that it's inspiring a different approach. They could study it, reverse engineer it, incorporate its principles into future Orcish designs. It's a kind of technology transfer that happens rarely in Orc society, but when it does, it can lead to significant improvements in their capabilities. The WAG field around the camp has been growing stronger ever since the dreadnought was brought in. This isn't coincidence. The excitement of the find, the anticipation of what they'll be able to do with it, the simple joy that Orcs feel when they've gotten their hands on excellent loot, all of this generates psychic energy that feeds into the Gestalt field. And that energy, in turn, makes the Mech Boys' work easier. Connections that should fail instead hold. Tools that should break instead remain functional. The generator that should have exploded hours ago continues chugging along, pumping power through Megabolt's improvised cables into the dreadnought's reactor. Inside his sarcophagus, the custodian feels the change immediately. His power core is receiving energy, actual usable energy, rather than the barely sufficient trickle it's been surviving on. The sensation is relief so profound, it might as well be joy. Not that custodians permit themselves such emotional indulgence. Systems that have been offline for years or decades or longer begin to wake up. Redundant circuits activate. Backup protocols initialize. His connection to the dreadnought's machine spirit, that artificial intelligence that helps coordinate the chassis, strengthens. But he doesn't activate anything yet. He just lets the power flow in, storing it, building up reserves, preparing. The Mech Boys are watching for signs of activation. They've got Gretchen stationed around the dreadnought with instructions to yell if anything starts glowing or moving. But the custodian is too experienced, too disciplined to give himself away like that. He accepts the power silently, invisibly, building strength for when the moment comes. Hours pass. The power core charge reaches 15%, 20%, 30%. The Mech Boys start getting excited, seeing readings on their crude instruments that tell them the reactor is responding to their input. They begin discussing what to do next, whether they should try to activate some systems, test the weapons, see if they can get the dreadnought to move. And then, something unexpected happens. The demon world, which has been relatively quiet since the Orcs arrived, decides to express its displeasure at their presence. The ground begins to shake. The sky, already a nightmare of wrong colors and impossible geometries, darkens further. Warp energy begins concentrating in the atmosphere, building towards some kind of event that won't be pleasant for anyone involved. The orcs notice, of course. They're not subtle, and neither is the demon world's attack. Demons begin manifesting across the camp, appearing in bursts of warp energy, their forms twisted and terrible. These aren't minor demons either. These are significant threats. Bloodletters of Khorne, plague-bearers of Nurgle, demonettes of Slanesh, all materializing simultaneously in what's clearly a coordinated assault. The camp erupts into chaos, which, honestly, is only slightly more chaotic than normal for an orc camp. The orcs respond to this demonic assault the way orcs respond to everything, with violence and enthusiasm. They grab whatever weapons are handy and throw themselves into combat, whooping and hollering, delighted by this unexpected entertainment. But the attack is serious. The demon world wants these intruders gone, and it's committing real resources to making that happen. More demons keep appearing, faster than the orcs can banish them. The battle spreads across the camp, orcs and demons locked in brutal melee, neither side giving ground. And in the workshop area, surrounded by this chaos, the Contemptor Galatus dreadnought sits quietly, its power core now charged to 50%, more than enough for what needs to be done. The custodian inside has been waiting for an opportunity. And now, with the orcs distracted by battle, with attention focused elsewhere, that opportunity has arrived. It's time to wake up. The Golden Warrior rises. The first indication the mech boys get that something has changed is when the dreadnought's optical sensors suddenly light up, brilliant gold illumination flooding from the eye slits in its faceplate. Sparkgit, who's been standing next to the chassis examining a power coupling, freezes in place, his enhanced orc survival instincts screaming at him that he's suddenly in very serious danger. Then, the Contemptor Galatus moves. After years or decades of stillness, the dreadnought rises. Servos engage with a sound like thunder. Hydraulics that have been dormant for so long suddenly surge with power. The massive war machine straightens up to its full height, towering above even the largest orcs present, and the very ground seems to shake from the force of its awakening. The Galatus Warblade, which has been lying inactive on the ground where the mech boys placed it, suddenly ignites with a brilliant blue-white power field. The energy surrounding the blade crackles and spits, reality itself seeming to flinch away from the weapon's edge. The twin Infernus incinerators, built into the blade housing, come online, their pilot lights flickering with barely restrained flame. The Presidium shield, though its refractor field remains non-functional, is swept up in the dreadnought's other hand, held with perfect martial precision. Even without its energy field, the massive shield remains a formidable defensive tool, Auramite strong enough to stop anything short of dedicated anti-armor weapons. And through the dreadnought's vox speakers, amplified to battlefield volume, comes a voice. Not a crude orcish bellow or a mechanical monotone, but a voice of absolute authority, refined and cold as winter, carrying the weight of centuries of service and unwavering duty. I am Valoris Kael, Shield Captain of the Adeptus Custodes, Sentinel of Terror, Guardian of the Emperor's Trust. You have laid hands upon the property of the Emperor himself. This transgression ends now. The effect on the orcs is immediate and varied. Some of them, particularly the younger boys, who've never faced anything quite this terrifying, actually take a step back. This is the exact opposite of the normal orc response to danger, which is to move toward it enthusiastically. But there's something about this golden warrior, this ancient killing machine suddenly awakening in their midst, that triggers even their limited sense of self-preservation. The mech boys have a different reaction. They're not backing away, they're practically vibrating with excitement. The thing they've been working on, the prize they've been trying to understand and repair, has just activated on its own. It's working. Sort of. Admittedly, it's working in a way that suggests it's about to start killing them, but still, it's working. This is the most fascinating thing that's happened to them in years. Warboss Grocker, currently engaged in battle with a bloodthirster about 30 meters away, hears the commotion and turns to see the dreadnought standing. For a moment, just a moment, his usual confidence wavers. That's a really big and clearly very angry war machine. Then his orc nature reasserts itself, and he grins, showing all of his massive fangs. Oi! He bellows across the battlefield. Don't nobody killed a gold thing. I call dibs on dat. But Valoris Kale, shield captain of the Adeptus Custodes, has no intention of being anyone's property. His priority analysis is clear. Survive, escape, return to Terra. Secondary objective: cause maximum disruption to enemy forces to facilitate escape. The fact that the camp is currently under attack by demons actually helps his situation. The orcs are distracted. He can use that. He takes his first step in years, and the dreadnought responds perfectly despite the damage it's sustained. The custodian's mind and the dreadnought's machine spirit work in harmony, their connection enhanced by the custodian's superior cognitive abilities and the machine spirit's sophisticated programming. This isn't like controlling a vehicle. This is more intimate than that. The dreadnought is his body now, has been for longer than he cares to remember, and moving it feels as natural as breathing once felt. His second step takes him forward, toward the edge of the workshop area. Sparkgit, showing more courage than sense, tries to block his path, raising a massive wrench in what might be a threatening gesture, or might just be Sparkgit, not knowing what else to do with his hands. Valoris doesn't slow down. The Presidium shield sweeps out in a measured arc, catching the mech boy and sending him flying 20 meters to crash into a pile of scrap metal with a satisfying crunch. 3 orc boys, seeing their mech boy attacked, charge in with the kind of fearless aggression that defines their species. Their bellowing war cries, raising their choppers, fully committed to the fight. Valoris lets them close to melee range, then activates the Infernus incinerators. Twin streams of flame erupt from the Galatus warblade, washing over the charging orcs. These aren't normal flames. These are plasma-heated death, hot enough to reduce ceramite to molten slag, sustained by power cells that can maintain the stream for extended periods. The orcs don't die quietly, they die screaming, their bodies immolating in seconds, their crude armor melting and fusing with their flesh before that too catches fire and burns to ash. The display serves its purpose, establishing that attacking him is a fatal mistake. The orcs, who were thinking about charging in, reconsider their position. The mech boys, who were thinking about trying to shut him down somehow, realize that approach is unlikely to end well, and Valoris takes advantage of this hesitation to assess his situation more thoroughly. He's surrounded by orcs, hundreds of them across the camp. He's on a demon world, meaning escape will require more than simply walking away. His power core, while recharged to a usable level, won't sustain prolonged high-intensity combat. His weapon systems are functional but running on minimal reserves. His shield's refractor field remains offline. Multiple systems are damaged or non-functional. In short, he's in terrible shape, vastly outnumbered, and deep in enemy territory. But he's a custodian. Being in terrible situations is what they train for. The demons attacking the camp have noticed him now. Of course they have. An activated custodian dreadnought radiates, the Emperor's light even in this darkest of places, a beacon of order and authority in a realm of chaos. A pack of bloodletters changes direction mid-charge, abandoning their orc opponents to rush toward this new, more tempting target. Valoris meets them head-on. The Galatus warblade sweeps through the first demon with contemptuous ease, the power field disrupting the warp stuff that comprises its physical form and sending it shrieking back to the immaterium. The second bloodletter manages to close to striking range, its hellblade crackling with unholy energy as it swings toward the dreadnought's torso. The Presidium shield interposes with perfect timing, the auramite construction absorbing the blow that would have damaged lesser armor. Valoris follows up with a shield bash that crushes the demon's skull. The physical force combined with the residual blessings worked into the auramite, proving lethal even to warp-spawned entities. The remaining bloodletters try to surround him, a sound tactic against a single opponent. But Valoris has fought demons for longer than most mortal races have existed. He knows their tactics, their strengths, their weaknesses. The dreadnought pivots with surprising grace for something so massive. The Galatus warblade, describing perfect arcs that keep the demons at bay while the Infernus incinerators sweep periodically, to deny them any approach vectors. The orcs, to their credit, don't sit idle during this display. Some of them join in attacking the demons because, from their perspective, this is just more enemies to fight. Others start shooting at Valoris, their shooters and big shooters spattering the dreadnought's armor with rounds that mostly bounce off, but occasionally find gaps where they can cause minor damage. A few mech boys are already running calculations, trying to figure out how to disable the dreadnought without destroying it completely. And Warboss Grocker, having dispatched his bloodthirster opponent with a power claw to the face, is striding toward the workshop area with clear purpose. He's decided this situation needs his personal attention. Valoris notes the Warboss's approach through his sensors. This is a threat that can't be ignored. Orc Warbosses don't become Warbosses by being weak or stupid. They rise to their positions by being the biggest, the meanest, and the cleverest fighters in their warbands. Grocker looks like he stands about 8 feet tall, wears heavy armor that's been welded together from various sources, and carries weapons that could threaten even a dreadnought. The shield captain makes a tactical decision. He can't win this fight. Not here, not now, not in his current condition. His power reserves are already dropping from the combat he's engaged in. His weapons are functional, but not at full capacity. He's surrounded by hundreds of enemies, with more arriving constantly. Fighting here means death. And while custodians don't fear death, they also don't waste their lives unnecessarily. He needs to disengage. He needs to create distance between himself and the orc force. And then he needs to figure out how to escape this demon world entirely, which is a problem he'll address once he's not in immediate danger of being overwhelmed. Valoris makes his move. The dreadnought surges forward, not toward Grocker, but away from him, using the Warboss's approach as a distraction. The Galatus Warblade cuts through any orc foolish enough to try blocking his path. The Infernus Incinerators clear corridors through the mob, creating temporary gaps in the encirclement. He's not trying to fight his way through. He's trying to break through, using momentum and shock value to overwhelm the orc's ability to respond. It nearly works. He gets 20 meters from the workshop area, then 30, carving a bloody path through the camp. Demons and orcs alike fall before his advance, neither group particularly caring about the other when there's this golden target to focus on. His power reserves drop to 40%, then 35, then 30. The Dreadnought's machine spirit sends warning alerts about component stress, systems operating beyond safe parameters, potential cascade failures if current activity continues. And then Grocker catches up. The Warboss doesn't tackle Valoris exactly, because that would be stupid even by orc standards. Instead, he positions himself directly in the Dreadnought's path and sets his feet, raising his power claw in a guard position. When Valoris tries to continue his charge, Grocker meets the Dreadnought head-on, with all the strength an 8-foot orc can bring to bear. The collision is tremendous. Valoris weighs several tons. Grocker weighs considerably less, but makes up for it with sheer bloody-mindedness and orcish refusal to be moved. The force of their meeting sends shockwaves through the ground, cracks appearing in the demon world's unstable surface. Both combatants are driven backward by the impact, the Dreadnought's momentum arrested, Grocker's boots leaving deep furrows in the ground. For a moment, they stand facing each other. The ancient custodian warrior in his golden mechanical shell, damaged and diminished, but still formidable. The orc warboss, young by Greenskin's standards, but already massive, standing his ground against something that outweighs him 4-1. Around them, the battle rages on, orcs and demons tearing into each other with abandon. But in this space, this moment, it's just these two. "Oi," Grocker says, his voice carrying clearly despite the chaos around them. "That's my new ride you're stealing." Valoris's response comes through the Vox speakers, cold and emotionless. "This chassis bears the Emperor's mark. It will never serve Xenos filth." "Yeah, well, we'll see about that," Grocker replies, and charges. What follows is one of the most unusual combats in the history of either species. A custodian dreadnought, even a damaged one, represents a concentration of martial skill and technological superiority that can dominate most battlefields. An orc war boss, especially one in the full flush of his power, embodies brute force and unconquerable determination that can overcome almost any opposition. When these two forces meet, the result is spectacular. The Galatus Warblade crashes against Grokka's Power Claw, both weapons screaming as their power fields interact. Sparks spray in every direction, the air itself seeming to crack under the stress. Grokka takes a step back, pushed by the Dreadnought's superior strength, then plants his feet and pushes back. To Valoris's surprise, he doesn't simply give way. The orc is strong, unbelievably strong, leveraging every bit of his mass and muscle to resist. Valoris brings the Presidium shield around in a sideswipe that should cave in Grokka's skull. The warboss ducks under it with agility that seems impossible for something his size, then lunges forward inside the Dreadnought's guard. His power claw latches onto the Dreadnought's torso, the energy field digging into the Auramite armor. Warnings flash across Valoris's consciousness. Armor breach detected. Hull integrity compromised. Power claw attempting to tear through external plating. The Infernus incinerators come online. Point-blank range, engulfing Grokka in flames. Any normal creature would be instantly immolated. The warboss roars, more in irritation than pain. His heavy armor protecting him from the worst of the heat, though his skin is definitely burning where it's exposed. He doesn't let go. He just keeps pulling, trying to tear a chunk out of the Dreadnought's chassis. Valoris drives the Dreadnought forward, using his mass advantage, trying to crush the warboss against the ground. Grokka goes down, still holding on, his power claw now pulling pieces of armor plating free. Other orcs, seeing their warboss engaged in single combat, start circling, waiting for an opening to join the fight. Daemons, attracted by the concentration of violence, also close in, seeing both combatants as targets. The situation is becoming untenable. Valoris makes a calculation. He can't win this fight. His power reserves are at 20% and dropping fast. His armor is compromised. He's surrounded by enemies on all sides. If he continues this battle, he will be destroyed. The custodian temperament recoils at the idea of retreat, but temperament doesn't override tactical reality. He activates the Infernus incinerators at maximum output, not targeting Grokka specifically, but washing the entire area in flames. The fuel reserves drain precipitously, but the effect is immediate. Everything within 5 meters is suddenly on fire. Orcs scatter, demons shriek, and Grokka, finally having enough of being set on fire, releases his grip on the Dreadnought's torso and rolls away. Valoris doesn't hesitate. He uses the momentary opening to disengage, turning away from the warboss and accelerating into the crowd of orcs. He's not trying to fight his way through anymore. He's trying to escape, pure and simple, using every bit of remaining power to build speed. The orcs try to stop him. They throw themselves in his path. They shoot at him. They attach improvised grappling hooks to try and slow him down. But momentum is on his side, and the Dreadnought's weight and strength carry him through. He breaks clear of the camp's edge, entering the demon world's wilderness. Behind him, he can hear Grokka bellowing orders, coordinating pursuit. The orcs aren't going to let their prize escape without a chase. But Valoris has bought himself time and distance, which is all he needs for now. He runs, or rather, the Dreadnought approximation of running, a ground-eating stride that covers significant distance with each step, despite the damage to his locomotive systems. His power reserves drop to 15%, then 10%. Warnings cascade through his consciousness, systems crying out for maintenance and repair. But he doesn't stop. He can't stop. Behind him, the orc camp dissolves into organized chaos as they mobilize for pursuit. Ahead of him lies the demon world's twisted landscape, full of dangers, but at least offering the possibility of escape. And within his sarcophagus, Valoris Kael allows himself the smallest sensation of satisfaction. He's alive. He's free. And while his situation is still desperate, he's survived worse. The hunt is on. The chase. Orcs in pursuit. Across hell itself. The demon world doesn't care about the personal drama playing out on its surface. It continues being a nightmare realm, regardless of whether anyone's paying attention. But the chase that's now unfolding across its twisted landscape is remarkable enough that even the demons pause to watch. An Adeptus Custodes dreadnought being pursued by an orc warband across a demon world. If the Imperium has historians that survive long enough to record this event, they'll struggle to categorize exactly which type of catastrophe this represents. Valoris's initial advantage is speed. A dreadnought, even a damaged one, can move quickly when necessary. The Contemptor pattern was designed to be more mobile than standard dreadnoughts, capable of keeping pace with Custodian Guard on the advance. That mobility serves him now as he puts distance between himself and the orc camp, each stride covering ground that would take normal infantry several seconds to cross. But the orcs aren't slow either. Grokka's warband includes plenty of speed freaks, those orcs obsessed with going fast, and they immediately deploy their bikes and trucks in pursuit. The vehicles that were scattered around camp, half dismantled or in various states of repair, are hastily made functional through the application of mechboy expertise and the Wei Field's reality warping influence. Engines that shouldn't work roar to life, wheels that should fall off stay attached, and within minutes of Valoris's escape, a convoy of orc vehicles is racing after him. The terrain doesn't help anyone. The demon world surface is unpredictable at best and actively hostile at worst. Valoris navigates by Dead Reckoning and his dreadnought's sensors, avoiding the most obviously dangerous features. A canyon that seems to breathe, a forest of crystallized screams that cuts anything that touches it, a plain where the ground randomly switches between liquid and solid states. But avoiding these hazards slows him down, and the orcs behind him are gaining. What Valoris needs is defensible ground, somewhere he can make a stand with tactical advantage, where the orcs' numbers count for less. His sensors scan the landscape ahead, the dreadnought's machine spirit analyzing topography and suggesting potential positions. There, about 2 kilometers ahead, a structure, ancient, pre-corruption, clearly of Imperial origin, though so warped by warp exposure that its original purpose is unclear. But it's solid, relatively speaking, and offers potential defensive positions. He adjusts course, vectoring toward the structure. His power reserves are at 8% now. The machine spirit is sending increasingly urgent warnings about critical system failures if current energy expenditure continues. He reduces speed slightly, prioritizing endurance over velocity. The orcs will catch up eventually anyway. Better to reach the structure with enough power to fight than to get there and collapse immediately. Behind him, the orc pursuit is having its own challenges. One of their trucks drives straight into a patch of demon world surface that decides to become sentient right at that moment, the ground literally reaching up to grab the vehicle and pull it down into itself. The orcs in the truck escape by jumping off before they're dragged under, but the vehicle is lost. A bike suffers a more traditional fate, hitting a rock at high speed and launching its rider a spectacular distance through the air. The rider survives the landing because orcs are incredibly tough, but he's now on foot and far behind the main chase. Grokka himself is riding in the lead truck, standing in the back, one hand gripping a roll bar for stability, while the other waves his power claw for emphasis as he shouts encouragement and insults at the fleeing dreadnought. "You can't run forever, you golden git. We're gonna catch you, and Dan, you're gonna be my new ride, whether you likes it or not." The mech boys are also in pursuit, particularly Zograt and Blitzkrieg, both riding in the same vehicle and arguing loudly about the best way to disable a dreadnought without destroying it completely. Their discussion is technically sophisticated, covering topics like optimal targeting points for electromagnetic pulses and the vulnerability of power coupling systems, but it's delivered in orc dialect and punctuated with threats about who gets to take credit when they finally capture this magnificent prize. Valoris reaches the structure with his power reserves at 6%. It's clearly been some kind of Imperial facility once, possibly a monitoring station or small garrison. The corruption has warped it significantly. Walls lean at angles that physics shouldn't permit. Doorways open onto spaces that are larger on the inside than the outside. But the fundamental structure remains, Auramite-reinforced walls that even demonic corruption hasn't completely destroyed. He enters through what used to be the main entrance, now a gaping wound in the structure's side where the doors have been torn away. Inside, the corruption is even more evident. The air has a texture to it, almost solid, resisting movement. The floors are covered with something that might be organic material or might be solidified despair. It's hard to tell. But there are defensible positions here. Narrow passages where the orc's numbers won't help them. Elevated positions where he can use height advantage. He positions himself in what used to be a central chamber, now a space where geometry has given up pretending to make sense. From here, he has sight lines to multiple approach routes. His back is to a wall that seems more solid than most. The Galatus Warblade remains active, its power field humming, though he's reduced the Infernus incinerators to pilot light status to conserve fuel. The Presidium shield is raised, ready, and he waits. 6% power remaining. Maybe 15 minutes of high-intensity combat before complete shutdown. It will have to be enough. The first orcs arrive within 2 minutes, bikes skidding to stops outside the structure as their riders dismount and prepare to assault. They're not stupid enough to charge blindly into an unknown building where a dreadnought is waiting. They fan out, covering multiple entrances, calling to each other in their crude language to coordinate their approach. Some of them fire test shots into the structure, their bullets ricocheting off corrupted metal and auramite with equal results. When Grokka's truck arrives, bringing the war boss and the mech boys, the assault begins in earnest. The orcs don't have a sophisticated plan. They have an orc plan, which is to say they're going to rush in from multiple directions and overwhelm the target through sheer numbers and violence. It's a plan that works surprisingly often, mainly because it's executed with such complete commitment that enemies don't have time to properly respond. Valoris is ready. The first wave of orcs that enters through the eastern approach finds themselves funneled into a corridor barely wide enough for 2 of them to move abreast. The Galatus Warblade sweeps through this confined space with devastating efficiency, each swing cleaving through orc bodies with contemptuous ease. The dreadnought's positioning means the orcs can't flank or surround him. They can only come at him from predictable angles. It's a meat grinder, and the orcs are the meat, but they keep coming. That's the thing about orcs. They don't break, they don't root. Every one that falls is immediately replaced by another, and another, and another. They're taking catastrophic casualties, but they don't care. This is what they live for, this kind of brutal, close-quarters violence where individual skill matters less than pure determination. Grokka, watching from outside, quickly realizes this approach isn't working. "Stop feeding them to the chopper one at a time, you gits," he bellows. "We gotta use our heads." By which he means they need to be clever about this, not just charging stupidly, which is ironic coming from an orc. But Grokka hasn't become warboss by being entirely stupid. He orders the mech boys to assess the situation. Zograt and Blitzkrieg approach the structure cautiously, examining its walls and foundations, looking for weaknesses they can exploit. The corruption that's warped this building has made it structurally unsound in places. If they can identify the right load-bearing walls and take those out, the whole structure might collapse. It would probably damage the dreadnought, but they can repair damage. What they can't repair is something that's been completely destroyed by fighting. Meanwhile, Grokka himself enters through the main entrance, power claw ready, armor scorched from his previous encounter, but still functional. He's not trying to be sneaky, he's trying to be a challenge, drawing the dreadnought's attention away from the orcs, who are dying in droves in that eastern corridor. "Oi, golden boy!" he shouts, his voice echoing through the corrupted structure. "Let's do this proper like. You and me, one-on-one, winner takes all." Valoris doesn't respond verbally. He doesn't owe this Xenos any courtesy, but he does reassess his position. The warboss's arrival changes the tactical calculus. That eastern corridor can be temporarily abandoned while he addresses this more significant threat. He pulls back from his previous position, moving deeper into the structure's interior, forcing Grokka to follow him into terrain that's even more unstable. The warboss pursues, without hesitation. This is what he wanted. A proper scrap with a worthy opponent. The other orcs can handle the smaller fights. This is Warboss business. When he catches up to Valoris in what used to be some kind of command center, he grins, showing all his massive fangs. "There you are. Thought you was gonna run again." "I do not run," Valoris replies, his vox speakers making his voice echo strangely in this corrupted space. "I make tactical withdrawals to more favorable positions." "That's just running with extra words," Grocker observes, and charges. Their second engagement is even more violent than the first. In this confined space, with better footing than the Demon World surface provided, both combatants can leverage their full capabilities. Grocker's Power Claw seeks the same spot it found before, the breach in the Dreadnought's armor plating. Valoris denies him this, the Presidium shield interposing constantly, forcing the Warboss to work for every strike. The Galatus, Warblade, crashes against Grocker's armor, seeking vulnerable points, testing the orc's defenses. But Grocker is fast, faster than something his size should be, ducking and weaving with surprising grace. The Power Claw scores a hit on the Dreadnought's leg, tearing through secondary armor and damaging the knee joint's motivator. Valoris staggers, but doesn't fall, using the Presidium shield as a third point of contact to maintain stability. Power reserves, 4%. Systems critical, warnings cascading faster than Valoris can process them. He's running out of time. Outside, the mech boys have found what they're looking for. A section of wall where the warp corruption has made the structure brittle, where the auramite reinforcement has been compromised by centuries of exposure. They position a demolition charge, something they've cobbled together from various explosives they had on hand. It's crude, it's dangerous, and it might destroy more than they intend. But it'll bring down that wall, and hopefully part of the interior structure with it. "Ready?" Zograt asks Blitzkrieg. "Yeah, but what if it collapses the whole thing and smashes the Dreadnought? Then we get to rebuild it from scrap, innit? Still gotta be better than letting it get away." They trigger the charge. The explosion is tremendous, far larger than even the mech boys expected. The demolition charge was apparently more powerful than they calculated, or maybe the structure's instability made it more susceptible to collapse, or maybe the Demon World itself decided this was a good moment to be dramatic. Whatever the reason, a significant portion of the building comes down in a cascade of corrupted metal and auramite and debris. Inside, Valoris and Grocker are both caught by the collapse. The Dreadnought's sensors detect the incoming debris and he tries to move, but the damaged leg servo limits his mobility. Chunks of building material crash down onto him, onto Grocker, onto everything in the chamber. Dust and corruption fill the air, visibility dropping to near zero. When the dust settles, the structure is significantly less intact than it was. The orcs outside cautiously approach what's left, trying to see if their prize survived. For a long moment, there's no movement from within. Then, slowly, pieces of debris begin to shift. Valoris emerges from the rubble, his Dreadnought chassis covered in dust and scoring, multiple new points of damage visible on his armor. His power reserves have dropped to 2% during the collapse, barely enough to maintain life support. His weapon systems are offline to conserve energy. He's functionally defeated, unable to continue fighting. 10 meters away, Grocker also emerges from the debris, pulling himself up through sheer bloody-minded determination. He's injured, one arm hanging limp, his armor cracked in multiple places, green blood oozing from wounds all over his massive frame. But he's grinning. "Heh, that was a good scrap." Valoris assesses his options. They're severely limited. He could try to fight, but without power for his weapons, he'd be reduced to using the Dreadnought's physical strength alone, and even that would drain his reserves within minutes. He could try to run, but with the damaged leg servo and depleted power, he wouldn't get far. For the first time in longer than he can remember, Shield Captain Valoris Kale faces the possibility that he might not escape this situation. The other orcs are closing in now, surrounding the collapsed structure, weapons ready. Mech boys are approaching with their tools, eager to finally get their hands on this magnificent machine now that it's been subdued. Grocker limps over to the dreadnought, looking up at it with clear satisfaction, despite his injuries. "So here's how this is gonna work," the warboss says. "You're gonna stop fighting, yeah? And we're gonna take you back to camp and fix you up proper-like, make you orky, and then I'm gonna ride around in you, stomping gits and having a proper good time. Or," and here Grocker's voice takes on a harder edge, "we can keep fighting until something breaks what can't be fixed, and then all we got's is scrap. Your choice, golden boy." Valoris considers this ultimatum. His duty is clear: survive, preserve the Emperor's property, return to Terra. Fighting to complete destruction serves none of these objectives. Allowing himself to be captured, to be looted by Xenos, violates every principle he was trained to uphold. But if he's still alive, still conscious, then there's still the possibility of eventual escape. The dead serve no purpose. "Your proposal is noted," Valoris says finally, his voice cold even through the Vox speakers. "But understand this, Xenos. My compliance is temporary. The first opportunity that presents itself, I will resume my escape, and any orc who stands between me and my duty will die." Grocker's grin widens. "Yeah, that's what I thought you'd say. Makes it more interesting, don't it? Come on, boys. Let's get this thing back to camp." And so, for the second time in as many days, the Contemptor Galatus Dreadnought is transported to the Orc camp, though this time as a captured prize rather than mere salvage. Shield Captain Valoris Kael, one of the Emperor's finest warriors, has been defeated and captured by Orcs on a demon world. The situation could hardly be more absurd or more terrible, and yet both combatants seem oddly satisfied with this outcome. The Orcs have their prize, and Valoris has survived to fight another day. What happens next will depend on how the Mech Boys decide to proceed with their looting, and whether the custodian can find an opportunity to escape before they do something irreversible. But that's a story for another time. If the Emperor is merciful, though mercy and demon worlds are concepts that rarely coexist. Like and subscribe for more deep dives into the dark corners of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, where the grim darkness of the far future somehow still finds room for the occasional bit of darkly comedic chaos. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But sometimes, in the vast and uncaring galaxy of Warhammer 40,000, war takes forms so bizarre and improbable that they seem almost comedic in their absurdity. Picture this. On a demon world where reality itself bends to the will of the chaos god Tzeentch, where sorcerous towers pierce skies of perpetual storm, where the very air tastes of forbidden knowledge and ancient malice, a warband of orcs stumbles upon something they have no business finding. Buried in the crystalline rubble of a battlefield millennia old, surrounded by the twisted architecture of the Thousand Suns, lies a Space Wolves dreadnought. An ancient warrior of Fenris, entombed in adamantium and ceramite, sleeping the cold sleep of the honored dead. And these orcs, being orcs, have only one thought when they see this magnificent piece of imperial technology. That's a proper good bit of loot, that is. This scenario, while seemingly plucked from the fever dreams of a particularly creative hobbyist, represents a perfect collision of Warhammer 40,000's most distinctive factions. It's a meeting of the galaxy's most brutal and straightforward race with one of the Imperium's most revered and tragic technologies, all taking place on the homeworld of their most hated enemies. It's a situation so dense with history, so laden with irony, that it deserves deep exploration. What would happen when orcs encounter a Space Wolves dreadnought on Sortiarius? The answer involves far more than simple combat. It touches on the fundamental nature of these factions, the bizarre metaphysics of the 40K universe, and the dark humor that lurks beneath the grim-dark surface of this setting. To truly understand this scenario, we must first understand the players involved. The orcs are not simply mindless brutes, despite what their enemies might think. They are a biological weapon perfected over millions of years, created by the ancient Old Ones as soldiers in a war so devastating it nearly destroyed reality itself. The Space Wolves' dreadnoughts are not merely war machines, but living monuments to duty and sacrifice, containing warriors who have served for centuries or even millennia. And Sortiarius, the planet of sorcerers, is not just a hostile environment, but a place where the laws of physics themselves bow to the whims of chaos. Each element brings its own complexities to this strange equation. The sheer improbability of this meeting makes it all the more fascinating. For a Space Wolves dreadnought to be on Sortiarius suggests a story of its own. Perhaps it was captured during one of the many raids the Wolves have launched against the Thousand Suns over the 10,000 years since the burning of Prospero. Perhaps it fell in battle during an ill-fated assault, its brothers forced to retreat without recovering it. Perhaps it was a prize taken by Magnus the Red himself, kept as a trophy or subject of study. Whatever the reason, the fact that it remains functional at all on a daemon world is remarkable. The presence of orcs on Sortiarius is equally unlikely, yet entirely characteristic. Orcs go where the fighting is, and a demon world in real space offers fights unlike any other. They might have been part of a warg that stumbled through the warp and emerged near the planet of sorcerers. They might have been drawn by the psychic beacon that Sortiarius has become. Or they might simply have followed the sounds of war, as orcs always do, and found themselves in the most hostile territory imaginable. But before we can fully appreciate the chaos that would ensue from this meeting, we need to understand each faction in depth. We need to grasp what makes orcs tick, to comprehend the nature of the dreadnought and its pilot, and to feel the weight of the hatred between the Space Wolves and Thousand Suns. Only then can we truly imagine the scene. Greenskins approaching a sleeping giant on a world of sorcery, their fingers already twitching with the urge to loot, their minds already racing with possibilities for what they might build from this magnificent scrap. Only then can we understand why this scenario is simultaneously horrifying, hilarious, and somehow perfectly fitting for the galaxy of Warhammer 40,000. So let us begin our journey into this strange corner of the 41st millennium. Let us explore what happens when the unstoppable enthusiasm of the orcs meets the immovable determination of a Space Wolves ancient, all under the baleful gaze of the Thousand Suns on their twisted homeworld. It's a tale of technology and belief, of ancient grudges and new opportunities, of the clash between three of the galaxy's most distinctive cultures. And like all the best stories in Warhammer 40,000, it's equal parts tragedy, comedy, and unrelenting violence. The orcs, nature's perfect warriors. To understand what happens when orcs encounter a dreadnought, you must first understand the orcs themselves. They are not, as Imperial propaganda often suggests, simple-minded savages who stumbled into space travel through blind luck. The orcs are, in fact, one of the most perfectly adapted species in the galaxy, biologically engineered weapons designed for a single purpose: war. Every aspect of their biology, psychology, and culture serves this function, creating a species that thrives on conflict and grows stronger through violence. They are the galaxy's most successful species, outnumbering even humanity across the stars, spreading like an unstoppable green tide from one war zone to the next. The orcs' biology is a marvel of genetic engineering, though they themselves would never appreciate it in such terms. They are fungal in nature, reproducing through spores released upon death. This means that wherever orcs fight and die, new orcs will eventually grow. An orc infestation is nearly impossible to eliminate completely, as a single overlooked spore can regenerate an entire ecosystem of orcoid life. First come the squigs, mindless fungal creatures that serve as food and occasionally as weapons. Then arrive the snotlings, tiny creatures barely capable of coherent thought, who tend to the fungus gardens that will support the growing orc population. Following them are the Gretchen, or grots, slightly more intelligent creatures who serve as laborers, servants, and cannon fodder for the larger orcs. Finally, the orcs themselves emerge, already possessing a surprising amount of inherent knowledge about fighting, technology, and hierarchy. This reproductive cycle makes orcs incredibly resilient as a species. A battle that kills millions of orcs is not a defeat, but an investment in future wargs. The spores left behind will generate new warriors in a matter of weeks or months, depending on conditions. Imperial forces have learned, to their horror, that the only truly effective way to eliminate an orc presence is through exterminatus, the complete destruction of a world's biosphere. Even orbital bombardment often proves insufficient, as spores can survive in deep caverns or be carried to other worlds on debris. The orcs are, quite literally, a plague upon the galaxy, and unlike diseases, they cannot be cured, only contained and fought to a perpetual standstill. But the orcs' most fascinating characteristic is not their unusual biology, but their unique relationship with reality itself. Orcs possess latent psychic abilities that manifest as a gestalt field called the WAG. This psychic field is not consciously controlled by individual orcs, but emerges from the collective belief and enthusiasm of orc populations. The more orcs gather in one place, the stronger the WAG becomes, and the more it warps reality to conform to orc expectations. This is why orc technology works at all. A weapon cobbled together from scrap metal and wishful thinking functions not because it's properly engineered, but because enough orcs believe it should function. Red vehicles go faster because orcs think red is a fast color. Guns fire because orcs believe pulling the trigger makes them shoot. This reality warping effect has strict limits, but within those limits, it makes orcs far more dangerous than their crude technology would suggest. The whack also explains orc psychology and culture. Orcs are perpetually happy, or at least perpetually eager for the next fight. They don't experience despair or existential dread because these concepts are alien to their nature. An orc exists to fight, and fighting is what makes them happy. Defeat doesn't demoralize them because there's always another fight ahead. Death doesn't frighten them because dying in battle is exactly what they were made for. This makes orcs terrifying opponents not because of any tactical brilliance, but because they simply don't care about survival the way other species do. An orc will charge into certain death not out of bravery, but because charging looks like fun. Orc society is brutally simple in its structure. Might makes right. The biggest, strongest orc is in charge, and he stays in charge until someone bigger and stronger knocks his head off. This creates a constant cycle of violence even within orc society. But this violence is generally controlled and ritualized. Orcs don't engage in the kind of bitter, ideological civil wars that plague other species. An orc who challenges his boss does so because he thinks he can win, not because of any political ideology. If he wins, the other orcs accept his leadership immediately. If he loses, well, he probably doesn't survive to complain about it. This system creates a natural meritocracy where leadership is determined by demonstrated capability rather than heredity or politics. The largest social unit in orc society is the War itself, a massive migration of orcs united under a particularly powerful war boss. A War isn't just a military campaign, but a cultural phenomenon, a celebration of everything orky. Millions or even billions of orcs might join a War, bringing with them countless vehicles, war machines, and support creatures. A War in full swing is an unstoppable force that can conquer entire sectors before it eventually collapses from infighting or simply runs out of enemies to fight. The greatest Wags are led by legendary war bosses like Gazkul Thraka, whose vision of ultimate war threatens the entire galaxy. Within the broader orc culture are various clans, each with their own traditions and specializations. The Goths favor close combat and black war paint. The Bad Moons are obsessed with wealth and flash, wielding the most expensive weapons their teeth can buy. The Evil Sons love speed, painting everything red and racing into battle on bikes and trucks. The Death Skulls are compulsive looters who paint themselves blue for luck. The Snakebites are traditionalists who distrust advanced technology and prefer close combat with choppy weapons. The Blood Axes, controversial among other orcs, actually learn tactics from human opponents and aren't above using camouflage or retreating when necessary. Each clan contributes its own flavor to orc culture, while remaining fundamentally orky in nature. But for our scenario, the most important orcs are the Mech Boys, the engineering caste that builds and maintains all orc technology. Mech Boys are a type of odd boy, orcs born with specialized genetic knowledge hard-coded into their DNA. While all orcs have some basic understanding of technology, Mech Boys are obsessed with it. From the moment they emerge from the ground, their heads are filled with visions of weapons and machines. They don't learn engineering in any traditional sense, but instead work on instinct, knowing without understanding how various components fit together. A Mech Boy can look at a pile of seemingly random scrap and immediately identify what each piece does and how it can be used. Mech Boys are essential to orc society because without them, the ramshackle technology that orcs depend on would quickly fall apart. A Mech Boy's work goes beyond simple mechanical repair. Through their connection to the WAG field, Mech Boys can instill belief in their creations, making other orcs confident that a particular weapon or vehicle will work. This confidence literally makes the device more likely to function properly. The best Mech Boys, known as Big Mechs, can create works of surprising sophistication. Their force fields can protect entire mobs of orcs. Their shooters can rival anything produced by other races. Their understanding of technology, though expressed through crude construction methods, sometimes exceeds what the Adeptus Mechanicus can achieve. Mech Boys also oversee the sacred orc tradition of looting. To an orc, there is no greater joy than taking something from a defeated enemy and making it orky. This isn't simple theft, but a form of cultural expression. When orcs loot enemy equipment, they don't use it as is. Instead, they modify it, customize it, and most importantly, make it loud and impressive. A looted Imperial tank might be painted red, covered in spikes, and given more guns than its original designers ever intended. A captured weapon might be welded to another weapon to create something ridiculous yet effective. Looting is both practical, providing orcs with resources they can't produce themselves, and philosophical, demonstrating orc superiority by improving upon other races' inferior designs. The extent of orc looting is impressive. They'll loot anything: weapons, armor, vehicles, buildings, even biological organisms. Through the combined efforts of Mech Boys and Pain Boys, orcs have been known to loot captured enemy soldiers, turning them into cyborg slaves or experimental subjects. They've looted Titans, the towering war machines of the Imperium, converting them into orc gargants. They've looted entire ships, transforming elegant spacecraft into ramshackle space hulks covered in guns and orc iconography. Given sufficient time and resources, there's essentially nothing an orc won't try to loot. This brings us to the critical question: what happens when orcs encounter a Space Marine dreadnought? The answer is obvious. To an orc Mech Boy, a dreadnought represents the ultimate looting opportunity. It's big, it's shooty, it's choppy, and it's clearly the work of someone who knew what they were doing. The fact that it contains a living Space Marine would be a bonus rather than a deterrent. To an orc, the challenge of looting something this impressive would be irresistible. And unlike other races who might approach such a find with caution or reverence, orcs would see it purely in terms of opportunity. That's not a sacred relic or a tomb for a fallen hero. That's the best pile of scrap they've ever seen, and they're going to make something proper orky out of it. Space wolves, dreadnoughts, walking tombs of legend. If orcs represent the triumph of simplicity and enthusiasm, dreadnoughts represent the opposite: complexity, tragedy, and the terrible weight of duty extended far beyond any reasonable limit. A dreadnought is not merely a weapon system or a walking tank. It is a sarcophagus, a life support system, and a prison, all in one. Within its armored shell lies the broken body of a space marine who was too valuable to let die, but too wounded to ever truly live again. These warriors are sustained in a strange half-life, awakened for battle, and then returned to sleep, potentially for centuries at a time. They are living relics, veterans of ages long past, repositories of wisdom and martial skill that their chapters cannot afford to lose. They are also, in many ways, cursed. The process of interring a space marine in a dreadnought is reserved for only the most grievously wounded warriors. When a battle brother suffers injuries so catastrophic that even the advanced medical technology of the Adeptus Astartes cannot fully repair them, a terrible choice must be made. If that warrior's service record is distinguished enough, if his knowledge and experience are deemed valuable enough, he may be offered entombment. This is presented as an honor, a chance to continue serving the Emperor and the chapter when death would otherwise claim them. But the reality is far darker than the ceremony suggests. A space marine who accepts entombment trades his life for a kind of existence that barely deserves the name. The physical process is brutal. The dying warrior's remains, usually little more than a torso and head, with perhaps fragments of limbs attached, are placed within an amniotic tank inside the dreadnought sarcophagus. Life support systems keep the organic parts functioning. Neural interfaces connect the warrior's brain directly to the dreadnought's systems, allowing him to control the war machine as if it were his own body. But this connection is imperfect. A dreadnought pilot cannot feel the ground beneath his feet or the wind on his face. He experiences the world through mechanical sensors that translate reality into data. Temperature becomes numbers. Sight becomes pixelated images. Sound comes filtered through audio receptors that were never designed to replicate human hearing. The sensory deprivation is profound and maddening. Worse still is the isolation between battles. Dreadnoughts are awakened only when their chapter needs them, which might mean decades or even centuries of sleep between activations. During this sleep, the pilot experiences nothing. No dreams, no thoughts, no passage of time. One moment they're in battle, the next they're waking up in a world that's moved forward without them. Everyone they knew might be dead. The chapter might have changed in ways they don't recognize. Even their memories begin to fade, as the organic portions of their brain deteriorate slowly over the centuries. Some pilots, like the legendary Bjorn the Fell-Handed of the Space Wolves, maintain remarkable clarity even after 10,000 years. But they are rare exceptions. Most dreadnought pilots gradually lose their humanity, becoming more machine than man, living weapons with little connection to their former selves. The Space Wolves, being Space Wolves, approach dreadnoughts with their own unique perspective. They call their dreadnoughts ancients, or sometimes venerables, terms that reflect the respect they hold for these warriors. But they also recognize the curse inherent in this form of immortality. The Space Wolves are a chapter that values life, friendship, and the joy of battle. To be trapped in a metal tomb, unable to taste mead or feel the warmth of a feast hall fire, unable to truly be one of the pack, is a fate that contradicts everything the wolves hold dear. Yet they honor those who accept this burden, knowing these ancient warriors sacrifice even their own humanity for the good of the chapter. Space Wolves. Dreadnoughts are distinctive in both appearance and armament. They're often decorated with wolf pelts, runes, and other iconography reflecting their Fenrisian heritage. Their weapons include exotic options unique to the chapter. A Hellfrost cannon can freeze enemies solid before shattering them. A Blizzard shield projects powerful force fields that allow the dreadnought to weather tremendous punishment while closing to melee range. A Fenrisian Great Axe is a massive power weapon capable of cleaving through armor and bone with equal ease. These weapons reflect the Space Wolves' preference for close combat and their connection to the frozen death world of Fenris. Some Space Wolves' dreadnoughts suffer from an additional curse. The Canis helix, the genetic modification that makes space wolves what they are, can continue to affect even warriors sealed in adamantium shells. In rare cases, the curse of the wolfen manifests in an entombed warrior. The pilot's mind devolves into bestial rage, and sometimes their crippled bodies mutate within the sarcophagus. These wolfen dreadnoughts are bellicose even by space wolf standards, howling and snarling as they charge into battle. They're fitted with close combat weapons exclusively because their pilots can no longer be trusted to use ranged weapons with any tactical sense. They exist only to maul and eviscerate enemies until either the foe is destroyed or the dreadnought itself is disabled. The most extreme example of this curse is Murderfang, a wolfen dreadnought so consumed by rage that he cannot distinguish friend from foe. Murderfang is kept in stasis beneath the Fang, the Space Wolves' fortress monastery, and released only in the direst circumstances. Once unleashed, Murderfang claws and stamps until nothing lives in his vicinity. Then he must be frozen solid with Hellfrost technology before he turns on his own brothers. The identity of the warrior within Murderfang's sarcophagus has been lost, consumed entirely by the beast that now drives the war machine. He is a warning of what can happen when the curses of the Space Wolves meet the curse of Dreadnought. Interment. But most Space Wolves dreadnoughts retain their minds and their honor. They are repositories of the chapter's oral traditions, keepers of sagas that would otherwise be forgotten. When they wake, they speak of battles fought before the current generation of Space Wolves were even born. They remember tactics that proved effective centuries ago. They know the enemies of the chapter intimately, having fought them across multiple lifetimes. This makes them invaluable, not just as weapons, but as advisors. A wolf lord facing a difficult tactical decision might consult an ancient, knowing that the venerable warrior has seen similar situations before. The relationship between Space Wolves and their dreadnoughts is more personal than in many other chapters. The wolves don't simply revere their ancients from a distance. They gather around them to hear stories. They share sagas of recent battles. They treat the dreadnoughts as much as brothers as their current limitations allow. When a dreadnought speaks, even the great wolf listens. This is especially true of Bjorn the Fell-Handed, who actually served under Leman Russ himself and fought in the Horus Heresy. Bjorn is awakened only once per century, and when he wakes, all activity in the chapter stops. Every Space Wolf who can be present gathers to hear him speak about their Primarch and the glory days of the Legion. Bjorn is the last living link to their Gene Father, and his words carry the weight of 10,000 years of service. Now imagine one of these ancient warriors, a Space Wolf's dreadnought with centuries or even millennia of combat experience, a keeper of sagas and slayer of the chapter's enemies, lying dormant on Sortiarius. How did he get there? The most likely explanation is that he fell in battle during one of the many conflicts between the Space Wolves and Thousand Suns. Perhaps during the siege of the Fenris system, when Magnus the Red brought his planet of sorcerers into real space and assaulted the home of his hated enemies, this dreadnought was cut off and captured. Perhaps he was taken as a trophy, a symbol of Magnus's victory over the wolves who had destroyed his beloved Prospero. Or perhaps his presence on Sortiarius represents something darker. The Thousand Suns are sorcerers and scholars obsessed with knowledge and power. A Space Wolf's dreadnought would be a fascinating subject for study. What secrets could be extracted from his memory banks? What weaknesses of the Space Wolves might be revealed through examination? A captured dreadnought might have been kept not as a trophy, but as a source of intelligence, subjected to psychic interrogation and mechanical dissection. The warrior within would have experienced this violation fully conscious, unable to escape, forced to endure whatever the sorcerers inflicted upon him. Whatever the reason for his presence, this dreadnought represents everything the Thousand Suns hate about the Space Wolves. He is a monument to brute force and simple faith, the antithesis of the sophisticated sorcery the Thousand Suns practice. He is a reminder of Prospero's burning, of the day when knowledge and enlightenment fell before barbarism and ignorance, or so the thousand suns would frame it. His mere existence on their world is an insult, and now the orcs have found him. Sortiarius, the planet of sorcerers. To appreciate the absurdity and danger of our scenario, we must understand the stage upon which this drama unfolds. Sortiarius, officially designated the planet of the sorcerers, is not merely a hostile world. It is a demon world, a planet where reality itself has been corrupted by the touch of chaos. Once hidden deep within the eye of terror, that great wound in reality where the warp bleeds into real space, Sortiarius was brought into the material universe through a ritual of tremendous power during the siege of the Fenris system. Its presence in real space fundamentally changed the Prospero system, creating what the Thousand Suns call the New Kingdom, a realm where psychers and sorcerers can live free from imperial persecution. But kingdom is a generous term for what is essentially a nightmare made manifest. Sortiarius orbits a star that constantly shifts through 9 different phases, each bringing with it changes to the world below. The planet itself is dark, rocky, and heavily volcanic. Lava plains stretch across much of its surface, broken by twisted spires of crystallized warp energy that thrust up from the ground like the claws of some buried beast. The skies are never clear, instead roiling with perpetual storms of multicolored lightning and warp energy. Low-hanging clouds the color of bruises cover the land, raining not water, but drops of pure psychic power that collect in rivers and seas of impossible composition. To look upon these waters too long is to invite madness, as they reflect not the sky above, but distant vistas from the warp itself. The geography of Sortiarius is unstable in ways that defy conventional physics. Mountains move, valleys appear and disappear. The ground itself sometimes ripples like water, responding to the emotional states of the powerful sorcerers who inhabit the world. Navigation is nearly impossible for outsiders, as landmarks cannot be trusted to remain where they were last observed. Only the Thousand Suns themselves, with their intimate understanding of the warp's currents and their world's peculiar nature, can traverse Sortiarius with any confidence. And even they sometimes lose their way. The planet is crowned by a ring similar to those found around Saturn, but this ring is not composed of ice or rock. It is made of souls, specifically the shrieking spirits of those who died through treachery and deceit. These damned souls circle Sortiarius endlessly, their screams audible even on the surface when the warp storms are particularly intense. This crown of souls is both decoration and defense, as the sheer psychic agony emanating from them creates a barrier that disrupts unauthorized approaches to the planet. Any spacecraft attempting to reach Sortiarius without permission will find its systems malfunctioning, its crew driven mad by visions and whispers, its weapons firing at targets that don't exist while missing the real threats entirely. But the true horror of Sortiarius is not its landscape, but its inhabitants. The planet is wholly a demon world of Tzinch, and it crawls with the Chaos God's servants. Horrors, those cackling demon creatures that split and multiply when struck, manifest constantly from the warp storms. Flamers drift through the air, trailing fire that changes whatever it touches. Screamers swim through the skies like manta rays through water, their razor edges capable of slicing through armor and flesh alike. More esoteric demons, beings that exist as pure thought or living equations, infest the deeper regions of the planet. These creatures are both inhabitants and guardians, attacking any who displease the Thousand Suns or their patron god. At the heart of Sortiarius lies Tizca, the city of light, capital of the Thousand Suns and mockery of what it once was. When Magnus the Red fled Prospero, he brought the entire city with him through the warp. But the journey and the centuries since have transformed it. Where once stood elegant silver towers reaching toward the sky, now twisted obelisks of warped stone pierce the clouds. The pyramids that once housed libraries and academies have been replaced by mounds of crystalline matter that pulse with inner light. The broad avenues where scholars once walked are now labyrinthine passages that shift their layout according to the whims of their sorcerous masters. Everything about Tizca is wrong, a corruption of the Enlightenment and learning it once represented. Within this twisted city, each thousand-sun sorcerer maintains his own tower. These structures dot the landscape around Tizca, and each reflects its master's personality and obsessions. Some towers are impossibly tall, reaching heights that should cause them to collapse under their own weight. Others are inverted, extending down into the planet's core rather than up toward the sky. Still others exist partially in real space and partially in the warp, their upper floors accessible only through specific rituals. These towers are workshops, libraries, and fortresses all at once, filled with arcane knowledge collected over 10 millennia and guarded by bound daemons and rubric marines. The greatest of these towers is the Tower of the Cyclops, also known as the Obsidian Tower, home to Magnus the Red himself. This monolith dwarfs all others on Sortiarius, a structure of polished black stone so massive it can be seen from orbit. The tower is staffed by thousands of servants, both mortal cultists and demonic entities. Its purpose goes beyond mere residence. The tower possesses a great sorcerous eye, an all-seeing organ that gazes not just upon Sortiarius, but through the warp into real space beyond. This eye allows Magnus to track arcane artifacts and gifted psykers throughout the galaxy, sending his 1,000 sons on raids to claim these prizes for study or recruitment. The mortal population of Sortiarius is substantial but broken. Many are descendants of the original Prosperine citizens who fled with Magnus, though 10,000 years of exposure to the warp has changed them. Mutations are universal among these populations. Some have grown additional limbs or eyes in unexpected places. Others have become something barely recognizable as human, twisted into forms that serve specific purposes for their 1,000 sons' masters. These mutated humans form the Spire Guard Auxiliary Forces, soldiers who fight alongside the Rubric Marines in exchange for protection and the promise of greater changes to come. The planet also hosts numerous slaves taken in raids across the galaxy. Some serve in the manufactorums, producing ammunition and equipment for the 1,000 Sons' endless wars. Others are subjects of experimentation, their bodies and souls warped by sorcerous rituals as the 1,000 Sons test new spells or seek to understand the limits of mutation. The luckiest slaves simply die quickly. The unluckiest survive, transformed into things that serve purposes only the sorcerers understand. Some become chaos spawn, those pitiable creatures whose bodies and minds have been destroyed by too much exposure to warp energy. These spawn are herded into pits beneath the surface, released occasionally to assault invaders, or simply for the amusement of their masters. Defending Sortiarius is unnecessary in the conventional sense. The planet's very nature repels attacks. Munitions fired at it from orbit are absorbed by invisible conjurations and dumped into the warp. Powerful lasers dissipate into harmless light. Illusory hexes cause attackers to believe their weapons have struck home when they've actually missed entirely. Portals absorb orbital barrages and redirect them back at the ships that fired them. Other enchantments cause weapons to detonate while still in their magazines, or activate warp drives without warning, sending ships into the warp without Geller fields to protect their crews. Only the most powerful forces, backed by substantial psychic might of their own, can breach these defenses. But even if attackers reach the surface, they face an environment actively hostile to their survival. The air itself is toxic to unaugmented humans, thick with warp energy that sears lungs and causes hallucinations. The ground is unstable, likely to give way into hidden caverns or simply liquefy beneath heavy vehicles. The demonic inhabitants attack anything that doesn't bear the mark of Tzeentch or Magnus. And all of this occurs under the gaze of the sorcerers in their towers, who can unleash devastating psychic attacks on invaders while remaining safely distant. Sortiarius has been attacked numerous times over the millennia. No attack has ever succeeded in claiming it. So how did a Space Wolves dreadnought end up here? The most likely scenario involves the conflicts between the Space Wolves and Thousand Suns, a blood feud that has lasted 10,000 years since the burning of Prospero. The Space Wolves have launched numerous raids against the Thousand Suns, seeking vengeance for insults both ancient and recent. During one of these raids, a Space Wolves dreadnought might have fallen in battle, too damaged to continue fighting, but still functional enough that the Thousand Suns decided to keep it. Or perhaps the dreadnought was deliberately captured, taken as a prize to demonstrate the superiority of sorcery over brute force. Whatever the circumstances, this dreadnought now lies on Sortiarius, an ancient warrior of Fenris surrounded by the architecture and sorcery of his chapter's most hated enemies. His sleep has been undisturbed for years, perhaps decades or even centuries. The Thousand Suns may have forgotten about him, their attention drawn to more immediate concerns. Or perhaps they keep him deliberately isolated, ensuring he remains dormant rather than risk him awakening and causing havoc even in his damaged state. The dreadnought waits in the darkness, systems powered down to minimal levels, the ancient warrior within dreaming dark dreams of battle and loss. And then the orcs arrive, the ancient enmity, wolves and suns. To fully grasp the weight of this scenario, we must understand the bitter hatred between the Space Wolves and the Thousand Suns, a feud that began in treachery and has festered for 10,000 years. This is not the casual enmity that many factions in Warhammer 40,000 bear toward each other. This is personal, rooted in one of the most tragic events of the Horus Heresy, and fueled by both legitimate grievances and profound misunderstandings. The Space Wolves believe the Thousand Suns to be arrogant sorcerers whose dabbling with forbidden powers makes them no better than traitors. The Thousand Suns view the Space Wolves as barbaric executioners who destroyed enlightenment and scholarship in the name of blind faith. Both sides have excellent reasons for their hatred, and neither will ever forgive the other. The roots of this feud reach back to the Great Crusade, long before the Horus Heresy shattered the Imperium. The Space Wolves and Thousand Suns were never comfortable allies. Leman Russ, Primarch of the Sixth Legion, distrusted psykers and viewed the use of sorcery as inherently dangerous. His warriors shared this perspective, seeing psychic powers as unnatural and corrupting. Magnus the Red, Primarch of the 6D Legion, embodied everything Russ feared. Magnus was not merely a psyker, but perhaps the most powerful human psychic talent in existence outside the Emperor himself. He viewed psychic ability as a tool to be studied and mastered, an essential part of humanity's evolution. His entire legion was composed of psykers, and he taught them openly to embrace their powers. The tension between these philosophies came to a head at the Council of Nicaea, where the Emperor himself convened an assembly to determine the fate of psychic powers within the Legiones Astartes. Leman Russ spoke passionately against the use of such powers, arguing that they were inherently corrupting and led inevitably to damnation. Magnus defended his legion's practices, asserting that psychic ability could be controlled through proper discipline and understanding. The Emperor, after hearing all arguments, sided with Russ. He issued an edict banning the use of psychic powers within the legions, ordering all librarius departments disbanded. Magnus was humiliated, forced to watch as his life's work was condemned as dangerous and heretical. But Magnus did not stop. He could not stop. His studies had revealed threats to the Imperium that no one else could see, dangers lurking in the warp that would destroy everything if left unchecked. When he discovered that the War Master Horus had turned traitor, Magnus did what he thought necessary. He used sorcery to send a psychic warning directly to the Emperor on Terra. But this act, performed with the best intentions, had catastrophic consequences. Magnus's message tore through the webway project the Emperor was constructing beneath the Imperial Palace, destroying years of work and creating a permanent breach through which demons could assault Terra. Worse, Magnus's use of sorcery to breach the Emperor's psychic defenses proved that the Thousand Sons had violated the Nicaea Edict. The Emperor's rage was terrible. He ordered Leman Russ to take the Space Wolves Legion to Prospero, the homeworld of the Thousand Sons, and bring Magnus back to Terra for punishment. Russ was to arrest his brother and return him for judgment, but the War Master Horus, already deep in his treachery, intercepted these orders. Through a message claiming to come from the Emperor himself, Horus convinced Russ to change his mission. Instead of arresting Magnus, Russ was to execute him and destroy his legion. Whether Russ was genuinely deceived or simply found this new order more palatable, given his hatred of sorcery, remains a matter of debate. But the result was clear. The Space Wolves fleet arrived at Prospero not to make an arrest, but to make war. The assault on Prospero was devastating beyond measure. The Space Wolves brought their entire legion, supported by elements of the Legio Custodes, the Sisters of Silence, and numerous Imperial Army regiments. They achieved complete surprise because Magnus, in his arrogance and guilt, forbade his legion from defending themselves. The Primarch had come to believe that the Emperor's punishment was just, that he deserved destruction for his hubris in breaching the webway. He imposed a psychic blackout over Prospero, preventing his sons from learning of the approaching threat until it was too late. When the assault began, Magnus ordered his warriors not to resist, intending to accept martyrdom for his mistakes. But the Thousand Sons would not accept this fate. As the Space Wolves fleet commenced orbital bombardment, as the skies turned to fire and the ground itself was torn apart by weapons designed to scour worlds clean of life, the Thousand Sons chose to fight. They activated the psychic shields protecting their capital city of Tizca. They rallied the Spire Guard, their human auxiliaries, to resist the invaders. They marshaled their sorcerous powers and prepared to sell their lives dearly. The battle that followed was apocalyptic, brother fighting brother in the streets of the City of Light, scholarship and enlightenment burning beneath the fury of those who viewed such things as dangerous. The Space Wolves attacked with their characteristic ferocity, their grey-armoured warriors charging through Tizca's streets with bolt and blade. They were supported by the Sisters of Silence, whose nature as psychic blanks nullified the Thousand Sons' greatest advantage. Where the Silent Sisterhood advanced, the Thousand Sons found their powers failing, their psychic might stripped away, leaving them as vulnerable as ordinary men against the superhuman warriors of Fenris. The Legio Custodes, the Emperor's own guardians, fought alongside the wolves, their golden armor a mockery of hope as they cut down the Thousand Sons with precision and ruthless efficiency. The Thousand Sons fought with desperate brilliance. Their sorcerers unleashed powers that defied comprehension, transforming space wolves into crystal or ash with a word, opening portals to drag their enemies into the warp, summoning walls of fire that melted ceramite armor. Their rubric marines, already emptied of personality and will, but not yet the complete automata they would become, fought with mechanical precision. But they were outnumbered and caught unprepared. 9/10 of the Legion died that day, their gene seed lost forever, their knowledge destroyed as libraries burned and scholars fell. At the battle's climax, Leman Russ and Magnus the Red met in personal combat. The Wolf King and the Crimson King, two brothers who had never trusted each other, fighting amid the ruins of everything Magnus had built. Russ proved the stronger fighter, his physical might overwhelming Magnus's sorcerous defenses. At the moment of his brother's triumph, as Russ prepared to deliver the killing blow, Magnus finally acted. He spoke a single word of power and vanished, taking with him the surviving remnants of his legion and the entire city of Tizca, transporting them through the warp to a new home. The Thousand Sons escaped annihilation, but at the cost of everything they had been. They were broken, scattered, and homeless, refugees fleeing to what would become Sortiarius. The Space Wolves believed they had executed the Emperor's will. They had destroyed a legion that violated the Nicaea Edict and endangered the Imperium through reckless sorcery. That Horus had manipulated them, that They had destroyed a loyal legion that was trying to warn of Horus's treachery. These truths would come later. By the time the Space Wolves learned they had been used, the Horus heresy was in full swing, and there was no time for regret. The Thousand Sons were branded traitors regardless, driven to chaos by their desperation and rage. The legion that might have stood against the heresy instead joined it, and much of that can be laid at the feet of the Space Wolves' attack. The Thousand Sons have never forgotten this betrayal. To them, the Space Wolves are not merely enemies, but the embodiment of everything wrong with the Imperium. The wolves are brutes who destroy what they cannot understand, who prefer simple violence to intellectual achievement, who burned the greatest repository of knowledge in the galaxy because they feared what they could not control. Every Thousand Sons sorcerer knows the story of Prospero's fall. Many have been to the ruins, walking among the blasted remains of the City of Light, seeing firsthand what barbarity can accomplish when given free rein. Their hatred for the Space Wolves is existential. It defines them as much as their devotion to Tzeentch. The Space Wolves, for their part, view the Thousand Sons as vindication of everything they feared about sorcery. The Thousand Sons didn't just turn traitor, they became the slaves of a chaos god, their souls damned by the very powers they claimed to control. Worse, through the rubric of Ahriman, the Thousand Sons transformed most of their legion into soulless automatons, proving that sorcery inevitably leads to catastrophe. The wolves feel no guilt for Prospero. They did what was necessary to eliminate a threat. That Horus manipulated them is regrettable, but it doesn't change the fundamental truth. The Thousand Sons were dangerous then and remain dangerous now. This feud has continued for 10,000 years, marked by countless raids, ambushes, and battles. The Thousand Sons have attacked Fenris multiple times, including the disastrous siege of the Fenris system, when Magnus brought Sortiarius itself into real space to assault his enemy's homeworld. The Space Wolves have struck back with equal venom, launching raids against Thousand Sons positions wherever they can be found. Neither side seeks reconciliation. Neither side wants peace. They want blood, vengeance, and the satisfaction of seeing their ancient enemies destroyed. And now, on Sortiarius itself, a Space Wolves dreadnought lies dormant. He is a monument to the feud, a warrior who has likely fought the Thousand Sons across the centuries, who carries the sagas of Prospero's burning in his memory banks. If he awakens, his first instinct will be to fight. He will see the twisted towers of Tizca and know where he is. He will feel the warp-tainted air and understand the nature of the corruption surrounding him. And he will fight until either he is destroyed or everything around him is reduced to rubble, because that is what a Space Wolf does when faced with the Thousand Sons. But before he can awaken, the Orcs have found him. And the Orcs, being Orcs, have their own plans. First contact, when Greenskins find the Sleeper. Picture the scene. A warband of Orcs, perhaps 100 strong, picking their way across the crystalline wasteland that surrounds Tizca. They're here because a warboss named Grushnag Backstabber heard rumors of a right proper scrap on Sortiarius and decided to investigate. The journey through the warp to reach this cursed world was chaotic, even by Orc standards, with reality twisting and changing in ways that confused even the weird boy guiding their crude spacecraft. But they made it, crashing their rocket onto the surface with characteristic enthusiasm and immediately beginning to explore. The Orcs are confused by Sortiarius. They're used to battlefields where the enemy is obvious and the fighting straightforward. Here, the landscape keeps changing. The demons that attack them appear and disappear randomly. The warp storms overhead make their equipment malfunction in interesting ways. But this is all good fun to the Orcs. A confusing battlefield just means there's more opportunity for surprises. They've been wandering for several hours, following the sounds of battle in the distance, when one of the Gretchen scouts stumbles upon something extraordinary. Partially buried in rubble, covered in dust and debris, half hidden by fallen masonry from a collapsed tower, lies a Space Wolves dreadnought. The Gretchen doesn't immediately understand what he's found. He just knows it's big, metal, and covered in interesting markings. The little creature squeaks in alarm and runs back to fetch his masters. Within minutes, a mob of orcs has gathered around the discovery, staring at it with a mixture of confusion and avarice. The dreadnought is in poor condition, clearly the victim of serious damage. One arm has been severed, leaving exposed cables and shattered armor. The other arm, bearing what was once a Fenrisian great axe, lies at an awkward angle, possibly broken. The sarcophagus is cracked in several places, though not enough to expose its contents. Scorch marks from plasma and melter weapons mar the ceramite plating. But despite this damage, the dreadnought is recognizably intact. More importantly, to the orc's experienced eyes, it looks like it might still work. "What's that, boss?" asks one of the boys, a particularly thick-skulled orc named Grokfang. He prods the dreadnought with his chopper, making a metallic sound that echoes across the wasteland. "Dat," says Warboss Grushnag, his eyes gleaming with avarice, "is the best pile of scrap I's ever seen. It's a Hume Walker thing. Seen 'em before when we's fighting the Beaky boys. This one's got loads of gubbins on it." A mech boy named Nergrim pushes through the crowd, his mechanical eye whirring as it focuses on the dreadnought. Nergrim is old by orc standards, having survived dozens of battles through a combination of luck and cunning. He's seen dreadnoughts before, even helped loot one after a particularly successful wach against the Imperial Guard. But he's never seen one in this condition, damaged but potentially salvageable, just lying around waiting to be claimed. "That's a Beaky boy walker, that is," Nergrim confirms, running his hands over the ceramite plating. "Big metal box with a Hume inside. They fight good when day's working. This one's all busted up, but maybe we can fix it. Make it proper orky." The orcs exchange glances. The idea of looting a Space Marine dreadnought and converting it for their own use is incredibly appealing. This isn't just another weapon or vehicle. This is a piece of legendary Imperial technology, something the Space Marines themselves revere as sacred. To take it, modify it, and use it against the Imperium would be the ultimate expression of orc superiority. "Can we wake it up?" asks Warboss Grushnag. "I want to see what's inside." Nergrim considers this. He knows that dreadnoughts contain living Space Marines, warriors kept alive through technology beyond even a mech boy's understanding. The idea of encountering a conscious Space Marine while stranded on a demon world should probably be concerning. But Nergrim is an orc, and orcs don't really do concern. Instead, he's curious. What would happen if they tried to activate the dreadnought? Would the Space Marine inside attack them? That would certainly make things more interesting. "Let me have a look at the worky bits," Nergrim says, examining the various panels and systems. "There's supposed to be a thing that turns it on, like a big button or something, but all this Hume tech is real fiddly. Might blow up if I's pushes the wrong bits." "So push all the bits," suggests Grokfang helpfully. This receives general approval from the other boys, who are getting impatient with all this standing around and talking. They want to see something happen, preferably something violent. Nergrim begins his work, pulling panels off the dreadnought and examining the machinery beneath. He's looking for the activation systems, the controls that would wake the Space Marine inside from his artificial sleep. But this is complicated by several factors. First, the dreadnought is damaged. So many of its systems are offline or malfunctioning. Second, it's Space Wolves technology, which means it's covered in runic markings and has been customized in ways that depart from standard patterns. Third, and perhaps most importantly, Nergrim is an orc, and his understanding of technology is based on instinct rather than technical knowledge. What follows is a masterclass in orc engineering, which is to say, it's complete chaos. Nergrim starts pulling cables and reconnecting them to different ports, reasoning that if he hooks up enough things, eventually something will work. He bypasses damaged circuits by soldering new connections directly onto functioning ones. He strips parts from the dreadnoughts, weapon systems to provide power to other sections. He occasionally hits things with his wrench when they don't cooperate. Other orcs offer helpful suggestions like, "Try that sparkly bit," and "I reckon if yous barsh it hard enough it'll work." The dreadnought begins to show signs of life. Lights flicker on the status panels. A deep humming emanates from its power core. Hydraulics hiss as pressure builds in the limbs. The gathered orcs take a collective step back, unsure whether to be excited or cautious. Even they recognize that they might have made a mistake. A functional dreadnought piloted by a space marine is one of the most dangerous things in the galaxy, and they're about to wake one up while standing in optimal stomping range. "Boss," says one of the orcs nervously, "maybe we should—" The dreadnought's systems fully activate with a sound like thunder. The sarcophagus shudders. The remaining weapon arm twitches, servo motors coming online. Inside the machine, after what might have been years or decades of dreamless sleep, consciousness returns to the ancient warrior entombed within. He experiences the familiar disorientation of awakening. That moment of confusion as his mind reconnects with the dreadnought's systems, and he tries to remember where and when he is. Diagnostics flood his awareness. Damage reports, status updates, location data that makes no sense because it's telling him he's on Sortiarius, which can't be right, because why would he be on the Thousand Suns demon world? He tries to access his memory banks to find out what happened, how he got here, but those files are corrupted or deleted. The last clear memory he has is of battle, always battle. That's all any dreadnought really remembers in the end. His optical sensors come online, and he sees the world around him for the first time in however long he's been sleeping. The twisted landscape of Sortiarius, the warped spires in the distance, the purple storms overhead, and directly in front of him, close enough to touch, a mob of orcs staring at him with expressions somewhere between curiosity and glee. For a moment, neither side moves. The ancient space wolf, trapped in his metal tomb, tries to process what he's seeing. His mind, shaped by centuries of warfare and the conditioning of the space marines, immediately identifies the orcs as enemies. But he's confused. He's on Sortiarius, surrounded by evidence of chaos corruption, and there are orcs here. How does that make sense? What's happened while he's been sleeping? The orcs, for their part, are waiting to see what the dreadnought will do. They've never woken up a dreadnought before. They're not entirely sure what they expected, but the reality of a fully conscious space marine war machine staring at them is somewhat intimidating, even for orcs. Then the dreadnought speaks, his voice a mechanical rasp, filtered through Vox speakers. "Where am I? What year is it? Where are my brothers?" The orcs look at each other confused. One of them, Grokfang, decides to answer. "You's on the spinny world, with all the weird homie towers. The mech boy woke you up. We's gonna loot ya." There's a moment of silence as the dreadnought processes this information. Then, his weapon systems begin to charge, and the orcs realize they might have made a terrible mistake. The looting begins, orc engineering in action. What happens next could only occur in the universe of Warhammer 40,000, where the absurd and the tragic exist in equal measure. The logical outcome of an orc mob awakening a Space Wolf's dreadnought should be immediate violence, followed by either the orc's destruction or the dreadnought's eventual shutdown due to overwhelming numbers. But the galaxy is rarely logical, and the wag field that surrounds the orcs creates possibilities that shouldn't exist. As the dreadnought's assault cannon begins to spin up, as his targeting systems lock onto the orcs surrounding him, something unexpected happens. His weapons don't fire. The targeting systems, damaged by whatever battle left him here, malfunction at the critical moment. Error messages cascade across his awareness. His assault cannon jams. His remaining close combat weapon won't activate. The systems that should have allowed him to stand and fight refuse to cooperate. He's awake and aware, but trapped in a body that won't obey his commands. It's the nightmare that every dreadnought pilot fears made manifest. The orcs, seeing that the dreadnought isn't immediately trying to kill them, relax slightly. "See?" says Warboss Grushnag proudly. "It's broke. We can loot it easy." Nurgrim the mech boy, approaches the dreadnought more carefully, examining the failure points. His genetic knowledge, that instinctive understanding of technology that all mech boys possess, tells him what's wrong. The dreadnought's weapon systems have been damaged beyond normal function. The hydraulics are compromised. The power feeds are irregular. In short, this is a machine that desperately needs repair. And to a mech boy, the need for repair is not a problem, but an opportunity. "Right," says Nergrim, cracking his knuckles. "Dis is gonna take some work, but I reckon we can make dis thing proper orky. Need to get some tools over here. Grokfang, go fetch me toolbox, and get some spare parts from de truck. Gonna need gubbins." Inside his sarcophagus, the ancient space wolf experiences something close to panic. He can hear the orcs talking about making him orky and adding more daka. And while he doesn't fully understand orc terminology, the implications are horrifying. They're going to modify him, turn him into some kind of orc war machine. The insult is almost worse than death. He tries to speak, to threaten or command or plead, but his vox speakers are malfunctioning, producing only static and distorted sounds. The orcs interpret this as encouragement. "Listen to dat," laughs Grokfang. "It's making noises. I think it likes us." He slaps the side of the dreadnought's sarcophagus cheerfully, producing a metallic clang that resonates through the ancient warrior's mechanical body. What follows over the next several hours is a process that would horrify any tech marine, but fascinates the orcs completely. Nergrim sets to work with his tools, assisted by several other mech boys who have joined from other parts of the warband. They approach the dreadnought's repair with characteristic orc logic. If something doesn't work, hit it until it does, and if that doesn't work, replace it with something that might work better. The assault cannon, jammed beyond normal repair, is removed entirely. In its place, the mechs weld a rocket launcher salvaged from a destroyed orc truck. It's too large for the mounting point, so they solve this by simply welding additional brackets and support beams until the rocket launcher is held in place by what amounts to fervent hope and excessive amounts of metal. They paint it red, reasoning that red makes things go faster, and rockets should definitely go fast. The damaged close combat weapon is subjected to similar treatment. The Fenrisian Great Axe, beautifully crafted and adorned with runes that honor the Space Wolf's heritage, is cut away and replaced with a massive power claw looted from a previous battle. The power claw is far cruder than the axe it replaces, essentially a giant mechanical claw that can crush anything it grabs. But it's undeniably effective, and the mechs are proud of their work as they wire it into the dreadnought's control systems. The armor plating receives special attention. Orcs believe that certain colors confer specific benefits, and they want this dreadnought to be as orky as possible. They paint much of it red for speed. They add yellow stripes because yellow is lucky. They bolt on additional armor plates, scavenged from various sources, creating a patchwork appearance that would make any Space Wolf's Iron Priest weep. They weld spikes onto every available surface because spikes are intimidating. They add additional exhaust to the power pack because they like the way flames shoot out of exhausts. By the time they're finished, the dreadnought looks like it's been through a collision with a scrapyard, which isn't far from the truth. Throughout all of this, the Space Wolf inside can only experience growing horror. He can feel every modification, every indignity inflicted upon the sacred machine that has been his body for however many centuries. The removal of his weapons feels like amputation. The replacement systems being welded on create sensations that don't match what his brain expects. When they paint him, he experiences it as a kind of violation, a desecration of everything he represents. He wants to rage, to fight, to make the orcs pay for this insult, but he can't. He's trapped, helpless, forced to endure as they transform him into a mockery of what he was. But something strange happens as the orcs work. The wag field that surrounds them, that psychic gestalt that makes orc technology function despite all logic, begins to affect the dreadnought. The crude modifications shouldn't work. A rocket launcher designed for a truck shouldn't be compatible with dreadnought control systems. A random power claw shouldn't be able to interface with neural connections designed for a completely different weapon. But the orcs believe these modifications will work. And because enough orcs believe it strongly enough, reality begins to bend. The dreadnought systems stabilize. The error messages that have been flooding his awareness begin to clear. He finds he can move his arms again, though the movements feel wrong, the feedback strange and alien. His targeting systems recalibrate, accepting the new weapons despite their incompatibility. The hydraulics that were failing begin to function properly, pressurized and reinforced by the orcs' modifications. Against all reason, against all laws of technology and physics, the dreadnought is becoming functional again. Not as he was, but as something new, something impossible, something orky. Nurgrim steps back to admire his work. "That's proper brilliant, that is," he says proudly. "Look at them spikes, look at that paint. This thing's gonna fight real good now." Warboss Grushnag nods approvingly. "Right, so how do we make it fight for us? Can we tell it what to do?" This is the question that none of the orcs have really considered. They've successfully repaired and modified the dreadnought, making it more orky in the process. But the conscious space marine inside isn't going to simply obey their commands. He's still loyal to the Emperor, still bound by oaths taken centuries ago, still filled with hatred for the Xenos who have defiled his form. The orcs have created a weapon, but it's a weapon that wants nothing more than to turn on its creators. Nurgrim ponders this problem. In theory, he could try to access the dreadnought's control systems directly, overriding the pilot's input and commanding the war machine remotely. But that's complicated and might not work. Another option would be to simply keep the pilot contained, using the dreadnought as a remote-controlled weapon. But that feels wasteful. There's a perfectly functional space marine in there, with all the combat knowledge and experience that implies. It seems a shame not to use that. Then Nurgrim has what he considers a brilliant idea. "Oi," he says, tapping on the sarcophagus. "Humi, can you hear me?" Inside his tomb, the space wolf seriously considers not responding. But curiosity, one of the traits that has kept him somewhat sane through long centuries of internment, wins out. His Vox speakers activate, and he manages to force words through the damaged systems. "I hear you, Xenos. Release me so that I may kill you properly." "Nah," says Nurgrim cheerfully. "But I got a proposal for you. We's fixed you up, right? Got you working again. In return, you help us fight. There's loads of good scrapping on this world with the purple humies and the daemon things. You help us fight 'em, and we don't take you apart for scrap. Deal?" The space wolf wants to refuse immediately. The idea of cooperating with orcs is repugnant. But he's also pragmatic enough to recognize his situation. He's trapped on Sortiarius, far from any hope of rescue. His dreadnought systems, while functioning, are still damaged and unstable. If the orcs decide to dismantle him, he won't be able to stop them. And besides, if he agrees to help them, he might get the chance to kill Thousand Sons, which has always been one of his favorite activities. The enemy of his enemy isn't necessarily his friend, but in this case, the enemy of his enemy might be useful. "The 1,000 Sons," the dreadnought says slowly. "You're fighting them?" "Well, we ain't fought 'em yet," admits Warboss Grushnag. "But we's planning to. Heard there's a big scrap near Dose Towers, and we's gonna get stuck in proper." The dreadnought considers this. Fighting alongside orcs against the 1,000 Sons violates every protocol he's ever learned. It's disgraceful. His chapter would be appalled. But he's been sleeping on Sortiarius, property of the 1,000 Sons, for an unknown period of time. Every moment he exists on this world is an insult. If he can hurt the 1,000 Sons, even with Xenos allies, isn't that better than simply waiting to be destroyed or left to rust? Besides, once they engage the 1,000 Sons, perhaps opportunities will present themselves. Perhaps he can turn on the orcs once the battle is joined. Perhaps he can escape, or at least die fighting rather than sleeping away the centuries in this prison of adamantium and corrupted flesh. "I will help you fight the sorcerers," the dreadnought says finally. But know this, Xenos. When this is done, I will kill every one of you. The orcs think this is hilarious. They laugh and slap each other on the backs, interpreting the threat as a sign that the dreadnought is warming up to them. "That's the spirit," says Grushnag. "I like this Humi. He's got proper orky attitude." And so an alliance is formed, perhaps the strangest in the long history of Warhammer 40,000. A Space Wolves dreadnought, ancient and bitter, modified by orcs into something that horrifies and fascinates him in equal measure, agrees to fight alongside greenskins against the Thousand Suns. He tells himself it's temporary, a tactical necessity rather than genuine cooperation. He tries not to think about what his brothers would say if they could see him now, covered in orc modifications and painted in garish colors. He focuses instead on the prospect of battle against the sorcerers, on the satisfaction he'll feel when his new weapons tear through rubric marines and bring down the towers of Tizca. The orcs, for their part, are delighted with their new acquisition. They've successfully looted a Space Marine dreadnought, something that few orcs have ever accomplished. They've made it orky, improved it with proper red, paint and spiky bits, and now it's going to help them fight. This is, in their opinion, the best day ever. They have no idea that they've just set in motion events that will draw the attention of forces far more dangerous than they can imagine. Because on Sortiarius, nothing stays secret for long. The Thousand Suns have eyes everywhere, and they've just noticed something impossible. One of their prisoners, a Space Wolves dreadnought they thought safely contained, has become active again. And it's in the company of orcs. Sorcerers across the planet begin to take notice, and their interest is never a good thing. Complications, the Thousand Suns. Notice. In the Tower of Cyclops, Magnus the Red's personal sanctum, deep within the obsidian structure that dominates Sortiarius, an alarm sounds. Not a physical alarm, as such crude warnings have no place in a demon Primarch's fortress. Rather, it manifests as a shift in the psychic tides that constantly flow through the tower, a disturbance that alerts Magnus's servants that something on their world requires attention. A scrying sphere, one of thousands that monitors activity across Sortiarius, flares with urgency. A lesser sorcerer attending the sphere peers into its depths and sees something that makes even his corrupted blood run cold. The Dreadnought, the Space Wolves prisoner they captured during the siege of Fenris, the one they'd been keeping as both trophy and potential source of intelligence. It's active, more than active. It's mobile, fully functional, and in the company of orcs. The sorcerer watches in fascination as the scene plays out in the sphere's depths. Orcs swarming over the dreadnought, modifying it with crude welding and even cruder craftsmanship. The ancient warrior, within apparently conscious and communicating with the Xenos. An alliance forming between the most unlikely of partners. The sorcerer immediately reports this to his superiors, and the news travels up the hierarchy with impressive speed. Within an hour, it has reached the attention of a particularly powerful sorcerer named Mephiston the Changed, a master of the Corvide cult who specializes in predictions and probability manipulation. Mephiston has been on Sortiarius for 2,000 years, long enough to see patterns in the chaos that would escape lesser minds, and this development disturbs him in ways he struggles to articulate. Orcs on our world are not unprecedented, Mephiston explains to his fellow sorcerers as they gather in his tower to discuss the situation. We've dealt with greenskin incursions before. They stumble through the warp, land somewhere on Sortiarius, and wander around causing chaos until we eliminate them, or they eliminate each other. Annoying but manageable. But this is different. This is complicated. It's a space wolf, says another sorcerer, her form hidden beneath robes that constantly shift colors. One of the dogs of Russ. Of course it's complicated. Everything involving the VI Legion is complicated. Precisely, agrees Mephiston. That dreadnought represents a significant investment in time and effort. We captured it during the siege at considerable cost. Magnus himself ordered it preserved, believing the ancient warrior inside might provide valuable intelligence about the space wolf's current disposition. Now it's free, armed, and apparently cooperating with orcs. This creates several problems. The sorcerers debate the implications. On one level, it's almost amusing. The Space Wolf's dreadnought has been repaired and modified by orcs, turned into a garish mockery of what it once was. The humiliation that warrior must be feeling provides a certain satisfaction. But on another level, it's concerning. A functional dreadnought, even one painted red and covered in orc gubbins, remains extraordinarily dangerous. And if it's headed toward Tizca, as the scrying suggests, it could cause significant damage before being stopped. More concerning is what it represents symbolically. A Space Wolf's dreadnought, loose on Sortiarius, modified by orcs, fighting against the Thousand Suns. It's ridiculous, absurd, almost comedic in its improbability, but it's also a very public humiliation if they don't deal with it quickly and decisively. Other Chaos factions might hear about this. The Imperium might learn that the Thousand Suns allowed one of their prisoners to escape and run wild on their homeworld. Magnus himself might be displeased that his orders regarding the dreadnought's preservation have been circumvented. We need to recapture or destroy it, Mephiston concludes. Quickly, before this becomes a larger problem, I'll dispatch a cadre of Rubric Marines and some Tzangors. They can intercept the orcs before they reach the city proper. A simple extermination mission. But even as he gives these orders, Mephiston feels uneasy. He's a sorcerer of Tzinch, a servant of the Architect of Fate, and he knows that nothing involving fate is ever simple. The fact that this situation has arisen at all suggests larger forces at work. Tzinch is the god of plots and schemes, and he rarely allows coincidences. Everything that happens on Sortiarius happens for a reason, even if that reason remains obscure to mortal understanding. An orc warband finding a specific dreadnought, repairing it, and forming an alliance with it. That's not random chance. That's a story, and stories in Tzinch's domain always have twists. On the surface of Sortiarius, unaware of the attention they've attracted, Warboss Grushnag and his mob are preparing to move out. The dreadnought, now fully functional thanks to orc modifications, has been given the name Stompy Git by the orcs, a designation that the Space Wolf inside finds simultaneously insulting and oddly appropriate. He's practiced moving in his modified body, adjusting to the new weight distribution and the strange feedback from weapons that weren't designed for his neural interface. It's uncomfortable and wrong, but it works, and that's what matters. "Right, boys!" shouts Grushnag, rallying his forces. "We's gonna go find dose purple humies and show 'em what proper fighting looks like. Stompy Git's gonna lead the charge, and we's gonna loot everything that ain't nailed down, and probably some things that are nailed down too." The orcs roar their approval, waving choppers and shooters in the air. They're excited. This is what they live for, the prospect of a good fight against unfamiliar enemies on strange terrain. That the enemies are sorcerers wielding reality-warping powers doesn't concern them. That they're outnumbered and outgunned is actually a bonus, as it means the fight will last longer. That they're being led by a captive space marine who's openly stated his intention to kill them doesn't even register as a problem. Orcs are optimists by nature, and right now, they're optimistic about the amount of violence they're about to commit. The dreadnought, now called Stompy Git, despite his protests, takes point as they march toward the distant spires of Tizca. His sensors pick up numerous contacts ahead, tracking movement through the twisted landscape. Some of the contacts are clearly demonic, the unnatural energy signatures giving them away even at a distance. Others are more ambiguous, possibly the Rubric Marines he's been warned about, possibly something worse. He shares this information with the orcs, who interpret it as good news. "See?" says Grokfang happily. "Loads of enemies. This is gonna be brilliant." They've been marching for perhaps an hour when the ambush occurs. The ground ahead of them erupts, and a warband of Tzangors emerges from hidden positions. These beastmen, mutated followers of Tzinch, are armed with crude weapons but possess surprising tactical acumen. They've positioned themselves perfectly to catch the orcs in a crossfire, with flamers ready to sweep across the mob and heavy weapons trained on the dreadnought. Leading them is a rubric marine, one of those soulless automatons that were once the Thousand Sons' rank and file, now little more than animated armor, powered by trapped souls. The Tzangors open fire immediately, their weapons spitting fire and strange warp-tinged projectiles. Orcs fall, their bodies torn apart by firepower that shouldn't be this effective but somehow is. The mob scatters, seeking cover among the crystalline outcroppings. Warboss Grushnag roars orders, trying to organize a counterattack. But the Tzangors have the advantage of position and surprise. This is where the dreadnought proves his worth. Despite his modifications, despite the indignity of his situation, he remains what he's always been. A space marine, a warrior of the Emperor, a veteran of countless battles. His targeting systems lock onto the rubric marine directing the Tzangors. His jury-rigged rocket launcher activates, and despite being welded on by orcs who barely understood what they were doing, it fires perfectly. The rocket streaks across the battlefield and impacts the rubric marine directly, the explosion scattering the animated armor in all directions. The Tzangors falter without their leader. The orcs, seeing their opening, charge. What follows is brutal and chaotic, exactly the kind of fight orcs excel at. They crash into the Tzangors with choppers swinging, their natural size and strength advantage proving decisive in close combat. The dreadnought wades into the melee, his power claw crushing beastmen with mechanical efficiency. When more Tzangors arrive, attempting to flank the orcs, he turns his attention to them, his rocket launcher speaking again and again. The battle is over in minutes. The Tzangors are dead or fled, their ambush turned into a rout. The orcs have taken casualties, but not enough to slow them down. If anything, the fight has energized them, proving that they can take on whatever Sortiarius throws at them. They loot the bodies enthusiastically, taking weapons and trophies. Some of the younger orcs actually try to loot the rubric marine's scattered armor pieces, intrigued by the strange magic that animated them. Inside his sarcophagus, the space wolf allows himself a moment of grim satisfaction. That rubric marine was likely a warrior who fought at Prospero, who might have fired the weapons that destroyed his chapter's enemies there. Now that warrior is destroyed again, truly and finally, reduced to scattered ceramite and dissipating soul stuff. It's not redemption for what the Thousand Sons did, but it's something. And there will be more rubric marines ahead, more sorcerers, more chances to inflict damage on the legion that betrayed the Emperor. But in the towers of Tizca, the sorcerers watching through their scrying orbs see something different. They see an orc warband that's more effective than it should be, coordinated by a space marine dreadnought that provides tactical acumen the greenskins lack on their own. They see a threat that's no longer amusing or trivial. They see something that requires a more serious response. Mephiston the Changed gives new orders. More rubric marines are dispatched. Sorcerers prepare battle spells. Demon engines are awakened from dormancy. And somewhere deep in the Tower of Cyclops, Magnus the Red himself stirs, his attention drawn to the disturbance on his world. The Crimson King has no love for either orcs or space wolves, but he has even less tolerance for chaos on Sortiarius. If this alliance of convenience isn't stopped soon, it might actually become a genuine problem. The stage is set for a battle that makes no sense in any rational universe, but perfect sense in Warhammer 40,000. Orcs and a space wolves dreadnought against the Thousand Sons on their own demon world. Three factions who hate each other, brought together by circumstance and fate. And somewhere, perhaps in the warp itself, Tzench watches and laughs, because this is exactly the kind of chaotic absurdity he loves. The philosophical implications before we continue with the narrative of this bizarre conflict. It's worth stepping back to consider what this scenario reveals about the universe of Warhammer 40,000. and the factions involved. On the surface, it's a tale of combat and unlikely alliances, of orcs looting a dreadnought and fighting Chaos Space Marines. But dig deeper, and you find fascinating questions about identity, purpose, and the nature of reality in the 41st millennium. This scenario forces us to confront truths about each faction that are usually left implicit. Consider the Space Wolf Dreadnought. He's spent centuries serving the Emperor, fighting the enemies of mankind, embodying everything the Imperium claims to value. But now he's trapped on a demon world, modified by orcs, fighting alongside Xenos he should be killing. His brothers would view this as heresy of the worst kind. Cooperation with aliens is forbidden, and cooperation with orcs particularly so given their fundamental nature as enemies of all other life. Yet, from his perspective, he's doing what he's always done, fighting the Thousand Suns. The fact that he has orc allies doesn't change his mission. Does this make him a heretic, or does it make him a pragmatist? The question touches on the fundamental rigidity of imperial doctrine versus the reality of survival in an uncaring galaxy. The Imperium teaches that all Xenos must be destroyed, that there can be no negotiation or cooperation with alien species. But this is the same Imperium that routinely makes deals with worse things than orcs. The Imperium trades with rogue traders who employ Xenos mercenaries. It tolerates the presence of Jokairo, those ape-like aliens who can create technology beyond human understanding. It even sometimes works with Eldar when their goals align. The absolute prohibition against Xenos cooperation is propaganda, a useful fiction to maintain human supremacy, while the reality is far more nuanced. Our dreadnought, ancient and experienced, surely knows this. He's seen the Imperium's compromises over the centuries. He's probably even benefited from them, using alien technology salvaged from battlefields or information gathered from Xenos sources. So his cooperation with the orcs, while distasteful, isn't actually a betrayal of anything except doctrine. And doctrine, as any veteran knows, is the first casualty of actual combat. The real question is whether this cooperation changes him. Does fighting alongside orcs make him see them differently? Does it challenge his assumptions about Xenos in general? Or does it simply reinforce his contempt, demonstrating that even when forced to work together, orcs remain the crude brutes he always thought they were? Now consider the orcs. They've done something that should be impossible. They've successfully looted a Space Marine dreadnought and made it functional. More than functional, actually. The modifications they've made, crude and absurd as they are, have somehow improved the dreadnought's performance. The rocket launcher fires more reliably than the original assault cannon. The power claw hits harder than the Fenrisian Great Axe. The armor, covered in random plates and red paint, provides better protection than the carefully engineered ceramite it replaces. How is any of this possible? The answer lies in the Wah field, that collective psychic power that makes orc technology work. But this raises fascinating questions about the nature of reality in Warhammer 40,000. If orc technology works because they believe it works, what does that say about the nature of technology itself? Is all technology in the 40K universe partially dependent on belief? Do Imperial weapons function better when their operators have faith in the Omnissiah? Do Eldar devices work because the Eldar expect them to? And if belief can make technology function, what other limits of reality might be flexible? The dreadnought itself has become a philosophical question. Is it still a Space Marine vehicle, or has it been transformed into orc technology? The answer appears to be both. It retains its fundamental nature as a war machine designed to house a Space Marine, but the orc modifications have layered their own reality-warping belief onto it. The result is a hybrid, something that exists in a space between Imperial and orc technology. It shouldn't work. By all logic, the incompatible systems should fail catastrophically. But they don't, because the orcs believe they shouldn't. And belief is a powerful force in this universe. This brings us to the Thousand Sons and what this scenario reveals about them. They're sorcerers, masters of the warp, beings who bend reality to their will through knowledge and psychic might. Yet they've lost control of a prisoner and allowed orcs to establish a foothold on their homeworld. This shouldn't be possible. Sortiarius is a demon world, defended by sorcery and demonic creatures, hostile to all life that doesn't serve Tzeentch. How did the orcs even survive long enough to find the dreadnought, let alone repair it? The answer suggests that for all their power and knowledge, the Thousand Sons have a blind spot when it comes to orcs. They understand sorcery and psychic powers. They comprehend the warp's currents and the nature of demonic entities, but orcs don't fit their framework of understanding. The greenskins aren't sorcerers or psykers in any conventional sense. Their WAG field operates on principles that defy the carefully categorized knowledge the Thousand Sons prize. To a Thousand Sons sorcerer, accustomed to precise rituals and calculated risks, the chaotic effectiveness of orc technology is incomprehensible. It shouldn't work, but does, and that violation of their worldview makes it hard for them to effectively counter. There's also the question of fate and Tzeentch's role in all this. The Thousand Sons serve the god of change and schemes, a deity who delights in unlikely events and unexpected outcomes. Did Tzeentch arrange for the orcs to find the dreadnought? Did he guide them to Sortiarius specifically to create this situation? If so, why? What does the Architect of Fate gain from an orc dreadnought alliance fighting his own servants? The answer might be that Tzeentch doesn't think in terms of winning or losing individual battles. He thinks in terms of creating interesting situations that spawn more complications and more changes. The orcs fighting the Thousand Sons is entertaining but straightforward. A Space Wolves dreadnought joining the orcs to fight the Thousand Sons is complicated, creating ripples of consequence that will spread far beyond Sortiarius. The Space Wolves will eventually learn what happened to their ancient brother. The Imperium will hear stories of orcs using Space Marine technology. The Thousand Sons will be humiliated by this incident, spurring them to actions they might not otherwise take. From Tzeentch's perspective, the chaos generated by this scenario is far more valuable than any tactical outcome. This scenario also highlights the tragedy inherent in the dreadnought's existence. He's been fighting for centuries, maybe millennia. He's survived wounds that would kill any normal space marine. He's been rewarded with eternal service, the so-called honor of interment. And where has it brought him? To a demon world, modified by orcs, fighting the same enemies he's fought for longer than most species exist. There's no end to his service, no rest, no peace. Just an endless cycle of awakening, fighting and sleeping, each time waking to find more of his humanity eroded, more of his memories lost, more of the galaxy changed in ways he doesn't recognize. And yet he continues, because that's what Space Marines do. They serve, they fight, they endure. Even when it makes no sense, even when their situation is absurd, even when they've been turned into orc-modified mockeries of what they once were. The duty remains, the mission continues. For the Space Wolf inside that modified dreadnought, this is just another battle in an endless war. The fact that his allies are Xenos and his enemies are sorcerers who were once brothers doesn't change the fundamental reality. He is a weapon of the Emperor, and weapons exist to be used. For the orcs, this is just another excellent day. They found some great loot, fixed it up proper, and now they're getting into scraps with powerful enemies. This is literally everything they live for distilled into its purest form. The philosophical implications don't interest them because orcs don't really do philosophy. They do fighting, and right now, the fighting is good. The fact that they've created an impossible alliance doesn't matter because impossibility is just a word, and words don't stop choppers from cutting or rockets from exploding. The Thousand Sons, for their part, are learning a lesson they should have internalized long ago. Knowledge is not the same as understanding, and power is not the same as control. They know more about the warp than almost any other beings in the galaxy. They can cast spells that reshape reality, They serve a god of infinite cunning, and yet a handful of orcs with a looted dreadnought are causing them genuine problems because the orcs operate on principles that can't be learned from books or predicted through divination. Sometimes the universe is just absurd, and no amount of sorcery can change that. Potential outcomes and aftermath. As our bizarre alliance continues its march toward Tizca, let's consider the various ways this scenario might resolve and what each outcome would mean for the factions involved. The battle ahead promises to be spectacular, and while we can't predict exactly how it will unfold, we can examine the logical possibilities and their implications. The most straightforward outcome is simple: the Thousand Sons' overwhelming force against the orcs. Despite their impressive coordination under the Dreadnought's guidance, the Greenskins are ultimately outnumbered and outgunned on a world where reality itself bends to their enemies' will. Rubric Marines, while soulless automatons, are still Space Marines in terms of combat capability. The sorcerers commanding them can call down warp storms, summon demons, and unleash psychic attacks that bypass conventional defenses. Eventually, the orcs will be ground down through attrition. In this scenario, the fate of the Dreadnought becomes the interesting question. Do the Thousand Sons destroy him outright, finally ending the ancient warrior's service? Or do they recapture him, intrigued by the orc modifications and curious about what they can learn from studying the hybrid technology? If they choose the latter, the Space Wolf might find himself back in captivity, but now with the added humiliation of having fought alongside orcs. His prison would be worse than before, as the Thousand Sons would never let him forget his shame. But there's another possibility. The orcs might actually win, not through superior tactics or firepower, but through sheer stubborn persistence and the unpredictable nature of the WAG field. Remember that orc technology works better the more orcs believe in it. If enough orcs survive long enough to really commit to the fight, if they start believing that they can take on the sorcerers and win, then their collective psychic field might make that belief a reality. Their weapons would hit more consistently. Their armor would shrug off hits that should destroy them. The Dreadnought's jury-rigged systems would perform beyond all reasonable expectations. In this unlikely but not impossible scenario, Warboss Grushnag and his boys could actually fight their way into the outskirts of Tizca, causing massive damage before being stopped. The humiliation to the Thousand Sons would be immense. Their demon world, defended by reality-warping sorcery, penetrated by a mob of orcs led by a stolen dreadnought. Magnus the Red himself might be forced to intervene, which would be the ultimate indignity. A demon Primarch having to personally deal with greenskin raiders suggests a level of incompetence among his servants that he would not tolerate. A third possibility involves external intervention. The commotion on Sortiarius might draw attention from other factions. Another Chaos Warband might see the situation as an opportunity to strike at the Thousand Sons while they're distracted. Imperial forces, tracking orc movements, might stumble onto Sortiarius and find themselves in a three-way battle. Other Xenos factions could theoretically become involved, though the isolated nature of the daemon world makes this less likely. The arrival of fresh forces would completely change the dynamics of the engagement, possibly allowing the Dreadnought or the orcs to escape in the chaos. The most interesting outcome, narratively speaking, would involve the Dreadnought achieving some kind of limited victory before the inevitable end. Perhaps he manages to destroy a particularly important Thousand Sons sorcerer, eliminating an enemy who has plagued the Space Wolves for centuries. Perhaps he causes enough damage to Tizca itself that the Thousand Sons are forced to spend significant resources on repairs. Perhaps he simply survives long enough to transmit a message, using orc communications equipment to send a final defiant statement back to Fenris before he falls. Any of these would transform his absurd situation into something approaching nobility. But let's assume the most likely scenario. The orcs are eventually defeated, and the Dreadnought is destroyed or recaptured. What happens next? For the orcs, defeat on Sortiarius doesn't mean much. Those who survive will simply move on to the next fight, barely remembering the demon world or the dreadnought they briefly commanded. Dead orcs will release spores that might eventually spawn new populations somewhere in the system, ensuring the cycle continues. The WAG might be disrupted temporarily, but orcs are remarkably resilient. Within weeks or months, a new war boss will rise and lead the survivors off to find fresh enemies. For the Thousand Sons, this incident would become an embarrassing footnote in their history, one of those stories that gets quietly suppressed because it makes them look foolish. They'll tighten security on Sortiarius, institute new protocols for dealing with Xenos incursions, and possibly execute whoever was responsible for letting the orcs land in the first place. The dreadnought, if recaptured, might be kept in a more secure location or simply destroyed to prevent any repeat of this humiliation. They'll learn from this experience, but the lesson they learn might be the wrong one. That brute force requires brute force in response, rather than recognizing that sometimes the universe is just absurd and no amount of planning can account for every possibility. For the Space Wolves, the eventual discovery of what happened to their ancient brother would provoke mixed reactions. Horror at his modification by orcs, rage at the Thousand Sons for allowing such a desecration, pride that even in such circumstances he continued to fight their most hated enemies, confusion about whether his cooperation with Xenos counts as heresy or pragmatism. The chapter would probably declare a new vendetta against the Thousand Sons, launching fresh raids to avenge this latest insult. The cycle of hatred would continue, as it has for 10,000 years. But there's another aspect to consider. What if this becomes a story? In the Imperium, most information is controlled and regulated, but stories have a way of spreading, especially stories as bizarre as this one. Word might reach other Space Marines chapters. The tale of a dreadnought modified by orcs and fighting chaos sorcerers could become a cautionary tale about the dangers of Xenos technology, or it could become inspiration, proof that Space Marines can survive and fight, even under the most impossible circumstances. Future dreadnought pilots might hear this story and draw strange comfort from it. If that ancient warrior could maintain his identity and purpose even after being orcified, then perhaps the horror of interment isn't quite as absolute as they feared. Among the orcs, this incident could spawn new traditions. The idea of looting dreadnoughts and making them proper orci might catch on among mech boys throughout the galaxy. We could see attempts to replicate Nurgrim's work, with varying degrees of success. Some mech boys might specialize in looting Imperial war machines, creating an entire subculture dedicated to turning the Imperium's sacred technology against itself. The fact that this usually results in catastrophic failure wouldn't discourage them. If anything, it would make success more impressive when it does occur. For the galaxy at large, this scenario would barely register. In the grand scheme of things, one dreadnought and one orc warband on one demon world is insignificant. Billions die every day in the 41st millennium. Worlds burn, sectors fall. The Great Rift tears reality apart. A fight on Sortiarius between orcs and Thousand Sons is just more background noise in an eternally war-torn galaxy. And yet, for those directly involved, it's everything. For the dreadnought, these might be his final battles. For the orcs, this is the best scrap they've had in ages. For the Thousand Sons, it's an irritating intrusion on their world. The disconnect between personal significance and cosmic insignificance is itself a reflection of Warhammer 40,000's essential tragedy. One final consideration. What would the Emperor think if he were aware of this situation? The ancient warrior entombed in his dreadnought serves the Emperor still, has served him for centuries longer than any mortal lifetime. That service has led him to an absurd situation, modified by aliens and fighting alongside them. But he's still fighting the Emperor's enemies. He's still doing his duty. In the grim darkness of the far future, is that enough? Can service remain pure when the methods are compromised? These are the kinds of questions that haunt the Imperium. Questions that have no easy answers in a universe where survival often requires moral compromise. Conclusion and final thoughts. We've explored a scenario that seems absurd on its surface, but reveals profound truths about Warhammer 40,000 and its factions. An Orc warband finding a Space Wolves dreadnought on Sortiarius shouldn't happen. The dreadnought shouldn't agree to work with them. The modifications the Orcs make shouldn't function. And yet all of these impossible things occur because that's the nature of the 40k universe. It's a place where tragedy and comedy exist in equal measure, where the cosmic and the personal collide in unexpected ways. This scenario works precisely because it brings together three fundamentally different approaches to existence. The Orcs, who live entirely in the moment, seeking only the next fight and the next opportunity to loot. The Space Wolf, trapped in a prison of duty and service that extends far beyond any reasonable measure. The Thousand Suns, bound by knowledge and pride, unable to accept that sometimes the universe simply doesn't make sense. When these philosophies collide, the result is chaos. But it's the kind of chaos that makes the 40k setting so compelling. We've seen how Orc technology's reality-warping properties can affect even Imperial equipment, how desperation can force unlikely alliances, and how ancient feuds continue across millennia regardless of circumstance. We've explored the tragedy of dreadnought existence, and the question of when service crosses the line into suffering. We've watched the Thousand Suns grapple with a problem their sorcery can't easily solve. And through it all, we've seen that in Warhammer 40,000, there is only war, but that war takes forms that range from the sublime to the ridiculous. The beauty of this scenario is that it could happen. Somewhere in the vast galaxy, in some corner of the endless conflicts that define the 41st millennium, a dreadnought and some Orcs might forge a temporary alliance against mutual enemies. The specific details might differ, but the essential elements, the clash of cultures, the absurdity made manifest, the violence as dark comedy, all of these are genuine features of the setting. This isn't a departure